And we are live, so welcome. If you're looking for Rage Forest, that's going to start in about 90 minutes. 90 plus 15, an hour and 45 minutes or so. And there's a league set starting soon, so we're going to cast that first, see how far we go into it. And then get over to casting some Rage Forest. It'll be LY versus Zhongsheng. The two Chinese teams meeting in the brackets. LY is Yo Vivian Lix, Zhongsheng, Koala, Daniel's on the team. I think it's... Let's see, it's Zhongsheng too. Why is this not in alphabetical order? Wait, what the heck? Oh wait, no, wait. Zhongsheng... Qualify. This is Zhongsheng 2. Oh wait, I don't know this team at all. I thought it was the first Zhongsheng. Wait, what the heck? Is Wikipedia right about this? I thought I knew what I was going to be casting. Maybe I don't. League. Also, I have a sub goal for Rage Forest now. Every 100 subs, I'm going to add $100 to the prize pool. Hello, Messenger. How did the YouTube chat not show up? Can we get another YouTube chat in here? I want to see if that shows up on the overlay. It should. Okay, that does. Type your league again if you're around. I'll hope that shows up. All right, Claude stopped giving me code earlier. So is this really Zhongsheng 2? I hate how Wikipedia shows up before the actual website. Zhongsheng C10. Yeah, they lost to the Capybaras in round 1. Wikipedia is very wrong. I'm not imagining this, right? Like, oh, there we go. There's the league. Now shut up. This is not Zhongsheng 2. Yeah, I did beat Swomi earlier. Twist is confused because I think some information is wrong. When I was growing up, we learned never to trust the wikis. Now we need to learn never to trust the AIs. We have some drafts, and I think we're gonna get ordered games for this. No. Get my scenes managed properly. There. Maps and civs. There we go. Now we have the overlay. Alright. And I'll need to clean out my save game folder a bit so that we can actually find the games. Just get everything moved to the right spot. Also clear out that old restore file. Delete. Alright, now we're good. Wasn't Team Viper versus Mihai yesterday? Oh, I forgot to update my Twitch title again. I don't know why I've been forgetting to do that. Update my title. So right, this is LY versus CNDS. I didn't write the full name. The league boosted by so many names in the title. There, now the Twitch title's accurate. Is this a recorded game? This is a recorded game. I guess they just wanted to adjust the schedule, so I don't know. I don't know if the Chinese players stream their matches usually. Alright, I'm gonna trust that this is actually the Daniel Bad Koala Jibatong team. And not the other one, and Xuanlu. Probably gonna see Koala, Jibatong, and Xuanlu. Because I don't recognize the other Zhongsheng 2 team, and I doubt that they would make it all the way to the finals over Uxmal. Or I mean over Suomi. Oh, why I lost to Wonders. That's the Chinese teams? Yep, the Chinese teams. What's up, Palo Noob Netrum? So again, check the timestamps for the YouTube VOD. There we go. Check the YouTube timestamps. Let me just so I don't need to update this. League qualifying matches. Yep, and we'll do this, then swap to Rage Force once it starts. So again, check the... I'll put a comment with the timestamps in the YouTube VOD. Hopefully we get this set done. So hopefully they actually do start in 5 minutes and the Rex will be fast. We'll see if we stick to the schedule. So, the first map will be Crescent. Oh, the water map. Then LY has Cape of Storms and Enemy Archipelago. Zhongsheng has Menindi and Grand Barra. We could be seeing a lot of water maps. Some wood trade. That's a new thing that I don't think I've actually used myself yet, the wood trade. So much random stuff's been added that I haven't even seen it yet. The wood trade. I'm just waiting to see that in Pawns on Rage Forest. Hopefully they're just posted in the game info tab. There's some link to Rex I just saw somewhere. But top civs, looks like the water priority of the Japanese and Italians first. Chinese... I don't know how dragon ships do on the other water maps other than migration. Chinese, probably the best migration pocket now. Who is Siesta? Guy who is hosting an AoE 2 tournament. He doesn't have a Twitch stream, so I just put his name in the title. Alright, I'm going to try to get a second set of ads out of the way since we're waiting for the Rex. Hopefully that means we don't have ads. We also had Teutons there for Zhongsheng towards the end of the draft. I always like seeing a good Teutons pick. Probably, I guess Teutons are for one of the land maps, Mendi or Grand Barra. Although I guess they could be a Cape of Storms pick too. Maybe a Trush Civ for Grand Barra. Khmer have, I think, been the best pocket on Grand Barra so far. There's no great way of stopping the elephants. Once they get boomed, and it's hard to stop the boom with the way the map's set up. Yeah, I guess Persian war elephants would be the better elephants, but it takes too long to get to them, and by then the Khmer have won the middle. I don't know if there are other civs that could play elephant pocket as well as Khmer. I guess Malay have the discount. Burmese and Vietnamese are the other elephant civs. Alright, still waiting for the Rex to get posted. I would still think LY is a very heavy favorite in this match, and I would expect a 3-0. But I was also expecting them to be the favorite against Wonders last week. But I don't think Zhongsheng is going to be as surprising. Wonders shouldn't even be a surprise, there's just maybe a question mark about could they work together, and they definitely could, it would seem. So let's see... Rex now? I'm waiting for the Rex. And maybe precisely at 11:30 we'll get the Rex. It's 11:29 right now. Just waiting for a post. I had my time zones mixed up this morning. I thought it was going to be 10:30. Could maybe gotten a little bit more sleep. Let's see. Okay, I see Danny has a scene up now. Hopefully that means we're going to start. And 11:30 sharp, Rex. Nope, don't see the Rex yet. Why did they forfeit? I guess they couldn't schedule. Seems like Slam was away, and then their other 3 players couldn't find a time where they could schedule. I guess they have a very big difference in time zones, with Chart being in Japan. So I'm not sure what was going to happen there. I don't know where Timo is. Niaz is then in France. We have, I think, a bit more flexibility in dealing with scheduling difficulties in Rage Forest because we do have the replacement player pool. Is this live or is this Rex? These are going to be Rex. Wait, that's Daniela's chat. I'm looking at her. I'm just waiting for someone to start. Just want to see you there. Oh, is he Moroccan? I just want to use the French flag. But that there would be some overlap there, I guess. I don't know what Lingy 1 means. I do not speak Chinese. Siesta is French. Don't ask about siesta, though. We're talking about Niaz. Oh, unless you mean Timo. Yeah, I'm not sure where Timo is. Pretty sure Niaz is from France. Yeah, and still just waiting for the Rex to be posted. It's a tech company in China. Yeah, I don't know nothing about what it actually is, other than it sponsors the team. Yeah, still just waiting for the drafts. I want these Rex to be posted so that we can get them casted before Rage Forest. Oh, Siesta's typing. Hopefully that means we have Rex. He is typing. ... Oh, he stopped typing. A little coincident. I'm doing well, thank you, thank you. I am eagerly waiting on someone typing in Discord, watching the dots. Watching them appear and disappear. Oh, so we're waiting. We're waiting. I hope you're doing well, Coincident. We got a lot of tournaments to cast today, so... Right now, we're casting the League. They had a few scheduling changes. One of the teams wasn't able to schedule, so they had to forfeit their set. And now to try to keep everything back to back, they're doing recorded games of this set, which was played earlier today, at presumably a time zone that was more comfortable for the Chinese teams, and just waiting for the green light to go cast these. Then later on today, we'll have the main event. We'll have some Rage Forest. We have Ganji, ACCM, and then there are 2 sets after that. We'll figure out what to cast depending on the time. During the latest DLC of Grim Dawn, which is huge. Yeah, I saw you've been streaming that. And, okay, we have... The typing in Discord has been completed. I have a folder of recorded games. I think we're good to get started here. Oh, we got a raid. Someone's raiding us. Thank you, Otter, for the raid. Thank you. You're just in time for us to get started here on Crescent. And I'm going to need, as we start, a moment to go and get all the names of the Chinese players written into the overlay properly. Have to figure out who's who. This is always fun. So, right. Here we are. So this is going to be Ling Yuan. This is going to be Xian Zong Sheng. Does that fit? That does just fit. So this is Bad Koala. I don't know which player these 2 are. So Yo is obviously Yo. Lix is Lix. And then that must make the remaining player Vivi. One of these is Jibatong. And the other's Xuanlu. And because the games are live, I have no way of figuring out which is which. Let me do this. The LY logo, the ZS, CNZS. Alright. Does anyone in chat know which is which? Who is who? One of them... let's see, maybe in their prior sets. Wait, you can do some research here. Alright, if I go to the dashboard, and I look at the tournament, and I look at the semifinals, it doesn't have their... If I click on Xuanlu, does it have alternate names for him? No. 98T is Jibatong? That's what I'm thinking. I'm gonna say this is Jibatong, and this then is Xuanlu. And we're gonna go with that. What happened to OS? They couldn't schedule, and they had to forfeit their set because they couldn't schedule. I think Slam is away, and the time zone's probably of Niaz, Timo, and Chart. Chart being from Japan, Timo from, or Niaz from France, and Timo, I'm not sure where he's from. I'm forgetting where off the top of my head. But it seemed like they just weren't able to schedule, so their opponents ended up getting the win by default. And that's always the difficulty in Age of Empires, scheduling for the team game tournaments. Is from Morocco? Okay, someone else said he's from Morocco. He might be. And Morocco has a few high-level AoE2 players. So over here are the boars taken for Vivi. So pretty much a standard water map, but you have one side that has land connecting it, and the other that's separate. So you can go from the inside to the outside. Kind of similar to Rooster, if you remember that map from the good old days. Only with a bit of a hill and some unwallable rock terrain. And I'll have a deer pushed in here from Vivi. So he's getting off to a good start. And the big question will be for these 2 flanked players, where do they dock and how much do they focus on water versus land? They both docked to the outside. And the difference between the teams so far is that Yo, as the pocket, has docked the middle, and Xuanlu's docked the outside. So, Lithuanians, Vikings, Bengalis, 3 very water-focused civs. Lithuanians, of course, start with an extra 100 food, so they can get a very fast dock and fishing ships out right away by concentrating on wood early when they don't need to take as many sheep. Second dock on the outside, that's interesting though. Lix is the Vikings. They've been a great water civ forever, and we'll probably try to get longboats as a new DLC with more Viking civs being added. That'll be out later this year. We saw that announcement the other day. And then Jibbertung as the Malay. So Malay Italian flanks. And then something of a cav pocket for each of the teams. And should be pretty easy to collect relics as the Lithuanians on this map. And a very easy 2 relics there, and a third that should be pretty easy to grab. So 2, if not 3 relics should be pretty much free for Yo. The Lithuanians, of course, get that extra attack on their Knight and Unique unit lines every time they get a relic. Don't think they're going to grab a 4th. Looks like there's 1 relic per player. These little dots on the map are whales. They're not water relics, as cool as that would be. Maybe we can have an entire rock, paper, scissors of different types of longboats? That'd be something else if they add so many longboats. I saw it looked like there was a longboat that was on land being carried, so that might be a thing. Maybe that was just a campaign-only scenery object. That actually sounds legit scary. Imagine someone taking their longboats, sailing them over here, walking them across land, and then deploying them over here. That'd be crazy. The land boat, yes. Alright, so fast uptimes. Surprise, surprise, it was the Chinese player who hosted the game, so all of the age-up messages will be in Chinese. But if it takes population? A house? I mean, it probably does take population because it's the longboat. But just being able to move it across land. I did use a mod. That was my raid alert. That was a mod from years ago where longboats could transport units. City of Lakes would suddenly be playable. So we'll have a lot of galleys coming out here from Jibbertung and Lix. Seems like it's galleys straight for both of them. Weak scout for Jibbertung. And the spear and scout are forward. Looks like the range will be denied or delayed slightly. But the scout will go down. So Vivi losing the scout just to get better timing and his archers coming forward. And it's going to be a quick skirm from Bad Koala. He'll open with a skirm against the archers. So usually in a team game, you don't want to be going skirms because the pocket will have enough scouts that eventually it'll be enough numbers in Archer Scout versus Archer Skirm that usually the Archer Scout wins. But if the pocket in a 3v3 is going scouts and helping the other side, or isn't focused fully on scouts, maybe if they're trying to fight for water, then you have more room to get the skirms out to counter the archers. So there's a Deadville, a couple of quick walls trying to trap the archers in by the skirms as more archers come forward. And Vivi will try to pick one of these vills from Koala, and that vill goes down. It's a nice opening with the raid, a couple of vills killed. And even the skirms, before they get their armor, if archers have fletching, they can fight them decently. We saw that right there. So the Hulk now patrolling the waters as a few skirms keep coming out, and without any scout support from the pocket, Vivi will lose the archers, but not really at risk of being counterattacked. He's mostly walled. And it is only feudal skirms for now. So Castle Age for both pockets. Magyar's pockets for Xuanlu, not really a water civ, the Magyars. But will be a great cavalry civ for playing on land. And I imagine, yeah, there come the scouts. Coming down over here towards Bad Koala. And it's not a game where you're trying to go help one side or the other. There's one side you're focused on because of the land crossing. And because of this rock terrain, players will be fully open. They can't wall from here all the way to the edge. Unless you're Armenians or Georgians, you can do a mule cart wall. Yeah, unless transport shenanigans are involved, that's true. You could transport across the narrow gap on the other side. So a Hulk war, as Shrinlu's trying to defend his fishing ships from Lix, will do so. Maybe he needs to move the docks along and grab a few more fishing spots. As the scouts from Shrinlu now arriving, Yo is not over here in time. And between the scouts and a couple of skirms, the rest of this army from Vivi will be picked off. So Zhongsheng up in military numbers. As the galleys from Jibitang will be pushing Lix fairly well. He always has to worry about Lix getting to the castle age and doing longboats, but Lix, no food, seemingly hasn't been able to click up. Bad Koala is up. Honestly, I think things are looking pretty good for Zhongsheng so far. As I said, I would have expected LY to be a pretty heavy favorite. It feels like Jibitang has some good numbers. Let's see, maybe he's getting chased a bit too much by Lix. He's going to try to sail where he only needs to fight the galleys one group at a time. But nice job by Lix moving his galleys to head these off. And chasing from behind at the same time, he'll be able to take down everything here. And all the galleys will sink to the bottom of the sea. We'll have a third TC here for Yo. So that's a 3 TC boom for him. Second TC for Shunlu. We all know Yo likes to boom. And a couple of scouts will try to delay the relics from Yo as best they can. Shunlu knows the Lithuanian player really wants those relics. And the scouts will go for the monk. And here the Hulks will be fighting against each other. With Bad Koala, I think he's winning that. Vivi getting pushed a bit up to the castle age now. But the flanks from LY, much slower to go up. But investing more in feudal. And it feels like Lix did manage now to push Jibitang back on the water. But Jibitang still has a good number of fishing ships alive. And he'll get some fire ships out. And he'll want to push this quickly before Lix gets up, because he'll complement it with longboats, and the longboats will help deal with the fires easily. Galleys will run away, chased by the fires. And Jibitang with a few fires can also think about pushing these docks. But it'll be at least 4 docks, maybe a 5th soon from Lix, pumping out longboats. And once the longboats come out, I think that Zhongsheng is going to be very hard-pressed to hold the water against the Vikings player. Maybe they have a bit of life on the outside with Bad Koala. But in the middle of the longboats, I'd expect them to dominate. And I don't think this is ever... Yeah, this is wide enough. I was thinking maybe at some point it's close enough that you could go for a dock block if you get on both sides, but looks like that's not the case. So wheelbarrow here for Shunlu, as we'll get Yo Xing saying, hey, there's ships here. I need you to clear them so I can use my fish. And we get the War Hulks now, the medium upgrade here to the bottom left as the archers from Vivi will loop around. And some walling from Bad Koala as he goes for another TC himself. He'll try to keep those archers out. There is one gap that he didn't wall, but he thinks he has the bigger army, so he's just going to run and try to intercept this right away. Take down the archers here. And we'll have another TC from Vivies. He's going Elephant Archers. Alright, so this is now crucial in the middle. How do the initial fights go against Licks? Are they able to prevent Licks from getting longboat numbers? So far, it looks like 3 longboats. And the Warhulks become quickly ineffective against the longboats, to say the least. I think the only hope you have is a combo of the war galleys and fire ships, but your Warhulks will die. They have low pierce armor, so the longboats take them out quickly. The fire is a bit tankier, and they will get the fish. So Jibitog not off the water yet. He's trying to find a place where he can engage, or he's just gonna run away. Maybe go for Yo's fish. Try to keep Yo from getting an economy established and hope that their pocket, Xuan Lu, can maybe get the bigger boom. But Yo is mostly fishing on the outside. There are some whales in the corners where you can get gold. And the Warhulks in the south are pushing the dock and getting pushed back by Bad Koala. Oh, the Hulks. The wonder of the Hulks and the tiny damage they do to each other. I think it's 3 damage and they have good HP. It's one of the slowest fights there is. But now here comes... Oh, through an overchop in the wood line. Yo gets in with knights and he can come pouring into Bad Koala's base. Bad Koala is probably looking at the water trying to manage the Hulk situation. And now he has to run his entire economy back to his town centers. And Yo, look at this. He's even gonna grab a relic. Right now, he already has 3. This will be his 4th. He'll unlock the full power of the Lithuanians. And knights are already pretty darn good at slaughtering vills. He needs to get that +2 attack. And he'll be really good just to spam knights. And at this point, the elephant archers somewhat prevent the Magyar player from opening Cav Archer. Simply because the elephant archers have so much HP. And then you're going knights. But knight versus knight when the Lithuanians have the better knights doesn't feel good. Monk's gonna try to get conversions everywhere. There are no vills in the TC to shoot the monks. And the knight is converted back. The monk should go down to... Oh, wait, never mind. Wrong team. I always get confused in the team games sometimes when I see the colors and they're not what I'm expecting. Yellow monk's red TC, they're allied. And green monk there is what has to be shot by the TC. That's the most hard thing about the team games. Keeping track of the colors. And Castle Drop from Jupitan. We talked about transport shenanigans earlier. He does have a transport ship. So he's going to go for that Malay castle drop and try to spam Karambits into Lix's economy. He'll have a lumber camp there, and if he gets another castle, he can go forward and try to drop again. Gets a castle like right here, that'd be so sick, right in the middle of the eco. He should be able to buy his way, buy his way up to Imp soon. And then buy another castle if he needs it. Outpost going up. It's fine while they don't mix hot and cold. That's the thing, the purple sometimes feels to me like it's on the wrong team. Like it belongs with the blue, green, and cyan team. So, Elephant Archers being as strong as you might expect. They have so much HP for a Castle Age unit. And that TC, Bad Koala. Yeah, maybe there's a raid over here, but we have a counter castle. We have some romantic castles now. They'll be kissing each other on the corner. They need murder holes to shoot at each other. Did they both do murder holes? Wait. They don't have murder holes. Wait, how are they shooting each other then? Did this one do murder holes? And no. Is there a gap between them? That house is obscuring maybe a gap between them. Okay. Usually they need to be at least one tile apart to shoot each other. Maybe they're off by a tile. Ah, this one might be one tile back. And maybe they're not romantic after all. Alright, so we got a market here. That'll go down to the Karambits. And Lix at least is taking a good bit of damage. Rams are difficult to use against Karambits, but easier when they're covered by a castle. Okay, yeah, looks like the Ram gonna sit in the gap. Well, the Trebs are out for Jibbertong. They have 2 Trebs, and if you can take that castle down, maybe even hop in, hop out, destroy a Ram. Should be good. He's gonna do another castle. So Jibbertong just pressing with the castles. Vivi gonna do a town center. That's a lot of monks now for Bad Koala. Italians are pretty good monk civ themselves. Yo upgrading a light cab, and he's gonna try to go for the light cab to deal with the monks. He's adding in more stables there. That's a lot of Magyar Knights, though, to protect the monks. And those stables may be a bit too forward for Yo if the Knights are able to take them down. These forward Vills will probably be killed. Some Cavaliers now for Yo, since he is up to Imp. But it's a flank up to Imp against a Pocket who's up to Imp. And usually that means the Pocket's going to win, because they'll have more eco. That's 96 Vills to 122. And some Cavaliers fighting the Karambits underneath the castle fire. Pikemen come out for Jibbertong trying to protect the Trebs. And the Cavaliers do go down, but now Jibbertong is left trying to get out Karambits to save the castle and destroy the Rams. Should be able to do that just fine, but now Yo is forward. And Noah, thank you very much for the sub. Thanks for using your Prime sub. Let's see, that alert should show up in a minute. I don't know why OBS and the alerts are out of sync, but there we go.
Barbarossa, I do hate to strike you when you're down, but the Lombard League has agreed that I would make a better emperor. So sorry.
Oh, good old Henry the Lion betraying you. So, Paladins from Yo as the Pocket on the way. We'll have an X on the other side as those Paladins now are raiding Jibbertong. And this is looking like it's over. This is looking like Yo is right where he wants to be. Ready to carry Lithuanians with 4 relics. He's going to have what are probably the strongest Paladins in the game with those relics. It's a long upgrade, and maybe the Magyar stables going burr with all these knights could clean the first raid up. Yo just needs to run and wait for that upgrade. And he's done the damage. We're now down to 73 and 39 pills for the 2 flanks of Zhongsheng. Vivi's even got a lot of elephants moving in. Pikes on the way for Vivi. As the Trebs take down a TC. And Jibbertong still has something of a push going. And some quick walls to try to keep Yo's Paladins away. But he's 3-2-1 Paladin time. And now he'll turn and fight the Cavaliers with the Paladins. At least Xuanlu was able to get the Cavalier upgrade. But now it's his turn to wait for Paladin as he's just trying to wall. But the push continues as Vivi will get a forward castle. He's up to Imp, so he's getting ready to trip Bad Koala. And with some crossbows coming out now from Lix, he's still in the castle age, but the crossbowmen and a couple of berserks will help against all of those halbs. Some Condottieri added in. It'll be okay against the crossbows because they're speedy, they can run and close the gap. Trebs here, 4 against the castle. The Trebs should go down in a moment. I remember Henry the Lion sounding that happy about betraying Barbarossa. Yeah, that was the scenario I always did the speed run of building the Wonder. So I don't think Henry ever actually reached the trigger where he betrayed you. That was in the second Henry scenario, so the Barbarossa 4. I think the one people mostly remember is Barbarossa 2, but he betrays you that second time. So Paladin here just about to come in for Xuanlu. And, well, just about, I mean 40 seconds away. And those elephants are stacked up on the forest. They will take a while to go down. They have a lot of hit points. So the paladins finally do clear them. And Krebs will be exchanging shots by this castle. Vivi will come forward with his elephants. But one good charge of paladins on the monks with elephants. If you're targeting the monks, they'll go down. Yo has another wave of paladins behind this. Look at how strong they are. They're 14 plus 6 attack. And Genoese crossbowmen plus monk. I don't know if there's a better combo of units that Bad Koala could be doing as the Italians, but I think he's way too far behind. They don't have the numbers over here for this fight. And more paladins are on the way, but they feel late. The other side's getting pushed too, as this castle from Jibbatong finally will fall. The crossbowmen and a couple of berserks helping out mightily against the halbs. And now, Koala getting pushed. Still on only 31 vills, so once those Genoese crossbowmen go down, there's no replenishing them. No replacing them. And he has a bunch of vills here that could die too. Elephant archers finding and focusing the monks there. And there are the GGs as Lingguan will win game number 1. Behind some great pocket play from Yo, had 230 kills and 64k res collected. So GG's for LY. As I said, I do expect them to be the winning team in this set. So I'll just take a quick pause so I can get an ad out of the way. And that way we don't get ahead of the mainstream. But I'll update the civs then. So that's Crescent won by LY. And for civs, that was Lithuanians, Vikings, and Bengalis. Where are the Bengalis? There they are. Oh, right next to each other. Against Magyars, the Italians, the very first pick Italians, and the Malay. So some pretty high civ picks used there, Zhongshan. And game 2 will indeed be Grand Barre. The name's all set up again. Alright, give it another few seconds before we start. Alright, and let's go. So, game number 2 will be on Grand Barre. I need to update the map in my overlay. Where are we? Where are we? Grand Barre. There we are. So, we'll have Lix as the blue Tatars, Yo as the green Franks, and Vivi as the cyan Shu. Against Xuanlu as the red Portuguese, Bad Koala as the yellow Poles, and Jibbatong as the purple Saracens. So the map is Grand Barre, where it's essentially the opposite of Chaos Pit. All the gold is in the middle. You start on the outside, and you have to chop through to get to it. Each player has 4 tiles of stone and 2x2 tiles of gold. But the rest of the resources are on the inside. There are some stones scattered about on the outside occasionally. But you are mostly trying to control the gold tiles that have cracked terrain near them, so it can be a bit tricky to control them. And there are a bunch of relics in the middle too. How I've usually seen this map played is actually with a Chimera Pocket. They seem to be the top civ from what I've gathered. That if you know someone's gonna have a Cav Pocket, you can pick a civ such as the Hindustanis or the Gajurs with really good camels, or even the Saracens as a pocket. And then play camels against knights, cavaliers, paladins, and have a pretty good matchup. But when the Chimera come out and they have elephants, elephants just stormroll over the map. Camels don't have enough bonus attack against them. And you're kind of... it's easy to get to your late game composition because the pockets are so far apart that they can have a really safe boom, and you can even see players boom on the outside and survive on only 4 tiles of gold. You do have 3,200 gold out here, and maybe some market usage, before needing to venture to the middle. So there are different ways to boom on the map. You could be more aggressive with middle TCs if you really want the gold control. Poles and Franks have different timings. Poles are about using the Folvark farms to get a good economy, and then do Schluck privileges and spam Cavaliers around the map. Franks are all about getting the Paladins and playing late game where they'll have all the extra hit points. So in total, stronger unit for the Franks, as Yo's going to go for the double Zebra push. Can he get this properly done? Looks okay. Elephants do counter camels, pretty much. Camels have a bonus attack against elephants that's much smaller than their bonus against cavalry. And elephants are so powerful that they end up beating the camels. So if you're a civ that has good camels, but you don't have halbs, you can struggle mightily against elephants. As Yo will be getting that zebra in underneath his TC. House goes up there for him by that barracks. And interesting that he's opening with a barracks and that he's up so quickly. So he could be going Frank Scouts and just playing this like a normal feudal game instead of booming. Interesting, interesting. So the scout goes down to Xuanlu as the militia keep hoovering around a bit. Doing a bit of hoovering. And we'll have double ranges from licks, so playing this like a standard Arabia game, pretty much. Let's see, I'm getting tagged because someone spammed Viper's Discord with Discord bot spam. Man, those Discord bots are out of control. That's the worst thing about being a mod in Discords. Someone else goes and cleans up the bots, and all that you have are a whole bunch of tags from people tagging the mods. Right, anyway, Scout's pushing through for Gibertong or against Gibertong, as he'll try to wall up. Does successfully get the walls, so Yo will have to go try to play Scouts against the Men-at-Arms for Xuanlu. We'll see if Xuanlu decides to upgrade them. Licks with a very compact base, not really threatened. Who is sending us totally legit crypto this time? Oh man, look at how compactly Yo has walled his base. Completely safe from the Men-at-Arms, and he can send his scouts over in case the Men-at-Arms go past to Vivi. I shouldn't say Men-at-Arms, they're still militia. But Bad Koala, Market Blacksmith will have a free boom as the Poles, and their Folvark farms are incredibly strong. Speaking of the Poles, there's supposed to be a LAN in Poland next year, at a Polish castle. That sounds pretty cool. There's like an AoE 4 event there, too. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people do that, Hagrider. You have a channel that clearly says, don't post here. And then if you post there, you get banned. But that's been a trend recently. And it seems like the type of thing that spam bots very easily could identify and just not post there. So I don't know how effective that's going to be in the long run of a deterrent. It certainly does work against the most careless of spam bots. So, Yo with the scouts cleans up everything in the back. I am, though, just a bit worried now about the pole player having a good timing with the Schlachter privilege now if Yo is slowed down. Name it something else. Maybe you just have the bot detect that, like, the channel has 1 or 2 messages and don't post in the channel unless it's an active channel, something like that. Temporary solution, best solution. Ah, so there's Bad Koala. Up to the feudal age. More walls added in for Gibbertong in front of the tower to keep his woodline safe. Maybe he might get a bit of annoyance done, but shouldn't really kill anything with the tower there. This channel intentionally left blank. So stone walls now from Lix. He'll be up and down his side of the map. And so far, no overchop, really, so no one able to get in. You go up to the castle age, but this is a 1, 2, 3 TC boom here for Bad Koala. And he's getting off to a good start with this boom. I gotta say, he's gonna be super far ahead of Yo in his economy if that boom continues smoothly. And it should with all the Polish farms. Oh, he needs to... You need to finish the Folvark. Okay, I was worried. I think you still need to do that even after the farming change. Finish the Folvark first. Before doing the farms. Maybe that changed, though. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I know the farm upgrades apply retroactively. You don't need to finish it first. Okay, okay. And presumably each farm only drops off once, so you can't just farm the farms for food by repeatedly deleting and remaking the Folvark. So the archers here from Lix, helping the scouts from Yo put pressure on Schwinlu. I plan to try that out. Hopefully. I hope they thought of that. But the Folvark has been in the game long enough that I hope they did. That is actually one of the bonuses that I really like. A lot of the new stuff does feel kind of gimmicky, but I like how the Folvark, it doesn't subtract anything. You can still do normal farms around the TC if you want to, but it gives you a bit of an addition, and it focuses on base building, where now you have to figure out where to put the farms by the Folvark. And it's not like the fortified churches, where it's infinitely spam churches. You have to be kind of clever about how you place things and line them up. Of all the stuff they've added, this might be my favorite of their ideas. Base buildings are nice and give a unique feel. Yep. Yeah, kind of the opposite of the settlements from the American Civs, where it feels like it's the same building repeated. I think someone said the settlements need to have graphics like houses, so your base actually looks slightly different. Otherwise, it's just every one of those lumber camps would be a settlement. And then instead of 3 different buildings, it's one unit all over, or it's one building all over. Perfect width for farming placement. My favorite idea I had ever seen from a Reddit post was make a farming bonus where the farms are 3x2 and you can rotate them like gates. So you can then arrange your farms however you want in different angles. Because 2x2 farms has been a custom bonus for a while. Since I know it was in the Realms mod back on Voobly, and it's been in the Civ Builder events. Okay, a couple of TCs up here for Lix. As well as another TC for Schwinlu. Yeah, auto farming. We should just take auto farm away. It's still so frustrating to use auto farm and you spam click the mill. I'm all for making farms easier to place, but I think you need good UI practices. Instead of spam click a mill and your farm pops up over here when there's no space. So foraging for Koala, as he's doing the castle, and the castle will lead to Schlachta privileges. He'll need to chop through to the middle, maybe. As he's starting to add in his stables. And maybe we'll need to see some defensive castles? I don't know what Yo's gonna do here. Yeah, he can do Frank Knights, but the only thing they get is free bloodlines in the Castle Age. Otherwise, they're normal knights. It's a late game when they get Chivalry and have the faster working stables. And they'll get all the extra HP on Cavaliers and Paladins that they'll shine. The Castle Age, cheap, fully upgraded knights for the Poles is going to be insane when Yo's team doesn't have a proper camel or elephant counter. "3v2 would take a lot of APM. That's the point. That's the point. Put APM into the base building. So, the knights are free whenever Bad Koala wishes to delete the wall and unleash them. And there he goes as soon as the Vills get out of the way, hopping into the TC to clear the passage. He'll be trying to open this a bit and then doing a gate in front. Oh, the pathfinding on this map is something to just admire. just the things that players have to do on these wood lines. Very, very Age of Empires-esque. You're gonna be grabbing relics too with that monk. Trying to grab them. I'll have Wheelbarrow just finished for Yo. He'll try to grab a conversion. He'll have some light cav hoovering around in case of enemy monks. There is a conversion and potentially another one, but Yo gonna opt for the relic instead. There are a lot of crossbowmen from Xunlu. Oop, I accidentally opened. I hit the Windows key. You won't see that castle. But he will group up with Bad Koala, kill the lion, and try to move in, as Yo will get a defensive castle up. Castles will be much more effective at stopping the crossbowmen than they will be at stopping the knights. Knights with armor and some HP can sit underneath castles for a bit. And Yo doesn't have too many vills in the castle, actually, only 5. And this could actually be a doubt castle from Yo. And I was really afraid of the pole pocket and the timing they'd have against the Franks. That is a forward castle from Xunlu. Where are the vills? He's got 8 vills walking across the map. But right now, this foundation from Yo has been denied. His monks are going to go down to the knights, or at least one of them will. The crossbowmen have to be careful not to dive the TC too far. But this has been amazing. Perfect timing now. And look at Bad Koala's score. Look at how powerful the pole pocket was. That's why I was afraid of the scouts from Yo. I didn't think he'd be able to do damage early enough. And Bad Koala has done what he needed to do, I think. Get the timing as the poles. And deleted castle from Yo, so deleted foundation from Xunlu. Some cav archers will come over from Lakes. Where are those vills gonna go? They gotta go for another castle now. It'll be a full rainbow, though, as 3 players on LY are trying to take one fight together. It's a large fight extending across the map, but here we go. Purple crossbows coming to back up the vills doing the castle. There's a mangonel forward for Vivi. There's one way to throw the game. It's by being too aggressive with a doubt castle. But I think this team just might have the army numbers. Yo has to do a defensive castle, which will lose his farms to this castle from Xunlu. And the crossbowmen from Vivi have to get back. And there will be a TC up for Yo. As the cav archers do some dancing. And the castle is up. There'll be a TC on the gold. And in all likelihood, we'll see some organ guns from Xunlu. As the other two, as we have, okay, lots of players. We'll have Bad Koala, Jibbertong, Yo, and Vivi all up to Imp. Vivi is the shoe, has a castle on the outside, but would need to do traction trebs. Hello, Ray Cliffy. I've never actually played Anno. No, I haven't. I would like to do maybe like some YouTube videos about other RTS games occasionally. I'll need to figure out the right angle to make it fit the channel, whether it's a comparison to AoE 2 or just a review of other RTS games. Well, I could maybe start with Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds, Rise of Nations, and go from there. So this is a forward castle here from Xuanlu, and that's going to destroy that TC. This is, oh, such a good play from them. So they clearly came prepared for this map. And there's Imperial Age finally for the lakes, so everyone should be up to Amp Xuanlu 2. Lakes, 93 Vills, Yo 97, but the pocket, Bad Koala 130. Demolishing town centers. Yo is Imp. And we'll get a TC up. And I do think that the Franks, in the long run still, will be a great Imperial Age civ against the Poles. The problem is, Jibbertong now has a castle, and if he wins this Shrub War, he'll be able to go Mamluks. And that'll give even more problems for Yo. So Stonewall there took a while to go down. But now both groups of archers from the other team will get in. And that's a lot of Vills that are threatened and now have to run for Vivi. On the other side, there are a lot of Cav archers moving around for lakes, but they're not really hitting anything. As the Vills here are getting massacred, a few traction shrubs come out. They'll be fighting the Knights and the Vills, and this TC will now go down and start collapsing for Vivi. As the Cavaliers still raiding. And I think Zhongsheng has this game in the bag now. Yo's starting to treb, and so does LY, as they will call the GG. I called that at just the right time. Oh, 73 losses for Vivi, and I don't think that was the right way to play at all for Yo. Opening scouts as the Franks makes the perfect opening for Bad Koala. He doesn't care about the units lost. He'll lose 54 knights. He's the Poles, they're cheap. 40 kills. And beautiful game from Zhongsheng. Gotta hand it to them. Picking up a win against LY. So I guess that means I'm probably not going to get to cast this whole set before Rage Forest, but I think we'll get at least one more game. So let me see that. They did win Menandy. And oh, only positive vibes. Thank you very much for the raid. The alert requires at least 2 viewers, but thank you for the raid. So, what did we have there? That was Franks, Tatars, and Shu. Losing to Portuguese. Oh, there we are. Poles and Saracens. Well, thank you very much. That is just the alert spam protection to avoid situations where I get 1 viewer raids. Because people can spam them, and I've seen that spammed before. Probably not necessary, though, anymore. That was years ago. Anyway, we'll get the next game in just a moment. I'm just gonna give... sure that Daniela has time to start on her stream, which she does. So, alright, let's just jump into it then. Drink some water, and we should be good to go here on Cape of Storms. And as always, I need to remind myself to update the map name. Alright, so we will have Zhongsheng to the west. It'll be the flank will be Koala as the Wu, the pocket will be Jibitong as the Chinese, and the super pocket will be Xuanlu as the Huns. For LY, the flank will be Lix as the Malians, the pocket will be Vivi as the Georgians, and the super pocket will be Yo as the Jurchens. Now, I'm calling them the super pocket because they're the farthest inland, but they are kind of versus each other. In some ways, really the only true pockets are Vivi and Jibitong. They just have a bit more access to the water. And why is it called Cape of Storms? One, because it is a cape. You have to sail around the bottom of the map. And two, there are storms. All of these water hills, they are the storms. So ships get hill bonuses just like land units do. And you can sit atop the standing waves with your ships and use the storm to rain hill bonus arrows down. Literally to rain fire down upon your enemies with the fire ships. And ooh, nice gap in the middle of that gold. Build a watchtower there in the middle. That'd be sick. Rain Hulk hooks down. Grapple them and pull them up. It's like they're falling down, you're trying to save them. Like, grab onto the rope, we'll pull you up. So ostrich push there. And now we'll have a big... You also have to be careful about these Bobab trees in the middle. So the way the Bobab forest works is they have 200 wood per tree, compared to the acacia trees, which have 150, and the normal trees, which have 100. But for the acacia and Bobab trees, when you place the terrain, you don't have a tree on every single tile like you do for a normal forest or a normal terrain patch. What happens is the terrain spawns, and for the acacia trees, there's a 75% chance per tile that a tree spawns, and for the Bobab trees, there's a 50% chance. So, if you try to run through the middle, usually there's a good chance you'll find a passageway. And you see all the relics hidden among these trees, too. So, it's a bit deceptive. Maybe you feel safe with the forest there, but you're not. Because you can get through the middle. But you can wall it, but it's really hard to wall and make sure you don't have a hole. They did go for the height bonus by having fore and aft castles. So all players up to feudal at the same time. And we'll have a lumber camp for Bad Koala now. As Yo is up to the feudal age, and... yeah, see, Vivi, he's walling to the wood line, but there are right now 1, 2, 3, 4 holes that units could still pour through. As we'll have a scout fight, but Koala's Vills can get involved. There'll be a barracks for Jibitong. As houses start to go up. And everyone will be reaching feudal. Now, who has docked? The difference here is Yo has not docked. As the Jurchens, he's staying fully on land and going scouts. Even our Hun player, Xuanlu, did dock. Also, the Huns, it's a 9-ville start, so they start with 2 houses. You just pretend those don't exist. Pop space won't matter. I guess it would matter if someone were to go Redemption Monks and convert them. But that's about it. So we'll have a bunch of stone walls going up for Xuanlu. As Vills will start to wall them up, and we'll have more stone walls going to the edge. A couple of scouts getting in for Yo now on Xuanlu's wood line. He does have Loom, but nevertheless loses a villager. Scouts take a bit of damage, so Xuanlu can chase them now. We'll have the Man-at-Arms upgrade in, as the Men-at-Arms for Lix will hoover around, and Jibitong will try to race them to wall among the trees, and find every little gap he can to plug the gaps with walls, but the Men-at-Arms will get through eventually. And there's Lix Xing saying, I'm through. Hello, G. Grady. He would be griefing not to build a watchtower in that perfect gold spot. Yes. We need Licks to get a Vil forward, put an aggressive tower there. Oh, that would be perfect. That would be a Licks thing for sure. Up that knight, or that scout, not finding a way through those trees. Xuanlu is still trying to wall up, also trying to wall to the edge of the map to keep himself safe from the north. On the water, among the waves, 2 hulks for Bad Koala sail forward, grappling with Vivi's hulks. The green hulk, the very appropriate hulk, ready to smash. There's a couple of Vils here for Xuanlu go down. And on this side, Men-at-Arms forced back by the Archer. They'll have Blacksmith up for Jibbatong. As the Vils there for Xuanlu come down. And could maybe hit that scout. Yeah, they do get the scout, help the spears get over. And so the Vils will be safe. And the galley's out now. Gotta love all the different sails the galleys have. Especially those tall, rectangular African sails. All the architectures have different shapes for their sails, which is lovely. Adds a bit of variety to the ships. As these scout cav now are chased back by Xuanlu. And the Men-at-Arms... Ooh, Men-at-Arms actually going to deny a blacksmith from Bad Koala. So if he wanted to do some upgrades, won't be able to do them there. And I don't think he's actually realized there. Now he runs from the Men-at-Arms. It's away from that wood line. And the Men-at-Arms will just go for the lumber camp, try to take that down. As there is a hole, there we are, in the acacia forest, in the acacia trees. And Vivi will get in with some scouts. Poke more at Xuanlu. LY is looking to be very aggressive. And defensive archers from Jibbatong. But they're stuck here fending off Men-at-Arms. And he's even going to need a tower to defend that gold. And that feels rough when you want to be making army but still have to do the tower. Scouts from Vivi also going to try to find another Vil. Looks like they do. They'll have to fight their way out, but they'll be successful. And this could be a very good fight here for Vivi. Gets another Vil down. Has to be wary of the spear. Doesn't take a poke. And we'll have bloodlines on the way for Xuanlu. As Koala is up to the castle age and the first player to do so. All he has really are galleys on the water, though. So he can go medium warships, but that's not going to help out on land. And low HP Vil on the wood line, down immediately to the scouts. Oh, Vivi is beasting with these scouts, finding the right spots to hit Vils. These Vils, at least they have loom. A couple of low HP ones out there. Not going to sacrifice too much HP on the scout. And that tower hit by Lix's archers. We now have Yo up to the castle age 2, and Lix, and Jibbatong. So Zhongshan going up just a bit faster. I have an X over on the front. As the scouts here from Xuanlu give chase to Vivi. And Bad Koala is up. So what's he doing when he's up? Medium warship. Part of me feels that's going to be a big overinvestment on water. That's going to let him get pushed on land. And LY then will be able to play essentially 3v2 on land. This is This house will be taken down by the archers. Archers coming around for Gibbetong. And Lix does have to be careful here. He has to pay attention, but he will trade some archer fire at least and pick off an archer in the exchange. And might just engage and try to micro here. So that'll at least keep Gibbetong occupied, as there's still Cav hoovering around in the back. Vivi doing foraging and horse collar as he's about to be up. And Yo is up. Immediately he will click for Bodkinero. And he's going to start producing Cav archers. The Jurchen Cav archers, by virtue of being a mounted unit, they will benefit from that mounted unit's attack faster. Same bonus as the Mongol faster firing Cav archers. But Jurchens don't have Thumb Ring to stack on top of that. So here is the forward workshop from Lix. As Lix is doing gold shaft mining. Only reason why Eco is still even is that fish for Zhongsheng though, so they can't risk losing that. That's true, I mean Zhongsheng is up in Vils. They're stone walled. And they have, I think, finally cleaned all the raids that were behind their walls. Yep, and here's Koala raiding the water raid from Lix. And this should be enough Navy from Bad Koala that they'll win here as they take a score lead, which is mostly due to the water. And maybe that is the right priority these days with how strong fishing is. Fish is running out. Yeah, fish is running out, but I mean, there are still a lot of dock spots, especially for the pockets. One thing you can do is, I think you can transport down here and build a dock. Like this is here for trade, and there are lots of fish out here. And there's fishing lines for Xunlu. Now some Xing is here, Mangonel is forward for the Lix, and we'll keep an eye on stone counts in case anyone wants to drop a castle. Now we'll go for the archery range, as the Vils here for Bad Koala go for the town center. So with this tower, all that stands now between this army and the inside of the base is there are enough knights to take out the archery range. And with another Mangonel forward, that tower won't last all that long. And this is where the floodgates could open, where Bad Koala still does not have any land military, just the 666 of Warhulk's fire ships and war galleys. The doom number of warships. But here now comes a rainbow of the blue, green, and cyan with Mangonel support. And still pushing on the water. This might be yet another game where my hypothesis of over-investing on water is not worth it. As if this push succeeds, then we'll see another team winning water but losing the game. And we'll have ballistics now for Gibbetong. As the team still has good military numbers overall, but it still is going to be a 2v3. And that TC is just taking more and more damage as some Cav archers come over. But now the Knights from Xunlu going to make a dive for the Mangonels. And they will lose a lot of HP in doing so. Some Vils for Bad Koala could be raided by Knights in the back. A Ram is forward. And now the Knights will have to try to loop around and find some Vils or some eco they can hit. So that TC, without the Mangonels there, for the moment it's safe. And now the Knights from Vivi have to worry about those crossbowmen that do have ballistics now. Yeah, 3x3 TC boom is a bit greedy. And there is a castle. Is that the right castle for Bad Koala? Really wants to keep his TC alive and keep his gold control. Problem for him is his other gold is forward, so he needs that castle for the gold. I mean, maybe he should just run to a back gold somewhere instead of forcing that. Maybe do the castle somewhere safer, like between the two TCs. And the Rams are going down. That TC still just holding. It's a lot of crossbowmen getting a good patrol from Jibbatong. That castle first thing in the castle age. And that's Imp for Jibbatong. Mangonel will hit the Vills under the TC again. And the rocket carts defending, but picked off by Knights. We'll have Imperial Age for Jibbatong. That, as he spends resources, that drops him to the lowest score. And in terms of, yeah, this team is good fish, but in terms of their actual Vill counts, not as good as those of LY. And that castle, 83%, looks like it might finally go up. A lot of crossbowmen will die in the process, though, fighting those cav archers. Cav archers will get back. We'll have another TC here from all the Vills of Bad Koala. Now the Vills from Bad Koala will run back towards the wood line. And the Knights will get a good fight on the other side. And Vivi will defend himself, dueling both handcarts at the same time for Vivi and Yo. There's Jibbatong up to Imp. And some Xing as Cav Archers, maybe finding another passage through. I don't think that's open, though. Maybe I'm wrong? I don't think it is. And the Cav Archer support will be needed to fight this army off. And they'll just do as much damage as they can before more crossbows corner them. And you'll have to try to dodge ballistics on his way out. Exposed TC by Koala if it gets found. Very exposed, but a bit of tunnel vision. No outposts for Licks. That could have been nice just to do 2 or 3 outposts across the map so you have vision. Relief pressure on the main base if it's a sacrifice. That's true. Well, here Licks losing a few crossbowmen. And all of a sudden, there are some really good fights going in Zhongsheng's favor. And they're up 90 military to 53. The economies for LY don't seem like they can keep pace. Ram knocking on the gate as the rocket cart goes to the TC. Oh, and this is crazy. I thought LY again would have been a really heavy favorite with how good of a team game civ team they've been over the years, but getting denied from the water again from Koala. 4th TC for Yo as he's going for a large boom. Could go straight into the Cav Archers or continue with them. I realized I forgot to put the logos. I gotta do that every time. I'll do it for the next game. Or maybe, I'm probably gonna do Rage Forest next. But that gate, 20 HP, looks like it's falling. And the Ram will push into the TC. He'll start to go down. Yeah, Yo's position still is super strong, I think. Arb's in and now for Jibbatong, so there's a timing where Yo won't want to really engage. He's going to want to get Imp and do his own upgrades. Arbalest breaking through the house from Lakes, ready to do some damage there. Cavalier on the way for Vivi, the healing Georgian Cavaliers. And all that outpost will reveal the castles there. As the Arbalests keep moving forward for Jibbatong. I'll pick off a Vill. There'll be another stone wall here for Licks. We'll have Chemistry, Arb, and Thumbring on the way for Licks too. As the Knights and Crossbows move forward here, getting into Yo's base as LY retakes a score lead, but now they need to find a way to take fights. And what LY is doing, while they didn't take the water, they are securing the north of the map for the golds, aside from that castle from Xuanlu, which, yeah, Yo had the castle here, but let the Vills get past. There are a lot of weak Vills there. I don't know that 2 Cav Archers are enough to deny this. It'll actually be pretty darn close if they kill all the Vills as Cavaliers come over. Oh, the Vills from Yo. Ooh. Part of me thinks if had he fought with the Vills, he might have gotten another Vill kill there, but I guess it would deny the castle overall, after all. And Yo has a Treb, but he'll need to protect that. And now it's Xuanlu who's taking the north. And then forward castle, aggressive from Licks. Licks sending his whole village. There we go, that's what you need. 20 villagers. Send the whole village to raise the castle. 20 villagers, 3 more on the way. Here come the Cavaliers. But Imp is in. He's going to move the castle by a tile. Why not? I guess that makes sure it encompasses fully the gold. As the Malians, he can't get Bracer, remember. Arb's in the back coming forward. Now, Arb push from Jibbatong. As with Trebs now, Yo will try to push the castle. The castle here should be able to open the wall, along with the bombard cannon. Cavaliers being pulled into the Cav Archers. And now it feels like Yo and Vivi are pulling ahead as the push in the south continues. LY up by 50 villagers, or 50 eco units, and now up by 30 to 40 military too. Oh, there's stuff in the far right corner. Maybe there's still Arbs around there. So this TC out in the middle of nowhere was now found. And Vivi will be there with Cavaliers to take it down. A few pikemen there for Bad Koala, but he doesn't notice to repair at the Vills. And he repairs at the last moment, too late though. And it does go down as hand cannoneers come forward for Licks to deal with the pikemen, and the Cavaliers will raid the rest of the villagers. X is on the other side as now the Cavaliers from Vivi trying to find a way to deal with all the Arbs of Jibbatong. And the way that'll happen is the bombard cannon in the back will deal with the Arbs. And Vivi's Cavaliers are going to find a spot where they can raid this gold. Might be a juicy spot for pickoffs. Remember, that's Koala's TC, so ungarrisoning Vills, if they have to garrison, could be weird. Require some teamwork coordination. But Xuanlu is the Huns. If there's one thing we know about the Huns, they're the Huns. He's going to go Paladins. And Cavalier is going to get into the wood line. And that's a lot of Vills going down for Bad Koala. At the same time, the Cav Archers and a Treb raiding Xuanlu in the north. As the TC goes down and the Vills on the gold mine are dying, suddenly there is a 100 Vill lead for LY as Longsheng calls GG. Dang, what a nice game that was. I mean, it felt like Zhongsheng had opportunities there, but so much focus on the water, Bad Koala didn't have land army, and I think that LY was able to take really good advantage of that. Alright, but we do have Rage Forest in 10 minutes, so unfortunately I will have to cut this set short, but I will give a shout out to Daniela if you want to go watch the rest of it. I think T90 and Dave are casting it too. Let's check these civs off. But yeah, we have 10 minutes until Rage Forest, so I don't think we can realistically get another game from this casted. I was kind of hoping for the quick 3-0 so that we could finish getting it casted, but not going to be the case here. It's Georgians, Jurchins, and Malians. Alright. So GG. And I myself need to take a quick break, get some more coffee, and get ready for Rage Forest. So let me just change the overlay. I don't know if we have a draft yet. But we'll be looking to get into Rage Forest now. So thank you for watching the League. I'm gonna just get ads out of the way and update the title and everything for Rage Forest. I need to change drafts, change logos, change a hotkey. And this will be Team Ganji versus Team ACCM. Rage Forest. Group stage. Play all three. Alright, and we got... I'll cast at least 2 Rage Forest sets, and we might swap back to the League at some point, do some casting as Rex. Not entirely sure yet. I'm gonna try to see if we do have a draft. Let's see, Rage Forest, if we have a draft. Maybe on AoE 2CM. Check the channels. I don't see a draft just yet. Rage. Firebeer. Hello, Firebeer. Alright, so I'm going to take a quick break myself and get some more coffee. We should have the next draft starting soon if it hasn't been done already. They should be playing in about 5 minutes. So we'll be right back. Stay tuned. All right, the coffee is obtained. And okay, Nunez will post us a link for the draft. Do the ad while we draft. There we go. Coffee. Hello, Lily. How are you doing on this fine day? Age of Empires have the best musics. It really does. So, we're going to move over to Rage Forest. And this is main event for us today. We got 3 sets. I don't know if I'm going to cast all of them because some of them are simultaneous. I might go and save the Rex for Tuesday when we have another set, and I'll cast them back to back with Jordan's set. We'll see how things go and how things are going for the schedule with the league and everything. Maybe we could have squeezed in that final game during the draft. But I wanted my coffee. Or maybe it won't be a final game if it goes to game 5. It's 1 a.m. and you're sleepy? It's 1 p.m. and I'm sleepy. That's what happens when you don't have a proper sleep schedule. Let me just clear out those wrecks from the previous set. 11. Heavy 11. Will I go to the garrison? I don't know yet. They had messaged me about it, but I've not heard back yet. Is Doubt playing today? Doubt is not playing today, no. This is going to be Ganji's team against ACCM's team. And then later on, we will have... which of these sets are we doing? Barles versus Sitaux at 19 GMT in 2 hours. So Andy versus Valas is at 18 GMT in around 1 hour. I don't think we'll get to that during this set. I think we'll play all 3 Rage Forest will take more than 1 hour to complete. But Andy Valas will be in an hour, and then I think we'll just cast Barles Sitaux. And then I think that my plan will be I'll save the Andy Valas Rex to do them back to back with Jordan versus Samaro on Tuesday. So I see a lobby up for Ganji, and just waiting for the teams to get together. I see everyone together for each team in their voice chats. So they've scheduled at convenient times for each other. ACCM, I believe it's 1 a.m. for him, but I guess he's used to playing at this time. Good night, you'll drop off. All right, good night, Lily. Thanks for stopping by. Another coffee all ready to go for this set. So, top picks, Japanese for Team ACCM, and to be honest, I've seen the Japanese play incredibly well. They were beastly with Yasama Towers. And then Georgians for Ganji with the Svan Towers. Teutons too, yeah. Towers incoming. Svan Towers versus Yasama Towers. And then the Goths, the final save at the end for Ganji. Honestly, Goths are a pretty good save to have with that final pick. Use them as a pocket or a flank if you want to do some great Vil fighting. I see. Oh, the logo has been subsumed. Yes, it has. There we go. I had another logo on top of it. Did I change that on my other scene too? There we go. Let me make sure I got I got the right capture age set up. Yeah, so we cast at the beginning of the league earlier, and Zhongsheng played very, very well. So I won't spoil it, but I am keeping an eye on the other streams. And I see the updated score. The current game they're in. That would be absolutely crazy if LY loses to Zhongsheng and then doesn't qualify. Because Zhongsheng is basically LYB. I know some of the team, or the players have moved around between teams. And I wonder what the teams will be if I host another Cartographers next year for 2v2s. LYB gets smashed by everyone, but always puts up good sets versus the A-team. I always struggle against LYB. Really? Reminds me of Brazil back in the day. The B team always felt like they were better than the A team. Same thing with the United States. Our B team would crush the A team. So I still see only Ganji in the lobby. Yeah, but yeah, USA B did well in Nations Cup. Last time there was a proper Nations Cup, which hopefully there'll be another one soon. And then Brazil B, of course. They won Nations Cup over Finland many years ago. That was at the LAN version of Nations Cup. It'd be absolutely sick to have another LAN for Nations Cup. So I know it takes a while for teams to plan out where they end up using their civs. But for ACCM's team, I'll start with them. I mean, the top of their draft, I could honestly see them used in different spots. Turks I've seen, usually I think of them as a flank, but they could be a pocket. Japanese, probably best as a pocket these days. Saracens could kind of do either too. If a good enough tech tree with Bombard Cannon and early imp options with Arbs that they can be a flank. No Halbs makes them kind of tricky to play, because they have to go camels, but Mamluks are insane against Cav. Malay, usually a flank, same with Italians. Bulgarians a pocket. Vietnamese could probably do either. Burgundians a pocket. Gajurs, I've seen them, honestly, I like their camels as a pocket, but could also have good Vil fights with the mill bonus in the early game. And Shu, Maya usually flanks. Malians could, not really a good Black Forest civ, but could kind of do either. Play Farimba Camel plus Siege Onager from the pocket, or more of a fast imp approach on the flank. It's an early Huns. Oh yeah, Huns picked number 3rd for Team Ganji. Huns they're a pocket civ. Teutons are, I guess they could trush on the flank, but you're usually going to use them as a pocket. Georgians, we've seen them as the pocket. Sicilians for Donjons, usually they're a pocket too. Bengalis could do either. Berbers could do either. Usually they're a flank for Vil fighting. And Burmese, usually a flank. Muisca, oddly enough, a pocket civ because they have Siege Onagers. Poles, a Cav pocket. Well, I guess they could Vil fight on the flank. Vils here in Feudal, making Tower Rush. Way, usually a Cav Civ. The Mapuche, I have no idea. Bolus Riders could be nice. Other than that, I don't really know what they offer. They're just kind of there at the end of the draft. And Goths, usually a pocket. I guess they could Vil fight on the flank too. But usually they're a pocket. Yeah, they're your non-paladin version of a paladin civ. So let's see, are the players getting in a lobby anytime soon? I don't see a lobby yet from them. Probably discussing strat. No, Ganji's there. Ganji's in their voice chat. It's Bananji, Ganji, Nolo, and Rodney McKay right now. And ACCM's in his chat with his team. Grinchi, Menunez, Nelsambi, and Scorpion. We need the good old 14. We need it's like baseball. We need the pitch clock, only for starting the lobby after the draft. I'm sure Jordan and Samaro have been really thinking about how they're going to use their civs from their draft. They drafted days ago and they're not played until Tuesday. Got some ACCM photos posted in the chat. So best case situation for ACCM might just be Italians plus Japanese getting a pond. Italians are great to combo with any of the other infantry civs. Japanese, Malay, Bulgarians, because it gives them the condottieri. Even Malians. Malian condos are sick with their Pierce armor. Oh, let's take your time, guys. No one is waiting. Isn't Amigos playing the league today? Are they? They might be doing that as Rex. I'm not sure. Ganji in the lobby. There we go. Just starting the lobby. Thank you, HaxProx1, for the follow. Here to the league. Check the brackets. Oh yeah, Amigo's playing Dark Side. I think that's gonna be as Rex. Okay, so Ganji hosted the lobby, sent the code to his team. ACCM's team is joining. No zombies there. Yeah, I don't know how the league schedules, honestly. I think it's very ambitious to have a team game tournament where your semifinals and finals are in one weekend for 3v3s. And I think the formal list of backup players we have for Rage Forest has been a really nice system so far. Yeah, you had Memb playing the other day. We've had Firebeard joining Team Lewis now. Who I think is the favorite? Probably Team Ganji. Also, I finally got the counter over on that side. There, of the overlay. I can point. How do I point? There. Ah. We have a sub goal. Every 100 subs, we'll put another $100 into the prize pool. So it's I forget what the total was. It's well over $5,000 now. A donations channel somewhere. So we reached $5,069, then got another $75, $100, and $620 after that. So we're approaching $6,000 for the prize pool, I believe. Good idea by them to schedule the tournament similar to RF's schedule. Well, I mean, I'm unfortunate for them too that they now run into scheduling issues because Nilly gave them that date. Why not still 14? The team's got to take their time and figure out their drafts. They got everyone in the lobby at least. I see 8 players in a lobby. Now they got to pick their colors and their positions and their teams. See, they do have the right map selected. That's good. Oh wait, yeah. Why is Valessa in the lobby? What? Valessa, you're not playing this set. You're not playing Rage Forest. Does he think this is just like a casual Rage Forest game? So he just joined? Okay, he left. Yeah, Valessa was in the lobby. Yeah, he's not on the list of substitutions. Valessa was just like, oh, there's Rage Forest. I want to join, play a team game. Yeah, getting 6 players to choose the right settings isn't possible. Imagine getting players to choose the right rosters. It's good to show up sometimes. Valessa doing it right. Yeah, Valessa showing how good he is at scheduling. Showing up to sets he's not even playing in. Alright, so now we need the 8th player to join. Players in the lobby right now are Ganji, ACCM, No Zombie, Grinchy, Menunez, Rodney McKay, and Benanji. I think that means Ganji needs 1 more player? In reinforcements. Only 3 players in Ganji's voice chat. Maybe they need reinforcements. And maybe OG Daddy's gotta step up. Who are we waiting for? 1 more player for Ganji's team. I'm waiting to see some Tarkins from that early Huns pick. Huns such an early pick. I never thought of Huns as a good Rage Forest civ. Yeah, I mean they have a good eco for the pocket, but even as a Paladin civ, you'd probably prefer in economy like Franks or Persians over them. They're chickening out versus ACCM. Maybe. ACCM is pretty darn scary. Oh, do I have a Discord status I can clear? Nope, I don't. Good. It's the only Paladin civ? They have Goths. Goths are a Paladin civ, right? Holes could be played in that role, I guess. Well, I guess Teutons could be a Paladin civ too, theoretically. If you don't play them Halbonager. Goths are Goths, though. You play the same role as a Paladin civ, right? You just go Puskarls and infantry spam instead of Paladins. So I don't know where the final player for Team Ganji is. I think another random joined. Hello, Chicho. How you doing? Are you ready for some Rage Forest? Are you ready to rage? Ganji is typing. We'll see if this starts before Andy versus Valas. Nolo's electricity is going off and on. That sounds less than ideal. Ganji might need to bring a substitute player on. Shaw Money typing, being like, I can step up again. In CA plus Paladins and post-dip with good trade, even Halb CA Paladin combo. Now that's also another good thing for the Huns. You will not block the trade with your houses. Censar with the good old off and then on again solution to the tech problems of electricity going off and on. Think about this, the year 2026 doesn't have good, proper infrastructure. Kind of like my internet. Tell him to write an angry letter to the local politician. To be fair, my angry letter to the FCC was the impetus for getting my internet fixed last June, when it wasn't working. And maybe Memb is available instead. So if Nolo can't play, we will need another player then. The last thing we want is to get midway through a game and then someone drops. Because their electricity goes out. I should declare Mem. I mean, he's gonna cast everything, right? You can become a player. My Tarkins were decent. Yeah, they have some uses now. Depending on what you're up against, they can be decent. Now we're just waiting for the electricity to come back, I guess. You can cut and send 6. You can Treb cut, because your Trebs are more accurate, Carpfin. Alright, you don't have Oninger, but that's okay. You have more accurate Trebs. You can have a higher likelihood of hitting the tree you're aiming at. Give draft to AI to get best strategies. I don't think that... Oh, I see Nolo in the chat again. I don't think that AIs are at the point where they can give you proper AoE strategies. They're useful for many things, but I don't think they can advise properly there yet. You definitely could do some type of statistical analysis on drafts that help you out. That's for sure. Could use AI techniques, but I don't think just throwing your draft to Claude would give you the best result. Alright, I think we have Nolo joining the lobby now. No Valessa. Everyone is there. Your hard-trained monk macro skills to shoot 6 specific trees at the same time. You gotta hotkey each treb individually. 1 through 6 and just hit the trees. That's the way to do it. Oh, we are launching chat. We're going. We have a game. They used a spectator delay. They used the spectator delay. They're not supposed to do that. Oh well. I'm not on the sub list. There's an official sub list. I didn't sign up like Mem did, so maybe I should next time. Probably wouldn't be good to play in the thing I'm hosting though. Need a lobby template thing? What do you mean? You mean to like auto-populate the settings, the spec delay? Yeah, spec delay is some... Oh, I think they're restarting because they had to use the spec delay. I see them rehosting a lobby. So, alright. They are rehosting because of the spec delay. Admin's on top of it. And I really push into Barles versus Valas. Have the functionality to join via external link. Yeah, I don't know what the API provides. I would love to make my own lobby system. At least for tournaments. Alright, so this time, they still have a spec delay on the lobby. I still see 120 seconds. I'll just message Sensar, let them know they have a spec delay. Might need to rehost again. Just as they launch, has a spec delay again. We'll see if they get that for the next games. No big deal, but we, for purposes of adminning, we need to do this without a spec delay so admins can check the maps in time. As maniacs and they spec delays. Yeah, spectator delays, honestly, I think are just a bad idea in general for tournament games. Forces players to restart streams and whatnot if they want to stream it with a delay. Makes it kind of harder to figure out what's going on if there are restarts. And then it's a nightmare for admins to need to adjudicate restarts if players are 2 minutes IRL, which basically puts them 3 to 4 minutes ahead in-game time of what admins can see. Unless they're going to have players like share their point of view in Discord and join calls. So for stuff like Rage Forest where we want to do rees for bugged maps, or check for the patrol stacking like we just revised, it is important that we catch these things in live time. See, I think they are just gonna go, so we'll watch this and hopefully they remember not to do the delay for the next games. What would be a solution to this problem? To what problem? Hello, John? With resets and stuff? Well, there's always going to be resets. just the lobby system needs to be clearer at displaying the spectator delay. Because once you create the lobby, you don't actually see the delay anymore. I see it because I can check the dashboard. Alright, so we're going to have here Team ACCM against Team Ganji. Boom. Rage Forest, let's go. To the southwest, we'll have Nos Zombie against FreakinAndy here on the flank. To the northeast, Orange versus Blue, Menunez versus Nolo. And pretty straight wall-offs for both players, but then there's this big, chunky opening running basically between Grinchy down all the way through to the pockets on the other side. So getting everything walled here in both locations is going to be tricky. And right away, FreakinAndy a bit closer to the gap and has the faster moving Vil... Oh, nope, but never mind. Just a bit closer to the gap is the Burmese. We'll get that walled off. Got my B-Civs confused. The Berber is on the other side for Nolo. He will have the faster moving Vils. And we'll be against Menunez. So Nolo's forward with a scout. Menunez has to be careful about those sheep behind the TC. He took a boar super early to keep his food income flowing. Yeah, FreakinAndy's kind of out on his own. So, kind of conservative wall for No Zombie. He and Grinchy will be walling up the passage, giving this clearing over to FreakinAndy. But it will be hard for FreakinAndy to wall, and Grinchy might lose his scout here. So might Rodney. He'll run back to the Vil. The Vil does not have Loom. The two Vils don't have Loom, but maybe they'll help kill the scout. Oh, nicely done. Getting the scout behind the walls, but no Zombie has to worry about his scout now. And only a single palisade, so FreakinAndy has to be careful about that. Single palisades are broken very quickly, especially if you're in the Dark Age. Good map to try to wall him off. You mean like wall him here and trap him? Remember, you can't invest too much into defeating one player. If you're defeated but your team wins, it still counts as a win. So in terms of lakes, it's one lake per team. One lake here, closest to Grinchy, and then one against the edge of the map. The edge of the map's kind of awkward because you can't dock the edge, but it should be enough space for fish traps here for Rodney. So Rodney, he's the Huns. He's the one who has the lake. So Ganji is the Georgians. They'll decide which of the pockets fish booms here. Probably the Huns. They'll benefit a lot from not needing houses. And they won't have anything in their base. No houses, no farms. And then the Georgians can still do the fortified churches for their farms later. It's a big lake. Kind of got stuck against the edge. Alright, so this area not walled yet. Menunez is going to play this more like Arabia. ACCM as the Malay pocket. He's the one who'd really love to dock this lake. We'll have a triple Borlor from Grinchy. Could go for another triple Borlor over here if he wants to. Could take his own two boars at the same time. It's a reservoir. So Scout's still fighting over here. Nunez will fall back a bit. He'll go and do a palisade wall and somewhat be walled off. I guess he'll use the stone and the gold and wall over to here. That will be a huge area for him to wall and defend, so Nolo not even going to push it too much. Has a ton of Vils on food, only 2 on wood. He's going to focus on going up. We'll need a second building, probably a mill on the berries. Although he could go for a mining camp on the gold if he wants to be super greedy and maybe going archers and skip the mill. That looks like it's exactly what Menunez is doing as the Italians. A bit cheaper for him to go up, though. He'll basically have the food after a round of force dropping. Yep, and there. Once that Vil finishes, he should be up. So 21 pop up, but not the first one up. The other flank, no zombie, actually will be up first. And he does have a mill, so mill and lumber camp for him. outpost. A nice uptiming there is the Malians. They got the triple Ians combination of Italians, Bulgarians, and Malians. They need Burgundians, too. And everyone up, as Feudal's just about to finish, or just halfway done. Halfway done. And we'll also have blue, so Nolo up quickly. But Benanji, someone who hasn't gotten the double walls up, and who also, with one set of double walls, will have to be careful. So he is double walling everywhere that's far from him. And it'll be Grinchy as the Bulgarians taking the pond. ACCM not going to come over from the opposite pocket and take it. He will, however, wall in a bear. And, oh, the ACCM attacked the boar with his scout. Misclicked there. And now, oh, yes, I'll have to change the score, thank you. After he lures these boars, I'll have to go for the more dangerous palisades, and he de-aggroes them. Oh my god, that's been happening quite a bit these games. People right-clicking the boars with their scouts. That's not the first time I've seen that. That's like the second or third time. Is this ACCM or Nunes? This is ACCM. This is ACCM playing at 1 a.m. I don't know what all these X's are. Is maybe trying to find sneaks? Alright, but he should be able to get it from here. That Vil... Oh, no loom on the Vil. You can't palisade when you're atop the farms. And the 1 a.m. boar lore. He loses a scout and gets 2 boars. Alright, but yep, this is indeed the group stage. It is a play all 3. Thank you for pointing that out. So also very compact walls here for Nolo, as Ganji has then walled up the front of his base. We'll be doing a stable and a blacksmith, and in the castle age they will try to pressure Nolo opening skirms, because skirms are OP, we all know that. So we also have the unit sling team bonus. Italians giving the condottieri as an option to the team, and the Berbers giving the janitors as an option. But Bulgarians, Malians, Malay, 3 good infantry civs that can take advantage of the condottieri. Malians, of course, get all the pierce armor. Bulgarians... Do the Bulgarians have a bonus that applies to... No, they don't. I guess the blacksmith discount and faster working rate applies, but... Gains is only for the militia line. Would not apply to condottieri. Forward tower now for Nolo, forces the defensive tower from Menunez. ACCM is forward with his stable, and as the Malay, he's ready to help out. Malay stable does not have the second armor for the knights. Well, I could go elephants. I could open cheap elephants. Probably you don't want to do that against Ganji, though, knowing his monk micro. So Grinchy and Benanji both peacefully wall in the middle. Benanji wall in the passages towards No Zombie 2. Free infantry upgrades, so for the armor. So you have a really nice early imp timing if you go for Condottiero spam when you get the free armor upgrades. And then you don't need to upgrade them at all, right? Because they don't need upgrades from the barracks. I mean, yeah, you can do... I guess they should have access to... Yeah, Squires and Arson, if you want those. But other than that, they pop out in early imp and can deal with archers decently well, at least before archers get upgraded. So as players get up, it does look like Menunez's walls, not being full, are going to let Ganji... I almost called Ganji and Benanji and combined their names. Are going to let Ganji in. And yes, it will be an elephant from ACCM, yes. Oh, the wonderful purple elephant in all its glory. Not going to be able to catch the scouts, but we'll maybe go for the Vils, chase the skirms away. Maybe go for the tower. And the elephant will kill the spear. More elephants on the way for ACCM. The other side looks to be just walled. No push happening there. And yeah, the elephant's going to be forced back a bit from all the skirms. Skirms, the scariest unit in the game. Even elephants are scared of them. So Green Scouts. Oh, Green Scouts did get to ACCM. You're right. Green Scouts, Ganji. Gonna force some quick walls. ACCM not really taking too much damage. Yeah, he hasn't lost a Vil yet. And now no Zombie could lose his scout. Yeah, Grinchy's still in the back here. Scouts might go over towards Grinchy, but Grinchy wisely is going to wall them off. Try to get HP on everything. And those houses work for him. ACCM now doing a couple of knights. They'll chase faster than will the elephants. And on the flank, on a very weird open flank, it'll be 3 TCs for no zombie. He'll be booming. And despite the forward walls, won't be taking advantage of that right now. Best combo with team games, is it melee? I think that kind of depends on what you're facing. Japanese also a good one. Oddly enough, Vikings getting Condottiero with or getting the Condottiero unit with more HP is nice too. They have a great eco behind it to get imp and push. And speaking of pushing, here we go. FreakinAndy is pushing, but he'll be pushing Grinchy. Grinchy trying to send a Vil to wall, but she'll run into a bear. Has now some fish traps around his docks. So Skirms fighting the Vils under the mill. Vil having pretty low HP. Ganji hitting the watchtower. And hello, Chrissy Boo. Okay, Manuna's got to be careful with those archers not to run into a Mangonel shot. But now the Mangonel push breaks through the walls. We'll get to the docks. Monk there to convert the galley, so the galley's deleted. And the Vil dead for Grinchy. This is a great push from FreakinAndy. No zombie just booming and letting the pocket fish boom die. Now the Bulgarian player will have to suddenly add in a whole bunch of farms. At least he has horse collar. No heavy plow. Remember, you cannot garrison the docks, so the fishing ships are at the mercy of the Mangonels. And now the Burmese, no surprise to see the Burmese go in monks. They have Redemption. The Redemption monk is the best siege unit in the game. There are no light cav queued yet. And now FreakinAndy can go to convert both stables. Grinchy might have to delete, and Grinchy's getting pushed hard by FreakinAndy. Meanwhile, multiple TC boom from Rodney. This is walled behind. Wouldn't mind seeing some preemptive walls here and here by the pockets just in case. Now the push is real. We also have the Mangonels and Skirms pushing on the right. Ganji a 3 TC boom behind this. ACCM a 4 TC boom. As the Malay with such a good eco as the Malay. But look at this. 107 Vils for Rodney as the Huns. Man, Huns are Huns. He has the fish boom. And ACCM's team is just gonna call the GG. They're just gonna call it. They know they know that Grinchy's dead. And Team Ganji, easy game for them. This is why are the Huns the third pick. All they did was fish boom. Rodney didn't even play that game. He microed the scout and he boomed. That's a game of Rage Forest right there. Quickest, yeah, 22:55. That is the quickest game so far. Nerf Huns. Huns too strong. I mean, but honestly, that completely is GG. If the Huns are gonna flood Paladins, and there's nothing that's gonna stop them. So, all right, easy game 1, Team Ganji. Now's the point where I try to remember the civs to check them off. And the Amigos also have their Rex being casted right now, apparently, in the league. So Team Ganji, that was Huns, Berbers, Burmese. And what was their final civ? Huns, Berbers, Burmese. They won so fast I don't even remember the civ. Oh, and Georgians. And that was against Bulgarians, Malians, Malay, and Italians. There we go. Yeah, I think the URL helper, though, is just for joining the lobby. I don't think it does anything beyond that. Hun said 69 vills. No wonder they won. And this should say play all 5 now? Yeah, I think we're good. Yeah, I mean, it would be lovely if we could create a lobby and send all of the lobby settings, too. But unfortunately, not possible. Ah, that was a fast game of Black Forest. Let's see, they're in the lobby for the next one. They still have a spec delay, which they're not supposed to have, but... Alright, I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick between the sets, or between the games. Stay tuned. They're in the lobby, so we should be starting momentarily. Alright, so still, we're launching, we got 28 seconds. 28 seconds and we're good to go. So I can at least see the civs. Oh, nope, actually, we're good to launch in. And here we are. So Team Ganji to the west, Team ACCM to the east. Again, a one-pond map. And we will have Bengalis, Sicilians, Teutons, and Goths for Team Ganji. Goths being on the flank instead of in a pocket. And then for Team ACCM, We'll have Shu, Burgundians, Turks, and Vietnamese, notably the Turks being in the pocket instead of on the flank. Probably the better pond setup for ACCM's team, where Grinchy as the Burgundian pocket will have the pond. Nolo as the Bengali flank has the pond and is pretty far from his pocket, but it should be a pretty easy wall up here on the flank at least for Nolo. Menunez will get some palisades up, but Nolo should be able to wall behind that. Kind of walling in the middle of the passage. A bit closer to Menunez, but no real advantage one way or the other. They'll have a safe wall. Now, really will be tricky to wall then is in the middle. Also, so this is like a 4-passageway map. We'll have 1 passageway here between Nos Zombie and Benanji, between the Shu and the Goths. Then the passageway between the pockets, notably the one leading to the pond, will here be walled by Grinchy. Also walling in the wolf there. You can unleash the wolf on any enemy vills if he ever wants to. Not going to get more HP on the palisades though. What map theme is my favorite? Honestly, I'm a fan of the original Black Forest theme. I just like the good old normal trees with grass. Like this one. I like my AOK themes. You're in Jordan's chat, and I brought up scrambled versus poached eggs and carp fin and explained it for Jordan. Yeah, I saw Jordan. He used the everything looks the same, like flat terrains, standard trees mod. So the Vil fight we have is actually in the pocket. So Benanji not going to bother walling. Looks like he'll play this, get feudal, and then maybe go tower rush, men-at-arms perhaps. So he and Rodney, I think were pushing a deer and then gave up on it, or just had their scouts there and didn't push. So attacking diagonally through the wall there is one of Nolo's Vils, keeping that Vil forward. And he'll do a somewhat forward lumber camp. So, wall in the middle. Did Nolo get in? It's a lumber camp from purple in the back. I don't think Nolo's in. I can swap his color and check if anything changes. No, so he's not in. And double walling is Ganji. So Menunez will take care of walling both passages, and it'll give ACCM as the pocket a bit more leeway to boom. Nothing special about this boom from ACCM. He'll want to push his deer eventually now that the walls are up. There are 3 boars he could lure here. Wait, there are 6 boars here. Now, if Menunez really wants to be a team player, he would bring all 6 of these boars over to ACCM and let him boom. If he really wanted to be a team player. And, well, speaking of boar lures, here's Ganji. He's only going for 3, though. Ganji! Come on, go for all 6. High-end players these days need to learn how to do a 6x boar lure. Ganji also leaving a cow there. I'm sure he'll get it eventually. So, Loom won the Vil, so he's fine to take a couple more bites from the boars. He can get them positioned as well as he'd like. And there he gets them under the TC nicely. You had to double tap them? I mean, as long as you blocked properly, you could get a lot of boars. Remember, boars also did less damage to scouts back then, so you could do a double lure with a scout if you wanted to. That was even how, I think, the standard way to take the boars back then would be use the scout. So, Ganji, not going to hog all the boars for himself. He's going to leave them for Nolo, and he'll help block. Oh, Nolo missed the shot. So he'll de-aggro a boar to shoot again. Nicely done. And great block from Ganji. And Nolo should be able to get that no problem now with his glorious pocket friend Ganji helping to block. Nunez is a bit starved for room. He has room over here, where those boars are. And he will delete a wall and try to fight Ganji's wall. So Ganji with the nearby lumber camp will be in position to re-wall behind this. Or even repair. I think he could repair diagonally. Let's see if he gets there in time. Could rebuild it, though. Nunez, quick to rebuild. Quick to build his own palisade. But Ganji just walls behind again. Yeah, so no zombie up. And here come the 5 militia into men-at-arms from FreakinAndy as the Goths. He will not have arson, but will just natively have an attack bonus against buildings. And he'll get all 5 of them to attack the wall. That's crazy, you can get all 5 on one segment. Gonna back off, though, upon seeing the stone walls. And decide, nope, I'm gonna go for the middle. But there'll be stone walls there already from No Zombie. How did No Zombie? Dang, No Zombie prepared for this. Had 2 vills ready to stone wall. As the men-at-arms turn to go this way. And they will not be effective now for FreakinAndy. Can maybe push through here. But No Zombie with the forward walls wants to keep the forward walls. As a scout there from FreakinAndy picks off the wolf. We'll have an outpost up for No Zombie. Yeah, it was a minute late with the man-at-arms rush. We can look at the resources. Yeah, but Angie down in food. Ganji and Rodney McKay, the pockets, both ready to go FC. And X is everywhere. Not being walled over here could be an issue. Ganji just up to feudal now, though. He's fast castling. It looks like ACCM will too. Not going to push immediately. And the stone walls will come up in this middle passage now. For Ganji and for Nunez. Also going to use the tower as part of the wall. A very campaign-esque wall here from FreakinAndy. And we'll have the pocket Rodney go into stone wall here. As do an outpost behind it, get some vision. So forward market. That'll make some interesting trade if they never delete it. As this wall goes up for Nunez. So very, very peaceful game so far. Walled in, wolf. Oh, the boar ACCM! First game he loses the scout, second game he loses the vill. He is not having successful boar lures. Does he have loom? He doesn't have loom. And ACCM, Nunez is just gonna put his scout there and stare disapprovingly at that villager. He's like, dude, my scout was right here. I could have blocked for you. No zombie gonna come admire the dead vill too. Everyone on the team's gonna see this. Even doubling back like, yep, that is a dead vill. Here he goes again. Yeah, they're all here to help now. Is he going to block his own vill? I guess the lag is kind of an issue for ACCM, but still doesn't have loom. Rodney up to the castle age. He had a couple of vills forward. Those are the walling vills. Going to stonewall this passage, but still a very forward wall from No Zombie. And there we are at the Borlor. You should get it in time, just as this one's got to run out. Maybe timed better than the previous one would have been. Here's bow saw for him. So he's going to go do another TC on the stone. Has a TC on his wood line near his lumber camp. Oh. Almost lost the vill to the young garrison, maybe. If it were one of the low HP vills the boar were attacking, then maybe. So, more TCs. So it's going to be 4 TCs, 3 additional for ACCM. He will have the biggest boom. So the men-at-arms now try to break through the walls of Nunez. So Nunez has gone for the double wall. And we have the archery range follow-up from FreakinAndy. So market plus range. As he's also walled his pocket. Nicely enough, is the Goths. He's got to be careful because he's the Goths. So it's the pocket who has to do the stone walls. So forward walls against the Goths does kind of invite a push. Burgundians could push with Cavaliers in the Castle Age. I do kind of worry about them long term if they lose the timing advantage their eco should give them. And then just go weak Paladins without bloodlines. So Man-at-Arm is going to attempt to break through this wall. And they should get through the first one without issue, but Nunez is up to the Castle Age, so that'll give his walls more HP. And second TC from No Zombie. Has to be aware of the wolf, but he is Loom. So, workshop up for No Zombie. And just Xing here, there is Bananji saying, more stone walls, I'm not going to get in, let's go back. The Men-at-Arms have gone to the opposite side of the map and still not found much use. And Bananji, having spent so much on those Men-at-Arms, will be the last player to get up. And 5th TC from ACCM, he is booming away. No pond, no fish boom for him, just TCs. Ganji should have a great boom as the Burgundians too. And it was the flank, it was Nolo who took the pond. Both pockets on Ganji's team gonna boom normally. No pond, just farms. Sicilians have a farming bonus. So it does maybe with them make sense that they would farm. I just want to see, what is it? Plus 125% additional food. Yep. So you want to do your heavy plow early if you can. Get the additional food from it. And another TC up from Nunez. As he's going to pick up a relic. Where's he putting the relic? That's a forward monastery to put a relic in. I would go drop the relic in ACCM's base and be like, here, you take this eventually. That monastery is an awkward place to put it. There's another relic down by the forest there. As where'd the Men-at-Arms go? They don't really have much going on. Bill hops inside the ram. It'll be War Chariots now for No Zombie. So is the Shoe. He's trying to do the workshop push. Mangonel and War Chariot. And he will get through this stone wall pretty quickly. And it is Rodney who had to wall. Bananji could repair, but this is his teammate's wall. He can't rebuild it. As the Goths. And that Mangonel almost down. And down it goes. And Arm's going down on the other side. And this hole will be walled in by Bananji. Sniped by a ram. That's always rough when you have your Mangonels chased by rams. It's so slow you feel like you should be able to get away, but then you pathfind and it's like, nope, the ram catches you. So the other walls, nothing attacking there. Mangonel not going to be able to break through. So ACCM's boom, he's up to 95 hills. Not as many as Grinchy. Grinchy's had an amazing boom with the pond. Same with Nolo. So maybe Nolo could push quickly with the flank. So Mangonel should be out in time, but that'll be 1 versus 3. That'll be hard to micro against. And now, what's going to happen here? It's just going to be a bit of a push for No Zombie, trying to hope that his pockets have the better booms, which they do. And then it's going to be a push in early imp. Pockets probably, I mean, they could double a side. But other than that, just going to be a good pocket boom. And I wonder what ACCM is going to do then as the Turks. Some type of gunpowder, undoubtedly. They only have access to spears, no pikeman upgrades, so they can't go halbs. And they also can't cut. Oh, the Wolf ACCM! ACCM needs some loom! He lost a Vil earlier to a boar and lost another Vil to a wolf. Nature not being kind to him today. Oh, that poor farmer was low on HP, died to the wolf. Which one is the real Ganji? The green one. The real Ganji is standing up. There's Imp, Loom, Pikeman, and Scale Barding Armor. Night version of ACCM is struggling a bit. A bit. The outposts go down. Yeah, the wildlife is out to get him today. And a scout goes down to the other mangonel. As 3 players on Ganji's team are up to Imp, but same for ACCM's team. Ganji's ideally, or had that ideal boom. Will do the forward stables now. Wants to do the early paladins. Now, no zombie not up, which is crucial because I'm sure they'd love to have a player who could cut for them. But the good thing is they're against the Goths, so it's the Pocket who has to come forward to wall. And with all these mangonels, it's going to be hard to get the defensive walls up or maintained. That's still, 1 goes down, so 4 mangonels for Nuss Zombie. And we'll have the Fat Slob walls on the other side for Menunez. This is how you wall. Big, thick chunk of diagonal walls for Menunez. He'll be looking for the same in this passage. Adding the market, he's gonna keep the trade safe. Is that enough wall? I'm not sure. I think he needs to cut to the edge of the map himself so he can wall there and not let cuts bypass his own walls. So fortified wall for Rodney. And I guess maybe a bit hard to push that when you're only in the castle age. As no zombie is. And at this point, they might as well send a Vil to chop a tree. Might get through faster. Let's see, Bombard Cannon in the back behind this. As desperate to wall is Rodney. These walls probably need to be deleted right now by no zombie. Yeah, and there he goes. And the Cavalier's almost in. The Vils are down though, but 600 HP on the fortified wall, only 100 on this one, and the Cavaliers are in. Halbs from the Goth player, but those are Halbs now against Cavaliers, and the Cavaliers can rush in. Grinchy needs to find ways for them to be valuable before they get overwhelmed by Pikemen, and he's going to decide just to take the fight, clear the initial Pikemen. Now he is the Paladin upgrade, so that should be fine for him. And some walls go down. Now the Paladins, they can swarm forward. And they're going to be chased by Halbs. Some fortified walls up from Rodney. And Benanji has just decided, nope, I'm out of here. I'm sending all my Vils away. Some elephant archers from Nolo to help pick off those pesky paladins who are in pursuit of the villagers. And what is happening in this gate? There's a traffic jam of Halbs. Ganji going Halbs. But it looks like Benanji is just dead now. 82 Vils. And the forward walls here helping out no zombie. Because the walls were so forward, there was no way to wall like this. And TC getting mangonelled. The Paladin still pushing through the economy. Killing villagers. TC here will go down. The barracks getting raided by the Paladins. And desperation, elephant archers from the opposite flank. But now it's going to be essentially losing this base with Turk Bombard Towers too to help deal with the elephant archers. 3 bases versus 5, and a Goth player at 69 Vils who's going to have to reboom to be useful. Yeah, and ACCM joining the party now with those Turk Cav Archers, Bombard Towers, and Bombard Cannon. He has artillery in, and these Gothic barracks will crumble before the might of artillery. As we have more of a rainbow happening. Some mangonel still for no zombie. Where's Menunez? Is Menunez just booming? He's just booming. He has some pikemen and cannon of his own. Or his cannon. He could be annoying down here, just push walls, but... ACCM asking for wood? Typing wood please in the chat. I wonder what the voice chat situation's like. As Manji's trying to save some vills, he'll have 12 more up here the paladin should eventually destroy when they break through the houses. There's a donjon now in the middle passageway. Good luck getting through all these walls. And forward castle from Nosambi now. So Xing in the back is Ganji's team's trying to set up trade, but paladins are there. Paladins are raiding the trade. The elephant archers could trap the paladins by the markets. And Ganji's just going to keep walling up behind this, try to keep those vills alive as long as he can, keep the paladins distracted as much as he can. We do have Rodney now, as the Teutons, doing the slow but well-armored Cyan Pocket Paladins. Teutons played here now as a paladin civ, relying on the Sicilians to go halbs. Those will be halbs into the meat grinder of heavy cav archer and bombard towers. Now, siege onagers for Ganji as the Sicilians. Do they have siege engineers? He does. But against artillery cannon and bombard towers, you're not going to have much room where you can deploy the siege onagers effectively. And the Trebs going for the bombard towers. As elephants move forward. Siege onagers go for the farms. Onager goes down to the cannon. Some halbs getting hit too. That's a lot of towers now from ACCM. Got 9 bombard towers. Does he need them all in one spot? Maybe he needs to be a bit more forward. There's also a push right up through the walls. Menunez deleted quite a few walls to go forward. And now as the Vietnamese, he's going to go a halb plus bombard cannon. Ganji trying to wall. But those vills should be picked off now. And it looks like ACCM's team, after losing a very quick game 1, might tie this setup 1-1 and force the deciding game number 3. And halbs there going to pick off the elephants. Trying to find a small area where he can hide the elephants. Maybe he found it there. That's a good stack of elephants. Trebshot's trying to rain down upon the bombard towers. The Goth player, 103 vills. Still castle age, though. A while until he'll be able to contribute. And Ganji now needs to go units on both sides. Paladin's trying to come here, but the halbs are out. And this is a nice push from Menunez. All 4 players on ACCM's team together pushing. And never underestimate elephant archers. I guess the one thing this team is lacking is a quick way to siege onager the elephant archers. And the Sipahi cav archers maybe not the answer? I know I always say camel's not great against elephants, but maybe heavy camel could be an option for ACCM. Honestly, maybe elite janissary would even be better against the elephant archers than the cav archers, since they have more attack. But yeah, more than double the army, 200 to 73 just about. And attraction tribs too. As these donjons and barracks probably going to go down too for Ganji. Getting cleaned, especially with those cannon. And they're getting pushed back as Menunez is pushed together with more towers. More artillery towers from ACCM. Using the strength of the Turks. GG, I think. I mean, if they come back from this is going to be one heck of a comeback. But their Goth player is 135 vills now. They can get him up to Imp and then just have him spam halbs. That should help deal with a lot of what's going on here. Cav Archer is tricky, but everything else could be helpful to have the halbs added in. I think going for a trash unit is probably better than going for a gold unit when you're rebooming usually. That's a lot of elephant archers though, and still no siege onager just to clear them. You'll eat your sauna. I don't know how you would eat that. And now Halbs from Ganji. Still Goths, just Halbs. And they're going to take some losses here. But at the same time, the Elephant Archers are holding. And they need ways to clear them out properly. Yeah, the towers are basically additional army. That's why when I'm doing the Regicide Rumble maps again, we use a mod so that they cost 1 pop space. So you can't simply amass stone in a free-for-all and camp forever. So Halb versus Halb, no zombie pushing as these walls go down. Ganel hitting the Halbs. Walls getting hit by the cannon. Traction Trebs are forward. Traction Trebs are hitting the castle. Crenellations does not hit artillery cannon or traction Trebs. They get to 15 range, the traction Trebs. So ACCM's cannon can destroy the castle. A lot of paladins coming forward now. Yellow and Cyan together at the same time. We still have this push here. A lot of Halbs trying to push the Elephant Archers from Menunez. But now Ganji is back into the game. He's able to do some Goth spamming. And Ganji's team still hoping that they can hold enough. Hold just enough that the Goths get Halbs and can turn the tide. The push is still going. Nothing really happening in the south. A couple of just dead bodies there. Yeah, army size, still a good distance away. Team Ganji does have more total economy. Trebs going down and the Paladin flood from Grinchy continues. The weak Burgundian Paladins, though, against the slow but armored Teuton Paladins. And this castle will fall to the might of all of those 15 traction Trebs and 4 cannon. And now that opens up more of this eco for raiding, threatens the Vils more. And you're running out of room then to reboom if you're Rodney. Because as you get pushed, you can't fit 4 players in all their farms here. I scroll through the KD. Yes, I can. No, the only one on his team with a positive KD. We have 364 and counting kills for ACCM. Bombard Cannon clearing the Halbs. And Elephant's dodging the cannon shot. We'll have a ram push now with 2-handed swordsmen. The Vietnamese could start adding in maybe some Rattan archers to deal with that. Ganji ready to do a good push. But whenever those rams go down, the bombard tower should clear the rest of his units. That onager in the back should help out tremendously against the rams. Those cannon too. Helps here, everything getting cleared, and the ram push actually will stall out, won't destroy a single tower. And Bills will attack the ram. Grinchy's Paladins still running forward. They'd love to get into Ganji's base. They'd love to get back into the trade, and I think they're just about there. There are a lot of barracks with Halbs to support them. There's also a lot of onagers now from No Zombie. They'd love to get a good splash. Oh my gosh, that's a good onager hit. That's 4 onagers down at once. No Zombie still would love to get a good splash on those Elephant Archers. This push now continues. Gonna take out some stables. And there are yellow. Oh, there are paladins. Paladins did get into the trade. Ganji's team losing trade here. And Rodney needing to make Halbs now. I'd much rather be making paladins. Ganji's team does not want to resign, but I don't see a way back for them. Treb's hitting the donjons. This ACCM, what is his market stone price? It's only 172 stone to buy. He's been mining most of the stone then. When they took over this base, I guess ACCM was able to start mining the stone there. Yep. And he's still got 1,700 stone left to mine. Sometimes trebuchets are the best thing you have against elephants, and the traction treb should be helpful. We'll check how many he made. We learned yesterday that zooming out crashes my encoder. So we're not going to zoom out too far. Oh, also there's a cut. Menunez, he's going to cut to the edge. He's looking to try to find the trade from behind. Maybe hit the pond. Menunez is like... He could write 105. He could chop in the trees to write 105 on the minimap. Oh, that is a lot of traction trebs. 20 traction trebs. 10 onagers there. Nolo being as careful as he can with those elephants. And what's happening up the middle is just long-range cannons. There are some elite Huskarls. Cannon might end up destroying their own gate. So ACCM and Menunez are going to just try to wall and hold there. Oh, we have more cuts. Everyone cutting? Is this cut visible? They don't see the cut. Menunez a tile or so outside the line of sight of of Ganji and Nolo. Maybe they hear it. Sometimes you can hear it, even though you can't see it. I think more so in DE than you can in the original game. They don't resign. They have faith. They believe. Maybe they're just like, it's late for ACCM. The longer we hold, the later it gets for him. And they are very close to the trade. So a few more tiles to push as Elephant Archers start to go down to the Onager shots. They're so tanky and fast enough that they can kind of dodge them. I mean, 0.99 speed is faster than crossbowmen are at 0.96. These paladins doing such a good job, and now they're in the trade. Now they, I think, very officially are in the trade, blocking it off. Looks 1-1, low bullet. Looks very 1-1 at this point. And here is the cut from Menunez, and with that cut, there are the GGs, Ganji calling it, and Team ACCM will tie it up 1-1, and that means we're going to have a game 3 that will matter and decide the set. So 728 kills for ACCM with those bombard towers. That is crazy. Grinchy 670 kills. Nola did his best to carry out the Elephant Archers, but not even close to ACCM and Grinchy in their kills. Nola had the most res too, but couldn't make the Elephant Archers work in that matchup. Dang. Yeah, over 7-1. Right, 728 to 100. Dang. Alright, so that ties at 1-1. And maps and civs. Yes, just civs. Team ACCM, that was Burgundians, Vietnamese, Shu, and Turks against Teutons, Bengalis, Sicilians, Goths. So that leaves Japanese, Saracens, Gajurs, and Maya for ACCM. Probably Japanese and Saracen pockets, then Gajur and Maya flanks. Against Muisca, Poles, Wei, and Mapuche. So I think ACCM has the better civs for this game. See them set up the lobby. Alright, no spec delay, finally. Alright, I'll be back in just a moment, and we'll get the game going. Alright, so the final Civ matchup. I think I like ACCM's team Civs more. A lot of new Civs, though, for Ganji's team, and I'm not as sure about them. The Muisca feel like an okay pocket. The Mapuche, I'm not sure where they're used. The League is Rex. The League is Rex. So 1-1 hype. We need Scorpion to play. Let's see. I think it's going to be the same rosters again. This has been a really good set. So reminder, simultaneously with this one, Andy and Valas are playing. And then in about 30 minutes, Barles and Sitaux are going to play. So I think my plan will be to cast Barles and Sitaux live, and we'll do Rex of Andy Valas. Whether that's at the end of this stream, or maybe I save them for before Jordan sets tomorrow. I'll see where the league is when we're finished. Oh, they used the spectator delay again. I went away. There was no delay on the lobby, and I came back, and there's a delay. What's this? It looked fine. Anyway, well, we know the Civs. And I can see the lineups, though. So, it's Muisca and Wei pockets, Mapuche and Pole flanks for Ganji's team. Then, yeah, no surprise, Gajur and Maya flanks, Japanese and Saracens pockets for ACCM's team. So no real surprises with their positions. They're streaming it. Nope, they are casting the Rex. Yeah. Rage Forest, thankfully, is played live. Yeah, we're just in the group stage, so we're not trying to fit games into specific time slots right now. Teams schedule whenever they're free, and we have backup players in case they can't schedule. So I think honestly the system's worked great. Also, reminder that over here, this side of the screen, we do have a sub goal. And if we get to every 100 subs, I will be adding another $100 to the prize pool. So I appreciate all the support we have for Rage Forest, because it's crazy. We've already raised over $5,000. I think we're closing in on $6,000 for the prize pool. I'll need to double check what we're at currently. But this is all community funded, so thank you so much for the support. Is Malians really that bad? They're, like, I feel like they're okay. It's just the thing, they have lots of options that are okay, but they are not great. So you get late game, for Rimba Cavaliers, they're not as good as Paladins. Siege Onagers and Bombard Cannon that don't have Siege Engineers. Arbalests that don't have Bracer. It's just everything they do isn't quite as good as they'd like it to be. And they don't really have anything specialized they can go for. So here we are. It'll be not the most chaotic of passages here. One very simple passage to wall here between No Zombie and Benanji in the south. That'll be the Maya versus the Mapuche. And Eagle versus Champy. I think the Eagle wins that and wins it hard. Also moves faster. Champy can do outposts. A wolf is going to get involved, and a wolf will first attack Benanji's vills. And I will swap, though, he did the house. He did a house trick to swap the wolf to the vills of No Zombie. Oh, nicely done from Benanji. And that wolf now going to be house tricked again, but immediately go back towards a vill. That eagle losing a lot of HP. No Zombie probably needs to delete that house at some point. He's going to pull back. Remember, the Maya get the extra vill at the start, so they do loom instantly. And they're not regretting the loom like other civs might be in the Walling War. So the scout for Grinchy goes down, the eagle goes down for No Zombie, the champion's 2 HP, so that can run and heal in the TC for a bit. No Zombie has to send more vills. So far the other side doesn't look like they're really fighting over the wall. Team Ganji civs. They might have needed more time to think about their draft before the set started. And 1 HP left for Rodney, so he'll get back. He can go push Deer and try to keep the scout alive. But Benanji winning this Vill fight pretty hard. On the other side, we have a bit of fighting now. Nolo sending the Vills. That'll be Poles versus the Gajurs. So the Gajurs can do the early mill, put their sheep in the mill, use the berries under the TC, and then Vill fight while generating food from the mill. And let's look at the Eco KD. So far, ACCM killing 1 Vil from Nolo.
Gotów jestem.
And idle TC time, 22 seconds for Menunez, but he shouldn't have any more idle TC time with the food income he has.
Tak.
He needs to avoid being housed, and that's tricky if you're walling and need to chop straggler trees. Because he can't afford a lumber camp right now. If we look at the resources, he only has 50 wood. Champy's even losing castle against scouts. So the Champy scout here.
Rozkazania.
As Vils chase this for Nolo. Or chase Nolo away for Menunez. Also, lots of camels. Saracens and Gajurs on the same side. Would you maybe actually want to swap sides of Japanese and Saracens, I'm thinking, so that then you get the bombard cannon on both sides? Not that ACCM can't do that from this pocket, but it might be a bit easier. And then you get Mamluk on one side, camels on the other. I mean, Japanese have halbs anyway. So Nolo didn't take any of his sheep, just went forward to fight. And no lumber camp for him yet. Forward lumber camp for no zombie, as he did manage to get a pretty forward set of walls. And looking at the eco pops, Team ACCM up by 5 villagers. 6, 7 total villagers? Okay, 5 or so vills right now. Well, that's crazy, as we'll have a wolf fighting the villager here for no zombie. He does have loom. He's going to try to wall it in as he goes for the boars. Did he lose more HP walling it than he would have just by fighting it? He might have. But he'll go for the boars. It's 2 boars. And also no lakes. So very little extra food this map. As Nolo... could just delete this wall and go in? He doesn't need to fight that. This is, this wall of his is cosplaying as a wall segment from Menunez. Menunez needs to realize that and wall it. He needs to realize he's not walled. And so far, it's just that 1 Vil kill. Idle eco time, though, pretty high for Bananji as he was fighting here. And maybe took the better fight early on, but definitely fell behind and did not get a good wall segment. Not that it's horrible, but his stone will be exposed, and a second wall behind perhaps a castle drop would have to be pretty far back. Do a settlement on the berries. He does at least have a settlement between the wood and the stone, so if he wanted to do towers or a castle drop, he has the settlement in position for it. Puche, I imagine, could do bolus riders. And, oh, but Bananji! Bananji got a sneak Vil. I think Grinchi might have seen the Vil with the gate. I saw some Xing over here. I think that was Xing of the sneak Vil. We'll have everyone now on Team ACCM up to the feudal age. The flanks a bit later for Team Ganji as their pockets are up. And then Menunez did wall forward. And he still is not walled here. Nolo still could delete these 2 walls and go into Menunez's base. So Menunez, this is open, Menunez. And what you do if you're Nolo, you don't just delete, you do a gate. Like, you have a Vil do a gate here, so two tiles stick out, and then you get ready to run through, and then you delete so they can't be like a rewall. Something like that. Where you delete this, and you gate this one. As Menunez almost losing a Vil to a wolf, but he'll go do a barracks. And Xing there, Grinchy, he sees it. Grinchy sees it and is like, Menunez, wall. Wait, Menunez. Yes, wall. Wall Menunez. Okay, he's up to feudal. He's gonna do a stone wall. He'll stonewall this. Fair enough. He was close enough to being up. He's just going for the stone wall. Wants it to be a flat stone wall. And another wolf attacking a Vil. Vil has loom, though. Oh, man, I'm liking the number of wolves in this map. They're all being aggressive. Menunez sneak. Oh, that's right. That is Menunez's Vil. Menunez does have a sneak. I saw that, and it didn't click. It was on the other side. But yeah, Menunez now has a sneak. Has the Gajurs. So what does he want to do with his sneak? Does he go stable, or does he go for a range? Or does he just keep it there and hope he doesn't get scouted? Because the only scouts left are a 1 HP scout here from Rodney, and a champy here that's attacking a wall. Rodney, though, with a 1 HP scout, might be... I think he spotted it. Yeah, he spotted it. MVP. Ooh, does he spot it? Okay, he's 1 tile away from spotting it, Rodney. He's got a wall, and luckily for him, the wall will spot it. He sees the palisades, and he'll see the vill. Oh, Menunez deleting the wall at the wrong moment. Oh, he gets the scout, though. It's the right moment. The scout was weak, and his spear is going to come out for him. So Rodney will wall himself out. There is an X, but Ganji still will have to deal with that. And some teammate boar luring here. Nice blocking from ACCM. We'll get those boars to chase the vill back to Menunez's TC. Boars go down. Yeah, they noticed. They noticed. Yeah, it was a nice spot, and honestly, almost went unnoticed. Imagine Rodney had lost that scout in the vill fight. It was 1 HP away. They wouldn't have noticed it. Well, the vill's still alive for Menunez. And he'll leave that range at 69%. Nice. And Champy scouts for Ganji is the Muisca, who is a player who probably just wants to boom peacefully. He'll do settlements. His settlement bonus will be that they heal, and they're cheaper. So there's Rodney up to the castle age. Wolf is caught by the vills of Ganji, so we'll attack his vills. And then in the back, we still have Bananji with his sneak. But I think Grinchy... He did actually see that. But remember, the gate might have seen the wall earlier. We saw someone Xing over here. There's another range. There's going to be double ranges from Bananji, who's up to the castle age, as the Mapuche. So this would be Bolus riders from the flank. Oh, that would be hard to stop. Some Xing here as Nolo has walled the sneak off. There'll be a monastery there from Ganji, and Ganji is going to be able to go monks. We all know Ganji loves his monks. Xing, stone wall, someone there, ACCM telling his team. But while ACCM playing a peaceful game, a city builder, adding 2 TCs and booming. Yeah, it's Mapuche who do the skirms from the settlement here. Is it? Wait. Is that listed here? I could have sworn that was that. Oh, wait, no, that's Saracens, right. Is that, which of these is... This is the Mapuche. I don't know these icons at all. I wish they had unique units instead of icons. They're the ones who do the slingers and skirms from the settlements. Yeah, FC into Bolus riders, undoubtedly. Yep, there they go. Guys will have some Xing here, as I think that vill was converted. Which I'll have to break through. Should probably just attack the range instead of the palisade and help it take the range down, but... And then break out via the range. I guess the palisade goes down maybe faster. If Ganji really wants to minimize idle time on that converted vill. So the sneak from Menunez does not accomplish much, but at the very least he didn't invest too much into it. And Menunez will once more be walling up the passages as he's Xing in the back, like, yo, check for sneaks, check for sneaks. And he's got one of them. He's got one of them pinged. Remember, in the past, you could palisade scan for this in AOC, but no more. But I think they're aware that there's a vill here. And if they're not, they will be soon, as here come the Bolus riders. This is still open. That walling vill should go down. Or he'll just survive. 6 HP, 2 HP. He's danced his way to the TC. So he's safe, but here's the workshop. Now, do you open Ram or do you open Mangonel? You're anticipating defensive Mangonels and you just see the workshop? Yeah, you probably go Mangonel here. How's he playing both? Because this is live and the league is Rex. So Mangonel breaking through the walls. Oh, does Grinchy have Loom? Yes, he does. Yes, he does have Loom. That would be crazy if he didn't. So ACCM as the Saracens can make some camels. If he gets to Mamluks, he should be able to slaughter the Bolus riders with Mamluks. But that's still maybe a whiles off if he's just booming and going camels. He's on stone, though, so maybe preparing for a castle. And we'll have some aggression from Ganji. Not the most aggression. He still has 2 TCs behind it. but it's a 4TC play. What happened to that castle? What happened to that castle? Okay, Nolo didn't lose the stone. I was afraid for a second. You can't mangonel when your opponent is doing a castle, or when your ally is doing a castle. Stone. There we go. Here's the castle. So this is walled off still, but the mangonel should break this in a moment with the help of the castle. Double tower is also from Menunez, who probably will want to do guard tower then, as he's got the university on the way up. And in the back, this is more bolus riders, more mangonels. But everything just being stored and amassed for now. For Bananji. Not really able to use it since it was spotted. He's trying to get more bolus riders out, but he has to be wary of the camels. And oddly enough, this wasn't walled, so maybe some poor reaction between Grinchy and Nosambi, allowing the bolus riders now to get to the flank and do some damage. As we have a 4TC boom from Nosambi. And now not enough camels from ACCM, I don't think. I think the bolus riders can micro this down. Couple will go down, but yeah, ACCM has to run the camels away. Ganji still could use ballistics. He does at least have Bodkin. And Ganji's team with the score lead is there pushing, but their team is down by 20 vils. We have a great boom from Grinchy as the Japanese, which will be against the boom of Rodney as the Wei. And then I kind of worry if the Wei need to go Cav, that they run into Japanese Halbs, and if they even try to go Shinbei Raiders and they run into Yasama Towers. Because I've seen Yasama Towers be insanely powerful. We had the Bombard Towers from the Turks last game. Might be Yasama now, from the Japanese. Nunez, yeah, but Nunez is chilling. He's got fortified walls now. And he can still do guard tower. Xing over here on the walls. As the bolus riders, chased by the camels, might finally be cornered, but if he micros against the camels properly, he can still kill a couple of them. But yeah, this looks like it'll be cleaned. Grinchy now investing into the ram. Should be able to stop that. Some X's here from Ganji, as we'll have triple walls from Bananji. And Rodney picking up a relic. 3 TCs now for Bananji, but he feels like he's going to be a bit behind in Vil count compared to everyone else. Well, I guess not compared to Menunez, but Menunez has 3 TCs already. So he's ready to do nothing but fortified walls as he holds. This fortified wall gonna go down to the castle fire. I feel like these forwards don't achieve much. Well, they do force investment, but sometimes it's more investment for the player going for them than it is for the defender, as all the buildings now are cleaned up. So Imperial Age will be in first on this team for Grinchy, and first on the other team for Rodney. It'll be Japanese versus Wei, and then we'll see which side Grinchy goes on. And since Menunez has so many walls, part of me thinks Grinchy will try to go this side. Yeah, and there are the barracks. And then push over here. We'll have more walling from Bananji, who might even have to think about walling the entire wood line. Yeah, Bolus Riders versus the Camel Civ, too. Even against potential Mamluks. So Rodney going to be a teammate and help with the walling. We'll also send a workshop down. You see some Xing from Ganji. As he'll have a couple of champions and temple guards to clean this barracks, along with the castle from Rodney doing Tiger Cav. And Tiger Cav into Japanese or something I don't think is gonna work out. The way I think are a great castle age civ, but fall off a lot in imp. Yeah, I think Grinchi is gonna bulldoze. I think that's the right way to describe it. Mapuche, I don't think they have stone walls. The Way probably do. Do they? Yeah, I mean, fortified walls. They don't have fortified walls. Okay, do neither have fortified wall? Okay, yeah, the Way do. The Way do have fortified wall. But the Mapuche don't. I think it's only the Inca in that architecture set who get the fortified walls. They train faster with the Gajur's bonus. The Gajur's bonus, who's the Gajur's again? Menunez, is that the camel and elephant units train faster? That's a good question. I believe they do. Not entirely sure about that, but I believe they do. I remember the elephants. I forgot about the camels. And then does someone have petards? Oh yeah, we have petards here for Nolo. He's gonna need a lot of petards though. It takes 3 to break through a fortified wall tile. And he's gonna send petards here along with the cut. So they're gonna try to break through here as Menunez reacts by walling with this. Do they have the camel armor class? Yes, they do. They don't have an attack versus camels, but they have the camel armor class. So, no zombie ramming. As Temple Guard, Onager, Petard, and Monks all come forward. And the Monks here, Ganji with the Monks, is going to stop the rewalls from Menunez. As this Onager cut is about to get them through, we'll have a quick reaction from Grinchi with Japanese towers. Does he have Yasama yet? He already has Yasama for the guard towers. He has the blacksmith upgrades. And now, with some monk conversions, the Tiger Cav will rush through. They'll get to the Vills before the towers go up. The converted Vills will attack the towers. The Tiger Cav are in. The Tiger Cav are in. ACCM is trying to get some camels and Mamluks out, and he has perhaps the perfect civ for countering this. And the damage has to be fast for Rodney. Menunez knows that, and he's going to wall up. He will speed wall and keep the Tiger Cav out of his eco. And fully stonewall himself. He is somewhat quartered, but he has already managed to get some Vills to flee for some auto farms on a mill in the back of ACCM's base, so he's not going to be defeated. He's learned by watching Memb play. Don't get defeated if you can avoid it. Run your Vills early. Elite Temple Guards take down... Oh, the monks take down the building as the monks force a deletion of the Vills. On the other side, I don't think these walls will be pushed anytime soon, and there are traction trebs to deal with that tower. So ACCM's team has the score lead. They have a huge eco lead, but all of the early momentum now is here for Team Ganji. Those Mangonels not upgraded though. That's a risk. Some Cav Archers now for Nolo as the Poles. Poles another Cav Civ though. As it'll be lots and lots of trebs now from Ganji for this push. That is a lot of castles for Mamluks, but they're all somewhat forward for ACCM, perhaps in the range of these trebs. And if he can't make Mamluks, he's going to have problems against the Tiger Cav. Only going to have access to camels then. Yeah, some lightning fast reactions from Menunez, but the petards from Nolo were enough to get through. There is a cut, but all the way to the edge of the map, Rodney is walling with the fortified walls. The onagers are there, so no zombie trying to cut with onagers, but the walls are up at least. Traction trebs to force the onagers back. They'll try to stop the rewalls. We'll see what the traction trebs can do to keep them away. They're going to force some micro. As the trebs going now for the castles, the Halbs press forward. Outpost down as the traction treb now. See, plumes are here. Elite plumes. Plumes from the Maya. Honestly, not the strongest unit. comboed with Saracen Cav Archers. ACCM doing everything he can with the Saracens. Huge Treb War now, along with some Yasamba towers. Ganji trying to find a way to go forward, but Nunez asking for food. How many Trebs do we have here? That's 8 Trebs plus another 2, so 10 total Trebs for this team. But as the castle goes down, the Mamluks can come forward. Here are the Tiger Cav, and they need to keep the Trebs alive as this second castle might go down, and it feels like Ganji, with all those Trebs, still isn't able to push the castles. Some of them are packed. He's targeting multiple castles at once, and ACCM's team feels like they might just be on the verge of pushing this back. The Halbs and the Mamluks should counter everything here. Every attack has tons of bonus damage, and Ganji is getting further forward with those towers. At the same time, the cut on the other side is pushing forward. The Onagers are in for no zombie. Ganji's losing TCs. And ACCM's team is holding all the Trebs. There were 10 plus Trebs here a moment ago. The Mamluks are there. They can focus whatever they want. The repairs have been amazing for ACCM on his castles. He's done HP upgrades on the castles too. But Nunez asking for food and wood, as that's going to be perhaps a third castle for Ganji going down. 3 more Trebs getting destroyed. There are but 2 Trebs left, 1 from each player, as this forward, which had done so well to grab this part of the map, wasn't able to win a Treb war. ACCM lost but a single castle and is still content to make Mamluks from at least 3. Vils just got deleted from Ganji. Well, he's been like, oh, why not? I don't need him. I need pop space somewhere else. Walls deleted from Nunez. I'm sure he'll want more soon. And Ganji's team has to retreat to those castles, as Ganji may be stabilizing a bit. He's going to go skirms against the plumes. Yeah, Mamluk's too strong. Yeah, and here come the Japanese Trebs and Towers with Kataparuto. Is that in? Yes, they attack and unpack faster. Or pack/unpack faster. And Ganji's a fighter. I know he's not going to give up too early. But this push in this hold from ACCM's team is insane. And I think they're going to hold on and win this set against Team Ganji. I think they have the better civs now for it. Like, I'm happy to be proven wrong about that. So, no zombie might need to wall his Vils here. What a turnaround. Felt like they had the momentum. But now the Rams taking down the fortified walls, making this area even larger. Good defense, though, from Rodney. Rodney's not going down without a fight. But how does he deal with Mamluks now? They counter everything he wants to make. The Traction Trebs, the Elite Tiger Cav, the Huiguang Cav, the Shinbei Raiders. Saracens should be insane against the Wei at this point in the game. Nunez and Ganji both asking for res. And now the Traction Trebs going down. Mamluks being microed, shoot and run away. Let the Halbs meat shield against the melee cav. Skirms, did they get a bonus against Mamluks back? They should have a bonus against them. +2 against Mamluks. Against the 0 Mamluk armor. Not what they used to have, I think, but at least it's something. Mamluks still count as Cav Archers? They don't, so Camel Archers wouldn't have a bonus against them. Traction Trebs trying to group them up, but this push is, I think, succeeding in gaining momentum, as on the other side, things have calmed down a bit. There's going to be an attempted cut to get to trade, but Nunez is there with walls. Nunez has been on point with all of his walling, and we'll get some of these Yasama towers in the eco already for Ganji, anticipating raids. Old bonus, was it only +2 in the past? I felt like it was more. Maybe I was wrong about that. So at least there's a trash unit that does damage to the Mamluks now. It used to be, if you were out of gold, Mamluks killed everything. And they still do kill skirms, just skirms not completely useless against them. And there's arrow slits for ACCM. As the Saracens As this push is getting through the walls again, Manuna's there with a bunch of light cav, and he still does have to worry about the trade. ACCM has his market over there too. Maybe they need to think about trading down here where no zombie are. Well, they already have markets there, so I guess that's fine. Yeah, they're going to delete the markets and try to repath the trade. I think that's the right call there. As they're now pushing into where trade was, and the other team's going to have to do the same thing. Trade from the back of this pocket to the other flank. And now the Halbs pushing the skirms. Mamluks forward. Mamluks getting a nice stack on top of each other. Tiger Cav going to fight. Treb will hit the house. Mamluks killing skirms. Need some rams there. Rams would be nice. Pushing into the towers is difficult as Mamluks take down the camel archers. And a couple of temple guards here attacking the TC. They'll go down to the Mamluks. And now this castle being rammed as the Trebs take it down. And the castle does go down. Plumes keep pushing forward. Eagles hit the pikemen, they hit the skirms. Skirms go down as the onager continues shooting at the skirms. I feel like it's missed a couple of shots. Let's hit that good bulk of skirms there, but it goes down. But meanwhile, I don't think Ganji can hold this for much longer. He's doing only skirms. The Tiger Cav are nice, but they're at least running into halbs. And still, those Mamluks there can deal with the Tiger Cav. There's an X here. Maybe Nolo's thinking of another cut. As Menunez is getting into elephant archers. Yeah, the Gajur elephant archers aren't the best. They do miss the final Pierce Armor upgrade, and they miss some other things, I believe, like... there you go, Parthian tactics. But they'll still be chunky. And Japanese Trebs are OP. Ganji's team, they had a game in their first set where it looked like they were dead and they still managed to come back. They're going to hope the same thing can happen here, that maybe they can get their trade established better. Maybe they can get a bit of a push. But we have a lot of trade from No Zombie and from ACCM already. Not as much from Menunez or Grinchy, though. So Menunez and Grinchy have to be careful about their gold counts. There's Hulkins for No Zombie. You might think about going for Eagles now. Those will help clean up some of the skirms. Also some of the pikemen, maybe. Alb's killing the pikemen. Alb's raiding the wood line, hitting Benanji's Vills. Nunez should sling for Trebs. I think that this one is just about over. We have Siege Onager on the way for Ganji, trying to do Siege Onager as that Muisca pocket. That would be his best answer to the Elephant Archers, I think. So buildings here for Rodney going down, as we have Benanji down to 81 Vills. He should have managed to run. Yes, he did. Honestly, you could cut here and then cut through the edge here to get to the markets in the trade for ACCM's team. Maybe they're content just to push up this passageway, though. Use the Eagles and some siege to clear everything that's left over in this corner, then head up the passage. The other side, maybe a bit more of a struggle now that the Siege Onagers are out, but the Saracen player can do Bombard Cannon. They can do their own Siege Onagers with counterweights, so they should have the better Onagers. The Muisca do have the option of Siege Engineers too, so they could have a bit extra range compared to what they have now. That caps at +1 for both, as these Trebs here are destroying the settlements that are surrounded by farms, clearing the passage somehow. That's 11 Trebs for Grinchy. And now... Halbs are here to kill Tiger Cav. It feels like Ganji's team is kind of holding. It'll actually be a really long game as we hit the hour mark. Yeah, that's true. Japanese Trebs have been brutal, as have the Yasama Towers. It might just be a slow push as the Trebs and Yasama Towers creep forward. The Trebs are getting to the markets. And all the buildings here should be cleared soon. A few villas still going down. But Angie on 70 pop against everyone on ACCM's team contributing. But Nunez may be struggling a bit on his total population, but he's also making elephant archers, so they're very pop efficient. Also has some hussars for killing rams. He really does need to do Kshatriyas though, because he's making elephants, so they're discounted. Needs a castle for that though, I guess. Yeah, can't really stop it with halb spam when the Japanese halbs attack faster, and are, if not the best halbs, up there. Maybe with Teutons. Got Byzantines and Goths with discounts, but attacking faster halbs is really nice. The sheep in the mill are ensuring he can afford the elephant archers. Turning sheep into elephant, that's the Gajura's specialty. Onagers pushing through the forest. As the Trebs take down the Onagers from Ganji. Maybe Grinchy needs to swap into champions now. And actually have champions to fight the halbs and the skirms. There are slingers here. So these Trebs may be going to have to deal with the siege Onagers soon. Trying to rain their Treb shots forward to take down the Onagers. They need to protect themselves. They don't want to be hit by Onagers. It's one shot. Some Rams now forward for no Sambi. As the other side now has larger numbers of elephants, Mamluks behind them. Temple Guards kind of getting mowed down as they approach, especially with the Onagers in the back. There is Siege Onager from ACCM, and he does have counterweights. Indeed, has Siege Engineers. So he will have the fully armed and operational Siege Onagers in 3, 2, 1. There they are. And now Nolo's got to be scared. Now he sees the Siege Onagers, and he's got to be really scared. Power down. Making off forward for Ganji. Taken by the Shrivam Triders. Is this TC about to go down? And it does go down. Yeah, Grinchy has 1400 stone. 800 stone now, so yeah, he is continuing with towers. And he's towering the left and trebbing the right. Oh, he's got towers here too. He's got Yasama towers everywhere. And Ganji's base here is being pushed. He's gonna die as slowly as he can. Everything here getting cleared. Blue did manage to run some vills, that's good. Otherwise he'd be stuck back here needing to cut his way out. Ganji's got some vills there. But I mean, Blue ran vills, where's he running to? They're about to be restricted just to Ganji's base and to the very back of Nolo's base. They're running out of room and population, and they will call the GG and ACCM's team. ACCM, Menunez, Nosambi, and Grinchy will win 2-1 over Ganji's team. Nolo, the last player to call the GG. And the civs were crazy. Ganji's team had such a good early push. Menunez did so much walling, they went for the petards to break through. They had their forward castles, but they couldn't win the Treb war. ACCM lost the castle, but that was it. Holding the line with the Trebs, destroying all of the forward. And at that point, didn't have much left. So congrats to Team ACCM. We'll look at Barles Valas in a moment. We'll just update that score for ACCM. Mini F. Should be back. Mini F, Big F. Let's see. My internet looks like it might stabilize. Hopefully we're fine. So just update the score ACCM. I can click these crowns easily. Alright, GG. Hopefully we're good on YouTube too. Oh, is Stack Patrol insanely bad versus Mapuche Skirm? I guess it is, yeah. Yeah, Japanese. Was 1 FPS, but audio was okay? Okay, so as long as we don't, like, drop completely. As long as Twitch doesn't just drop viewers. Fine. Alright, so Barles versus Sitaux, they are right in game, so I'll hop into the game and we'll figure out the draft afterwards. Let me update the title. Barles versus Sitaux. And I think as I'm catching up, I'll take this moment to do the ad, so we don't have it in the middle of the game. Go there, and update my Twitch title. Barles versus Team Sitaux, and like I said, we'll make a call on the Andy versus Valas Rex when we see how the schedule's going after this set. And here we go. So, Veil fights up and down. We'll have Sitau's team in the cool colors, Barles' team in the warm colors. We'll just catch up to live time and try to get this set live too. We'll have a nice little pond there. It is a 4-pond map. Walls going up for Cool Cat. So, Sitaux, Margugu, Cool Cat, and Turs against Barles, Matt, Imperio, and Nerfkex. I should probably look at this instead of the scores that are updating constantly. So, second set, triple to pure lore here for Cool Cat. And let me just double check. YouTube looks fine. YouTube does look fine. That to pure lore coming in for Cool Cat. Nicely done. We'll have an X there from Turs. Aztec Pocket. So, Aztec Pocket from Turs. Have to overlap their match. They schedule whenever they can. So again, this is Barles playing live. I don't know if he was on the Amigos for the League, but I think that's still in game right now. Yeah, so my guess is that I probably will cast the Andy Valas Rex after this set. If the League's still going on, I'll maybe cast the final set of the League and then swap to these Rex, or swap to the Rex. That way we get them all out of the way today. So, Tower Rush for Sitaux. He had gotten the forward walls and is looking to push through, going with 4 Militia into Men-at-Arms. He is the Wu, so those Men-at-Arms will heal over time. And we'll have some stone walls, some nerf kicks. As Matt 107 is an impressive pocket when it comes to booming. That's very, very impressive. Not really as high elo as some of the other players, but in terms of the boom, he knows how to boom. There's just some looming doom in the pocket. Some stone walls there for nerf kicks. And the palisades will go down. Is Sitaux gonna push through the other side? So both pockets on Sitau's team taking a pond. Only Imperio taking the pond for the Persians. Matt not gonna bother with it. He's up to the castle age and they just left this pond empty. Okay, interesting, they left the pond empty. I would have thought Matt would have gone for that one, but just gonna rely on, I guess, fortified churches as the Georgians. Persians with a pond have the perfect boom set up as the pocket. There's Castle Age for everyone over on Sitau's team, as the Men-at-Arms will try to break through the stone wall. And the Vills will be forced back. And there'll be a tower repaired for Sitaux, but Men-at-Arms continue breaking through. Castle Age for pretty much everyone other than Nervkex and Sitaux. They're investing quite a bit into this feudal tower war. The other side looks pretty peacefully walled. And very forward wall from Nervkex here. Coolcat will respond with some stone walls. Should have tried to have broken that and gone more forward if you wanted. So there's fishing lines. And Castle Age now for both pockets. So big Vil fight here. Sitaux sending everyone. He'll probably lose that tower. Unless he can repair, he's going to try to wall the Vils in. And does wall them in. Wait, he does wall them in. Sitaux it works. They're underneath this tower, so he will lose units in the Vil fight. And he might choose not to engage with the tower fire. He chooses to run back. And he's just gonna wall. Oh yeah, the tower saves him. The tower just saves him. But he was walled off by that palisade. He was trying to destroy the tower with the Vils. We'll do another tower. Oh, man. Barles now. Everyone's just going to boom now. But we'll have Nervkex taking the pond. So, what's the Vil KD? Totally, he only lost 2 Vils. He's the poles. The rest of the Vils will heal. I don't think the tower covers the other one there. Yeah, no, not even. It has fletching already. So this tower is pretty far forward and will be attacked by Men-at-Arms immediately. The Nervkex will just have to try to wall behind this. And there is a lumber camp for Sitaux. As Men-at-Arms and Vils still are skirmishing here. A Vil hops in the tower. As Men-at-Arms lowering their HP. As the Vils still hit them down. Vils will be hopping in and out of the tower. As the next Man-at-Arms will go down to the Vil there. It should go down. Should go down. That's a lot of idle time in the tower. As Nervkex has to hop in and out. And he'll try to wall in front of it now. Still a diagonal that can be deleted to attack the tower. But at least it will be fully stone-walled now. Yeah, 3 players with a peaceful game. 1 all-out Vil war. A scout in the back. That's killed. Some wolves here and there. Ah, now it's a bit of a peaceful game, though. Everyone's booming. These sides are walled. His toes up to the next stage. Yeah, what's Margugu doing? He's 3 TC booming. I haven't seen Margugu playing in a while. He's Byzantines on the flank, so he could get a quick imp forward castle, try to push with Trebs. Byzantines are pretty darn good Rage Forest Civ. But let me also get this overlay updated. We'll do Team Sitaux versus Team Barles. Spell team correctly. Boom. And castle, gold mining, horse collar, and wheelbarrow all on the way. For Team Sitaux. Margugu's doing a 4th TC. T-A-H-M. The team. Yes. I guess phonetically we could spell it that way. So 5th TC from, as I said, Matt is a beast when it comes to booming. He'll be going for a 5th TC. He's like, I'll just outboom everyone if I don't have a pond. Wants the fortified churches anyway. And mostly keeping pace in Vil numbers with the Lithuanian pocket, who does have a pond. Tur's pulling a bit ahead. But still, Aztec pockets, what do they boom into? Siege Onager and Monk? Siege Onager Eagle? Poles can get away with so much with that instant food from the farms. Persians with a lake? Yeah, Persians with a lake. I don't think that'll be outboomed. Maybe the only thing that could match that would be Cumans with a lake. Maybe Malay with a lake. Japanese with a lake, if you have a really good fish boom bonus. So triple to pure lore with a Black Panther looming over the loomed Vil. He's gonna outpost first to look for cuts. First he's gonna do an outpost, then he'll lure. So X from Turs going up and down the middle. There is a castle from Sitaux. You have Monk Fast Imp. I don't know what to do with Aztec Pocket. It feels like a weak pocket. But then again, it feels like the team has 3 flank civs, and the Lithuanians are the main pocket. So if the Aztecs are played instead of Halb Onager as Monk Onager, maybe that'll work. And Fire Archers now can shoot the buildings from long range. Or from long range, but can't shoot the bills. Jaguar Warrior on it? Is that Siege Onager Jaguar Warrior? Is that the play for Turs? I mean, there isn't really an infantry civ. It's a lot of cav civs. Georgians, Persians, Poles, even Bengalis. Where the lack of pikemen will hurt. If you're against Bengali and Persians, maybe monks against elephants. Persians don't usually go elephants as much as I'd love that. 128 pop. And there's a university for Imperio, so he will think about the Imperial Age. We'll soon have an Imperio. As more players up, we'll have the Byzantines and the Aztecs to the southeast up. Don't kill your dreams so easily. Yeah, Biz healing plus Lithuanian monastery boost for the faster working monasteries can give you a lot of monks for healing the Aztecs. Right? You'll have faster training, faster healing, tanky Aztec monks. Oh, that's actually going to be crazy, but we'll have the barracks first for Turs. He could also open champions. You can't just straight up go champion as the Aztec. That works as the Aztecs. That works too. See if he goes champions or eagles. He's doing fletching, so that doesn't really tell us anything. We'll know where the infantry upgrades. You need them for both. But there is the watchtower going down to the fire archers. Fire archer flank. Good for pushing, but I think also so many walls go up that the fire archers can't destroy the walls fast enough. So I haven't really liked them as much as I've seen them on the flank. Right side is seriously boring. Right side is just building up to some type of epic clash. We'll have the ranges here too for Margugu. More barracks for Turs. He's doing men-at-arms, forging, gambesons, and squires. So it'll likely be a longsword upgrade from him. And there's a siege workshop for Margugu, as he's continuing with the castle. And then the Onager here, trying to defend. So awkward with the fire archers to hit the buildings and not units. Onagers want to push. So now we're having imps come in. Imps come in, both players on this side. As Imp will be in there for Imperio. We're in a Twest video, really? Oh, the Nerf Kex, what are these walls? He's walling the whole passage. He's like, nope, you're not going to cut in. Cool cat, you're not cutting. So how many relics does our Lithuanian player have? 2 so far. Just grabbed a 3rd. So it shouldn't be a problem to grab a 4th then. As everyone's getting up to Imp. And this side ready to push. Score is still close. Kill count's pretty close. And the elephants now for Barles pushing. As the mangonels will hit the forest trees. Oh, you're in the game from the video of the Slam 6x boars. That was a good one. We need more of that. Yep, and here come the Aztec champions. If he gets Garland Warriors, they'll get +4 attack. He still needs that. We'll need a castle for it. Has the castle. Doing Trebs first. But it'll be Elephant Archers and Georgian Halbs with Persian Cavaliers. And And that'll be a forward castle now for Barles. A risky castle underneath Trebs. They could try to one-hit it, but I think it's up enough. Immediately the Trebs turn to destroy it. And they do get it! They get it! Barles lost all the stone. He lost the castle foundation. He built the castle under the enemy Trebs. I thought he had enough HP when he started it, but no, the Trebs. 2 shots and it goes down immediately. I think he still has a much better army composition here, but Turs is going to get siege onagers out soon. And also by going elephants, that gives the Aztecs and the Byzantines both chances for monks. We'll have one of these fire archers here from Sitaux trying to go the full rainbow with 4 players on this side. The army composition is so strong with the elephant archers though, and they need some way to push into the halbs. Tower from Matt, that'll only stay up for so long. Onager getting a hit on the halbs. Tower goes down. Tower goes down. The other side is filled with walls and nothing. This is just walled. Here's where the main battle is. The Savars come in for the Persians. The Aztecs really need their champion upgrade. 2-handed swordsman. Low attack, no garland whores. And Trebs keep pushing. Trebs on the other side from yellow getting hit. Here come the Lechai. They'll start picking off these Trebs. Trebs going down. This tower going down. And the pikemen move forward. Lechai gonna fight the Savars as the Savars get hit with an Onager shot. Siege Onager now pushing in for Matt. Everyone setting their armies here, not worrying about other passages, just this choke point. And that's now Elephant Archer, Siege Onager, Savar Halb. Against attempted army here, but Turris feels like Turris just doesn't have upgrades. He's just doing Garland Wars and Champion and Blast Furnace now. But the Aztecs, usually they're a good eco to get a fast upgrade chain. Didn't have it here. And now these Elephant Archers, feels like they're doing okay, even though a lot of them have been lost. We do have a score lead flipping back and forth like crazy. I have no idea who's winning. It's just one big choke point. There's Sitaux up to Imp. He's the last one up. Monks counter Savars. That's true. Maybe Turs needs to start getting his monks out. Here's Siege Onager also from Turs. He's getting the upgrades slowly but surely. Arson from Margugu. As the elephants are still fighting just Byzantines. I mean, Byzantine skirms are nice. But Byzantines, they're kind of your bombard cannon civ now when they don't have siege engineers. And yeah, they can go trash units, but I mean, skirms are nice against the elephant archers, but they're not really a power unit in the fight. We should have +4, yeah. 4 relics for Coolcat for the Lechai. Those should dominate the Savars. And I think Coolcat's forces are what need to carry this. Pike's not doing anything. Yeah, Tura's trying to go Aztec Pikeman. I think it's just Monk and Siege Onager for him. They need the Byzantine halbs, maybe. Matt asking for wood. Trip down as the Lechai move forward. Onager shot, getting on the halbs. Bombard cannon, destroy the Onager. And Trebs hit the tower. Aztecs, they get ladle skirms, it's true. But they lack the final armor, which I think makes them still really hard to use. They get an addition and a subtraction. It's not just a straight buffed skirm. Aztec skirms and Biz halbs would be better. Probably, yeah. I mean, the biz skirms are a bit more survivable. Oh, nice onager shot. So is this team getting momentum slowly but surely? It's tough because the Lechai need to reinforce from castles, and that means Cool Cat never really has a huge army for the fight. Everything just kind of breaking down here. And the scores flip back and forth again. Feels like whoever gets the most siege gets a bit of momentum until the enemy reinforces. Yeah, we're starting to get the halbs now from Argugu. Will there be enough siege onager shots here from Turs? Are siege onagers even enough against elephant archers? I don't know. These are the Bengali ones, so they're not going to heal at least. But a good unit even against the Lechai with all the attack they have. And Cool Cat, I think, needs to find another way to contribute to the fight more than just the Lechai, because they are so late in arriving fully. But lots of towers forward for Matt. He is the Georgian, so he will have spawn towers. And right now, there is a bit of a thought to attack the other sides. I don't know how real that is. And the Vils here now will wall this up. Treb pushing the traction Trebs back. And now the Lechai going to try to destroy Vils who are building the towers. That siege onager is now from Matt, though. We're going to see the power of the Georgians with a fortified church economy. Could honestly maybe use a few more fortified churches. Then going Svan Towers, siege onagers, Trebs, and halbs. Helping the Savaras push. Not enough halbs maybe for the Savaras, just the pikemen. And man, look at this. Look at this battlefield. It's everyone. Everyone's just fighting here. Man, this is one heck of a slog on BF. Oh, this is crazy. Some of the towers are going down. As the towers go down, the team kind of makes progress. This is a Byzantine castle. I think Argugu needs to repair it. You don't want to lose a Byzantine castle. They're cheaper to repair. How's the trade situation? Team's starting to add in trade. Argugu has 18 trade carts. If the Byzantines start getting gold, I guess that just means they get more camels. I mean, more cannon. Camels are ships, not cannon. Then you can deal with the elephant archers maybe a bit better. You want Turs to do the siege onagers. Turs is still there with pikemen, trying to fight the Savars. Lechai here again from Cool Cat. Is there a push? There is a bit of a push in the middle. There's now a gate from Nerfkex, and Nerfkex is going to run some Cav archers in. Finally something on the other side as Sitaux, he's border fighting on the right. He's sending his traction Trebs and onagers straight into the fortified walls of Nerfkex. Nerfkex's walls, I mean, there needs to be maybe rams here, right, to push this? What do Wu get in terms of rams? Do they get siege ram? They only have battering ram, and they don't have siege engineers. Okay, they cannot ram through walls at all. That's the worst rams in the game. But the siege onagers here from Tur is numerous enough maybe to start turning the tide. Who cares whose halbs you onager? Just get big shots. Like Cool Cat asking for gold. Man, the onager is hitting the elephants. Maybe that's the true weakness of the Wu, the fat slobs. Yeah, I guess it's to balance the fire archers. They get good fire archers, but horrible rams, but walls feel like something that they just can't break. And traction Trebs feel like they're not good against the walls either. I mean, you can try to cut. I think this team knows how to wall by now. These towers will go down. Yes, they will. Tower is collapsing. Treb continuing to fight the castle now. Lechai fighting the Savars. And now a good charge of Lechai into this push on the left, but there are keeps up for the poles. Well, the poles get gold while they mine stones, so they do have a tower bonus of some sorts. And that's a lot of keeps to try to keep the numbers down for the Lechai, as we do have a bit of a rainbow. Elephant Archer, Cav Archer, and Latus here, everyone other than the Georgians. And this is now a good push into Sitaux's team, and the trade is not far behind it. The good news is there are 4 castles here, and this will be short distance for the Lechai to reinforce. And Sitaux is still not able to push this side, trying to do some magic with the traction trebs, but Nerfkex is on point with his walling. As the cannons start going down to the traction trebs. And Onager's moving in on the other side. Cannon destroying the barracks. Onager is hitting the Savars. That's a lot of... Was that box formation, pikemen and Onagers? I don't think it kept them safe enough. The Byzantine's still on skirms. I mean, Margugu, he's got 37 trade carts. At some point, he'll need something better than skirms. I wonder if Cataphract would be an option against all the Halbs. Or maybe they just die too much to the Elephant Archer Savars. I always feel like Cataphracts are a great option for the Byzantines whenever there are Halbs in the field, because then you have something that quickly kills the Halbs. Imperial super rusty and hungover. Over here, nothing really breaking. Nerfkex still wall. Oh my gosh. Sitaux, I mean, the downside of this is Sitaux isn't really fighting. He has so much population that's just standing around. As Nerfkex is sending Cav Archers to fight, maybe pick off trebs here and there. How many traction trebs? He's got 10 of them and still not enough to break through the walls. Along with fire archers to shoot the Vils. Still can't get through. There are trebs everywhere. Onager cuts everywhere. I don't even know where Turris is going to end up cutting next. Trebs hitting the Onagers. Pikemen go forward. Lechai gonna pick off the elephants. There is a bit of a flanking run from Savars, but the monks are here. The Aztec monks. They only have 70 hit points. Sitaux needs more upgrades. Now they'll have that Byzantine healing bonus. He's trying to find good shots with the siege onagers. Maybe getting some good ones on the group of elephant archers now. That's a lot of siege onagers coming from Matt too. Bombard cannon now from Margugu. Have to focus the siege onagers. They are. And it feels like maybe they're pushing here. And this push up the middle, not walled out yet, but at least stalled out. As it feels like Sitaux still is trying to push on the left. His team slightly taking a score lead. And the Onagers pushing forward. Taking the trebs. Lechai now. The Halb and pike numbers have fallen a bit on the right. I still want to see that castle repaired. We'll have guilds from Margugu. Margugu, the #1 score on his team. Sitaux and Nerfkex both still struggling to take fights. Poles and Wu both, I feel, not good late game civs. Maybe what Sitaux needs is he can delete like 50 pop, add in more trade carts, and then sling. So he kind of wants Cool Cat making the stronger unit. And I mean, Sitaux just has so many units just sitting here idling, not doing anything. Could have significantly more Lechai. Here are 40 of them. But imagine if he could sling a bit for Cool Cat. Cool Cat didn't need as much eco, and then we had like 60 Lechai. And Margugu still trying to hold. I feel like he's kind of low on military most of the time, and yeah, he's at 100 60 pop. Kind of the opposite of how you usually play Byzantines. You think of them of having low eco and high trash numbers. But here he's just trying to make it work. Oh, this game is crazy. The siege onagers for Matt. This fight never lets up. And now, oh wait, do we have a break? We almost do. But then we're going to have how many towers? How many Swan Tower keeps here from Matt? Also more towers from Nervkex. So we're going to have Huiguang Cav, heavy Huiguang Cav. That's actually a powerful unit. 7 Pierce Armor. So that'll take 4 damage from the heavy Cav archers and from the elephant archers. Let's see if that's useful for Sitaux. As that Byzantine castle finally goes down, or Gugu, he needed to repair it a long time ago. I think elephant archers are so tanky that not even siege onagers take them down. I mean, it's only 75 damage. They got 300 HP. That's what, 4 shots for an elephant archer? The Lechai now trying to run down some of the onagers. That's a good charge from Cool Cat to get there. Spreading the Lechai out. He's going to take out all those siege onagers. I don't know. Can he actually get them? The elephant archers are defending. They're going to try to be protected by pathing. Actually, most of them stay alive. A lot of Lechai going down there. I thought they'd be able to snipe a bit more. But Sitau's push. Traction Trebs helping to rain shots upon the Cav archers. Now he can go for the towers. How many traction shrubs does he have? 17. Go for the towers. One volley seems enough to take out a tower. Tower's going down. And Lechai here is still pushing. Cannon doing what they can, as we'll have a ram and a siege onager over here. Onager goes down. Oh, Scorim's hit by the onager. Onager down as the Treb goes down. And I don't know who's winning this side, but now the other side is pushing as Cool Cat and Sitaux are getting in. And how many traction Trebs do you need? 16 seems to be enough. Savara's coming from Imperial though, and all the traction Trebs might go down to those Savars. Getting some parting shots off, but these things are fragile to the Savars. From 16 down to around 5, and there are more Savars on the way. Sitaux wanted a castle, might not be able to do it now. As all the traction Trebs go down to the Cav archers too, and Sitau's push, all of a sudden the blue that was here on the minimap getting close to the trade gets pushed back. The Persians have some caravanserais, so they also will have great trade. And the trade over time should be better for Team Barles, as they're taking a score lead now, as the Lechai come marching forward. Also a bit of a push up the middle. That's Cool Cat trying to get maybe some forward walls. I have no idea who's gonna win this game. Oh, this game is amazing. This is why we like Rage Forest. We're an hour in. We might not even be halfway done at this point. Treb's going down. Lechai coming forward. I still would love to see Margugu get to gold units. If he could get to cataphracts to complement his military, rather than just pure halb. I have champions here from Turs, 1+5 armor, 14 plus 8 attack. And then he still has, I don't know, would it be good to go Elite Jaguar Warrior, just have a few mixed in? Have a bit of a better unit than the champion? Especially against the Halbs? Oh, that's true, Byzantine Bombard Towers with the Greek Fire, they're pretty sick too. The stone price has to be insane now. 262, not that bad. And what is this? What is this? Oh how the turntables on the west. As now it looks like it is Nerfkex who's pushing into Sitau's base. And when it looked like all of a sudden maybe Sitaux's team was getting pushes up both of those passages, that is so many Cav Archer now from Nerf Kicks is the Poles. The Poles, you never think of them as having like great Cav Archers. They missed the final armor upgrade. They're gonna miss something else too. They're gonna miss Parthian, so very little armor. But if you're against melee units, they're just fine then. These Trebs at the Cav Archers. And the castle will crumble. And onagers will be hitting the halves. The siege onager here from Turs pushes back. And they'll get some splashes on the halves. And some more halbs going down. Nice onager shots. And now the bombard cannon numbers have reamassed for Margugu, who's getting the bombard towers forward. And it feels like he's maybe holding on his side now with Turs getting to good champion and onager numbers. But it's the other side now that's having trouble with the fire archers there for Sitaux not being enough against the elephants. And they don't have any onager support over here. Traction Treb's not going to be enough at this point. Sitaux trying to go for more of them. Maybe he needs to do onagers? He doesn't have siege engineers though, so he's not going to have good ones. Cool Cat asking for food, trying to get more Lechai over here. But it's 3 players now. Orange, purple, and red to the west. Barles did manage to get the elephant archers. The slow elephant archers to march across the map. But I think the trade that they have, if the caravanserais, will be a great boost for them. Yeah, still Turs not really going for the monks. I guess elephants do have monk resistance now. And at this point, still no faith. Could at least force faith to come out. No heresy though, so I think Aztec monks against the elephants would kind of change things a bit, especially against onagers too, when you can swap back and forth. I think Barles' team might have this now, as Sitaux feels like he's going to collapse. And I don't think he can hold up to these 3 armies. The Lechai are here, they're doing what they can. Fire archers don't feel like they're enough. They have less attack than the Cav archers, less HP. And if they're not fighting buildings, I feel like overall just a worse unit. Like this side feels like it's like even now. No one's able to push. The Greek fire bombard towers will help to deal with the siege onagers. Cannons hitting the onagers. Champions pushing forward into the elephants. Pushing here. Turs getting a bit of momentum for his team, but there's so many towers for both teams, no one's ever really going to be able to push. Especially with siege onagers underneath the towers. Maybe it comes down to Margugu's bombard cannon. But you can't micro them forward as long as there are siege onagers there. You need to stay out of range. And some cannon shots not quite hitting the onagers. They need to get in there. The onagers are still getting shots off. That is a lot of bombard cannon, 16 cannon. But they just don't have the splash damage that onagers do. I mean, 16 cannon shots barely even tickled the elephants. I think 1 went down. On the other side, there's a huge just choke point here, filled with units. Traction Trip's doing what they can. And now Cool Cat may be holding because the scores on the teams are still so close. And maybe now, if we're getting the Huiguang Cav instead of the Fire Archers, there's enough. The Lechai need to come forward, but there's enough maybe that Sitaux can hold this. Full Cav Archers themselves are not the best. The Traction Tribes would deal with them decently enough maybe. And the momentum's going to swing once more as the scores flip again. And Margugu now at the top of the leaderboard as we're getting some more onager shots towards the elephants. Elephants here going down for Barles. And Barles, who had looked like he was about to carry this side with the elephant swap. There you go, switch, swap, whatever word. They mean the same thing. Well, now find the Cav Archers pulling back. And now this momentum here, 2 players each side, nothing going down this middle passage anymore. There is gold there should someone want to mine it. And now we have, maybe Turris could think about siege rams now. Maybe Margugu could think about siege rams. Try to clear some of the walls. Yeah, that's true. I think, Matt, you got to play siege onager both side, I think. I mean, Turris might need to do that too. And that's sometimes the hard thing about the team games. You need one player to have siege onager both sides. I mean, Cool Cat doesn't have good rams either, so it's cap ram, no siege engineers. Maybe Turris just adding a workshop for a couple of rams to go through walls would be helpful on this side, because now the Lechai are just stuck at a choke point. They can't really fight. Trying to fight Savars. I'm sure Sitaux would love to have the traction treb shoot on that choke point. And that is indeed a choke point. Over here, things a bit more open. As the onagers will go for the range. Oh man, this game is absolutely crazy, but they're close to the trade on this side. They're close to the trade. A few more towers get pushed and they're in the trade. Spawn towers, I guess, not as effective against the siege onagers. I think this is actually the opportunity to swap to a few rams. And ram these buildings, actually get rid of them. Some conversions, while Redemption Monk's the best siege unit in the game, that helps. Elephant Archers trying to stick in this choke point over here so they don't lose. His score lead now, still really close, but feels like it's gaining a bit of momentum for Sitaux's team. Onagers trying to hit the elephants. Elephants, they're all going down. Savara's charging forward. They'll go for the siege onagers. Savara's also going down. There we go. And onagers hit the other onager. And all the traction trebs go for this TC. That's very close to going down. 23 HP. Traction treb didn't finish it off. Where are the Ellie from Imperial? Oh, that's true. Where are the war elephants? Maybe he should have been going war elephant at some point instead of just Savars. We're an hour 17 minutes into the game. Surely he can afford war elephant by now, right? Probably better against all of the Lechai. And the Savars. So, deletion of the walls so the Savars can try to jump these siege onagers. And we'll see what type of shots the onagers still can get off. I don't think the Savars are actually going to get to them all that well. There's a lot of elephants over here. The other side is still very stalematy. Lots of traction trebs, and then Halbs from Sitaux. Halbs against Cav archers and elephant archers. That's interesting. No Parthian, so I guess that kind of works. I don't have enough stone for war elephants. What's the stone price now at the markets? 432. That's true. Maybe just a couple here and there. Let's add a little something in. Trebs here, and now this is where the trade had been going. This is where the trade had been going. Lechai from Cool Cat are finding the markets. Trade is now in the back. But that trade is so close. I guess they've chopped enough wood here. They have room for the trade to path differently. They need maybe a few more caravanserais in the trade. They don't have too many. And you can see how the trade is moving back as the bombard towers continue creeping forward. Jaguars. Where are the Jaguar? Elite Jaguar Warrior. There we go. Those will help against the Halbs. It's not like Turris has that many castles, but I think when you're at your pop limit and you're going from far away, having a couple powerful units in can help. Not that they're the most powerful unit, but probably better than anything else the Aztecs can train. I guess a bit less specialized than Halbs. There's Guard Tower from Margugu. He's not done with towers. He wants some Guard Towers too. Doesn't have any stone left. just gonna end up buying stone. His trade carts are more for buying stone unless he makes trash units. There go the elite Jaguar warriors. Oh man, the Onager's pushing forward. This is such a slaughter over here. I want to go see. Look at the KD. Okay, first off, relic gold. 10k for Cool Cat with 5 relics. 4k and 3k for the other team. So 10 relics taken. We'll have eco. Players really haven't lost too much eco, but where's the overall KD? Over 1,000 kills from our Gugu. He's not even the Siege Onager player. He's just the Bombard Tower player. We have 1,662 kills for Matt as the Onager player. Trade numbers all up around 60 to 70 for most players. Nerfkex on 80 trade is the polls. I guess he needs the fewest farmers because he has the Folvark farms. He's not really making a food unit, just going Cav Archers and Bombard Cannon. And he's trying to push back. Once again, we'll have a push up the middle from Cool Cat, but he's not comboing with Sitaux anymore, so Sitaux has to be careful. Wait, the Elephant just opened the gate for the Lechai. Does Cool Cat run in? Does he just attack the gate? He's just going to attack the gate from the inside. That Elephant not going to take damage because they're attacking the gate. Well, that gives him a better surface area from which to attack the gate. And he'll take it down. Nicely done. And now he can kill the Elephant. Sound they make is imposing. Well, now the Aztecs get to make their monk sound. And what do we have here? Still don't have faith. That would be good for Barles. And Barles' team takes the score lead again, as they lost maybe their first set of markets. Yeah, the trade from Barles still going there, but they're able to replace them and not lose the trade fully. But now the Lechai are getting into the trade. They ran through the gate they destroyed, and now choke point for Cool Cat as he is destroying the trade. Look at the trade numbers dropping. Matt down to around 50 or so. The other players were up to 80 a moment ago. Nerfkex falling to 60. That'll be expensive for them to re-add. All of the trade is dying to the Lechai. This is an amazing raid from Cool Cat. They're calling the GG now. They've destroyed the trade. We see the eco difference down by 100. I think that's just trade carts that suddenly have been destroyed. Can we see the eco KD? That doesn't count? Wait, does it? Yes, it does. There we go. Cool Cat, he's the player I'm looking for. 145 eco kills now. I think he killed over 100 trade carts. Barles' team now needs to add the trade carts back, and they are very gold dependent. The only one really doing a trash unit is Matt as the Halbs with the Onagers. Barles needs his gold for the Elephants. I mean, they lost a lot of trade, but I mean, they still have a lot of trade. Only Matt really lost a bit. And it's the one who's doing Halbs who lost the most, so maybe that's okay. And we can see the team, they need to start adding their trade back, I think. I mean, 50 plus for Nerfkex and Imperio still. And Matt still has at least 40, so it's not like he lost all the trade. He still has a decent number. 40 is kind of like the minimum you want. Good Onager shots from Matt. Yeah, a third of their trade gone in one raid. But they'll train it back. That's why you have lots of markets on both sides. So we're now going on about 90 minutes of game time here. Should mass Lechai and just keep doing it? Maybe. I feel like the most valuable thing is inching your way forward on the map and getting buildings destroyed. So castle here. Okay, so bombard towers actually are good if they have to defend against the castles, because anything other than rams in melee range just gets destroyed by the bombard tower. Feels like the Lechai are pushing. I don't know how to read the score as Barles' team takes the score lead again. Need to find... I'm out of water. I need more water for this game. Need to grab more after it. So we're 90 minutes in. We're going to have a counter push down the middle as more walls come up for Nerfkex. Barles has some elephants there. Fire Archer versus Cav Archer again. Oninger is here for Sitaux. And Nerve Kex, I think, is pushing Sitaux a bit. Sitau's gonna need more help from the Lechai to push this back. Elephants on the other side, pushing again. And Barles' team may be recovering from the trade raid. Oh, what an amazing game this has been. Monk's going for conversions on the elephants. Cannon still pushing the elephants back along with some siege onagers. Oh, so many cannonballs. Wait, are they on fire? Yeah, they should be on fire, okay. They don't turn into the chemistry projectile, but they're on fire. Okay. I don't see any clearly missing techs there. Maybe hoardings. I guess there's only one castle left. Byzantine castles with hoardings are nice. Some conversions on the elephants, more cannon shots come in on other elephants. Halbs go down to an onager, a pair of onager shots. Champions hit by the onagers. Cleared again by an onager shot. Onager gonna hit them back. More onager shots from Turs. Oh, this is amazing. And he's still holding now. The ebb and flow on the other side. There are a lot of Lechai there grouped up fighting the Cav archers. Cool Cat needs to keep his numbers up. Gugu's such a high score on his team. Because there is a bit of a cut. And Margugu, he saw the cut from the Treb, and he's going to be there with Vils fighting the elephant. Barles has blacksmith, or does he? Yeah, upgrades should apply to that siege elephant now. Yeah, but he's missing actually the blacksmith upgrades. He's missing the upgrades that would help the elephant. It's walled though. Margugu gonna keep walling. The elephant kills the Vil. Savar is pushing here at the same time. Feels like there's a bit of momentum. I still think Turs needs Siege Ram on the left side. He's going to have, with Siege Engineers, the best Siege Rams on his team. And if the other side has hope of clearing the buildings, it's got to be Turs coming over here. I think the other team has done a better job of playing both sides with their units and reading where the Savars needed to go to which side. Byzantine Paladins? Byzantine Paladins! Why do we see Paladins? Because they're better against the Elephant Archers. They have more Pierce Armor than Cataphracts. They won't like fighting the Halbs, but if there aren't that many Halbs on the field and your goal is fight Elephant and Onager, maybe the Paladins are better. Some Lechai over here too. I'm still saying I'd like to see some Cataphracts for all the Halbs. I mean, if Byzantines could get to Paladin plus Cataphract, that'd be a nice composition. Probably better than Halb Skirm. Very gold and food expensive, though. I don't know if they could sustain it. Oh, the Onagers come forward. And it feels like the other side now has another good push going with Cav Archers and Savars. Cataphracts will melt to the Archers. Maybe, but then the Halbs also will melt to the Cataphracts. This might be a 2-hour game. And there have been times I thought Sitau's team was winning, but then Barles' team pushes back. Yeah, 30 Lechai in the queue. We have how many castles here? 5 castles on one screen, plus another 4 over here. So 8 total castles there for Cool Cat for training the Lechai. 9 and 10 even. So 10 castles for him. All safe in the middle, but it means his Lechai take a long time to get to the fight. And maybe a bit harder to play on both sides like he needs to. And these Cav Archers still doing the job. Let's look at the KDs again. Overall KD, 2,000 for Matt. Almost 1,500 from our Gugu. And some conversions coming in on the elephants. Triple on this side now as the Savars come forward. That's a lot of bombard towers that Margugu can use to hold the line. Enter's trying to get to siege onagers. Cool Cat asking for food. Let's look at the res float. Not much res floating for anyone. Nerfkick's kind of the only one with a bit of a stockpile. Maybe Barles has some food. Some wood for players on Sitaux's team, but Sitaux now, he is at the limit in terms of his economy. He's going full trash units. Feels like this is where the main push is happening. Maybe this too, if they slowly but surely can remove some of those bombard towers. That's going to be a slow and painful process though. One requiring Matt to have patience with the Trebs. Matt, I said he was a good pocket for booming. Showing that here. Yeah, Margugu has 120. That's true. He has halves in the queue. Could cancel summon Sling Res if his teammates ask for him. And let's look at the trade numbers again. Looks like they've rebuilt their trade, other than Matt, who is just like, meh, I don't need trade. I'm going Halb. And Bombard Tower is going down. As the Elephant's now pushing back. The Elephant's going to tank some Bombard Tower shots. Remember, a lot of those units killed from Margugu 2 are the expensive Elephant Archers from Barles. What is this game? Now the Lechai are here in numbers again. This side may be pushing back a bit. Not that many traction trebs for Sitaux. So Elephant Archer and a few villas trying to come up the middle, as Cool Cat wants to wall that. Elephant Archer push over here. Look at all those towers. 9 Bombard Towers for Margugu. Yeah, this is game number 1. We got 2 more after this. This is a crazy game. Must prefers Black Forest over the League. It is more important. But the League is played as Rex. Man, this is... I have no words for this. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. As the Trebs are going down to the Lechai. All those elephants now. Look at the elephant corpses decaying into the ground. Lament the lack of proper skeletons, but at least we have some elephants there. Trebs and Onagers going down. Lechai here. Cool Cat, as he plays the right though, Sitaux will get pushed on the left. He has a castle. That's a lot of cannon from Nerfkex. 9 of them to push the castle. Can the Traction Trebs take out cannon? They can get 1. Maybe a second. That castle needs some repairs though. There's still a lot of cannon there. That's still a good number of cannon. There are still 5. Can they take that castle? They're close to it. The Traction Trebs all are down. Sitaux is going to lose the castle. Matt asking for food. We'll go back to the economy tab. He's getting some food from Barles. Always good to figure that out in the team games. Do banking and figure out how to move your resources around. So while the Lechai are helping on the eastern front, they're going to die soon. And to be honest, I feel like the castles are better positioned to help here. Sitaux maybe had been hoping for that initial Fat Slob game where both players full wall and they don't fight over here. But now that they're through, it feels like Nerfkex with the Cav Archers. He might be close to the trade. He has some Bombard Cannon left. What's that? 5 cannon. This castle goes down and all of a sudden, here is the trade. Here is the trade. Once that castle's down, the Cav Archers will run through. They might even just go now. Traction Treb's gonna go down in the back. That castle crumbles now. And there is the trade. There is the trade. Maybe a TC or 2 that could go down too. And now Sitaux doing what he can to hold the trade. He needs Cool Cat here. He needs the Lechai in this fight. And here's Nerfkex almost through to the trade. Cool Cat aware of that. He's sending his units over to the trade, and it feels like they're losing on the right too. If Cool Cat needs to play both sides, he doesn't have the numbers the team needs on one side. Oh, the traction troops pushing back the Cav archers. And they're so close to the trade, but their reinforcements are here just in time. Do Wu get good skirms? They missed Thumb Ring, and they missed the final armor upgrades, so no, they don't really get great skirms. Missing a couple of upgrades. Cannon will take out that stable, and they were so close to the trade, but they did make a bit of a push by taking out the castle. Next attempt maybe can get closer. Just buy a bit of map position by taking out some structures and relying on the expensive stone right now. To be unaffordable for the other team to add them back. This is madness. This is chaos. Tears is allergic to having massa, so he needs more. I mean, he's had a lot of pikemen this whole time. Aztec pikemen, I don't think are a good unit. I mean, it'd be lovely if he could get an eco to maintain siege onagers. There's gold. I've been asked from Imperio. Selling some wood. Matt's got him with a bit of a sling. And now Sitaux may be holding on this side as we're an hour 50 into the game. Barles just sent 2k5 gold to Imperio. Battle elephants. Woo, battle elephants? Can they do them? I don't think they can, no. No, they can't do that. I mean, if you mean war elephants from the Persians, it's one thing. Maybe that's what Imperio could focus on. Ah, the elephant archers here taking some onager shots. The Byzantine paladins still from Wargugu to tank a bit against the elephants. Svan Tower keeps out. Pikemen inside those towers. Savara's somehow going down. We have at least bombard towers on both sides by Margugu. And Barles' team taking a 3k score lead. And converting the SO also would be nice. Man, this game is absolutely wild. The SO taking down onagers and elephants. I think Barles might be cursed. That's a good round of Savaras. Those Savaras run in. I think they make... How is there still stone? How is Margugu getting stone? What's the market price? 705 stone. How is he getting stone from more bombard towers? So we're 2 hours in. This game might still go on for an hour. I think we might need to like work in hydration breaks for the players. World Cup style. And so the Savars now pushing Aztec Halbs are there, Garlantor's Halbs. Lechai trying to get into the siege again. And the Lechai enough here. Feels like this army is going to be broken against the elephant archers now. But no progress for the archers against all those towers. Over time, the towers just become more and more expensive. You need refs to end the game. Don't make me read the FIFA handbook. We're gonna go 6 hours this tournament. We had 3-4 hours in Amigo Wars from the teams. From Barles. Oh, man. Well, so far, the fire archers are still holding for Sitaux. Sitaux dropping a bit in population, though. I think the fact that he's limiting his castles and fire archer production is hurting him. I mean, I think he needs another unit, because he's dropping in pop, and maybe this is the push to end it. As we're getting near the 2-hour mark, if Sitaux loses this army, the cav archers get to the trade. And Byzantines can go trash for a while, and they have a lot of towers to hold. Feels like this side's getting pushed too, so maybe a push on both sides now. I have 40 Lechai. Oh man, all the Savars going down. Managers down. Monks going for more elephant archer conversions. And this is kind of stalling a bit. We have a lot of monks. Turris needs to micro. The monks needs to clown a bit better. He's going for the elephant archers. What are the upgrades here? Do we have faith? No, we do have heresy though. Heresy from Matt. He can still use faith. And we do have faith in for Barles. So Matt still needs faith, and he has the resources for it. But this side looks like it might now be collapsing. Might just now be collapsing. Nervkek's pushing through with the cav archers. The Lechai gonna fight the halbs. And the traction treb is going to be hitting the heavy cav archers. And a good volley of shots in. There they are. But the bombard cannon are here, and the bombard cannon now can start pushing the markets. I mean, I think what you do, you attack these buildings, make a spot for yourself. And the trade is right here. The trade is right here for Sitau's team. On the other side, Turs and Margugu still trying to hold. Lots of bombard cannon. And Chambani, thank you for the follow. As the cav archers on the other side are now getting to the trade. The trade is the key. And there is the GG. As after almost 2 hours, 1 hour, 58 minutes, and 34 seconds, Barles will win game 1. Let's see this. Matt had almost 3,000 kills, 2,911. Barles, with those elephants, only lost 1,000 units. Margugu almost 2k kills. Dang, Matt's siege onagers were crazy. Imperial didn't really do much with Savars. Whoever said war elephants might have been right. But the team won anyway. After a slog, they finally get to the trade. Sitau's production dropped. He couldn't keep the fire archer numbers up. And there we are. Barles takes game 1. And oh, I didn't even get the draft. Hold on, let me find the draft of this set. Sensor, do you have the link to the draft? And thank you, Heretic, for the follow. Did I read that? Yeah, I'll take a break. I need the draft first. I need the draft. Where is this link posted? There you go. Cool Cat has it. Alright, there we are. Draft time. There. And remember, if we get every 100 subs, I'm going to add another $100 to the prize pool. And I think we're nearing $6,000 of prize pool. So it's been crazy, the support we've seen. And so that's what? Poles, Bengalis, Persians, Georgians against Lithuanians, Byzantines, Aztecs, and Wu. Alright, I'm gonna get some water and run to the bathroom. I will be right back. Stay tuned. And we'll have game 2. We'll see how long this takes. Coming up next. Alright, who's ready for game 2? I'm ready for game 2. The lobby's filled. Edgar Davids is gonna come on, and Pren's gonna come on, swapping out for Barles and Sitaux's teams, respectively. No Turs. I guess it's maybe too late for Turs. Oh, I'm back just in... Oh, I need to leave the previous game. I didn't leave the previous game. I had to click one more set of buttons. Oh, the camera froze. Let's see if I can fix that. We'll fix that if I get in game. Sometimes I can reactivate that and activate it again. And does that fix it? Okay, there we go. That's fixed. Thank you very much. So immediately, let me just fix the score so it's on Barles. There we are. Sitaux versus Barles. The captains will be on the northeastern flank, and they'll each have a forward pond. And we will have now Pren as the Cyan Magyars. He'll be on for Turs. And Edgar Davids now as the purple Huns. And Nervkex and Matt will stay on for Barles. So, some forward Xing from Sitaux. Different approaches now. Sitaux going for the forward walls. Barles not going to bother walling. He's simply going to go for the faster feudal. Went Chinese flank by choice. The Chinese flank, if you play it well, can be okay. Can be okay. Now they have heavy rocket carts, so they're maybe a bit better late game than they used to be. Fire Lancers on Black Forest may be more useful than the camels were. And they've been buffed so many times in the Dark Age, because low-level players haven't gotten the start down, that they don't need houses at the start. You see your sheep right away, so you can grab them, and you'll get them under the TC quickly. And if you're not going to Vil fight, and you get your eco rolling, they can be okay, but there's a certain way you gotta play them. And the way you play them is Sitaux takes advantage of the Chinese flank by getting the forward walls, but Barles will have to be aggressive and feudal. And he can dock, maybe transport ship, do something. And we'll have Pren going for the forward walls, and then for the forward villager. Has to be careful of the bear, but we'll maybe have a sneak Vil. And this wall fight, no one giving an inch, not even trying to wall the middle. Each of them being greedy, going for the far end. Yeah, lucky that it's not far tunnels. Yeah, so this is maybe one where he can be a bit aggressive. But he does have to maybe worry about the pond. We'll see where Sitaux puts his lumber camp and keeps his Vils. Because he is really far away from his TC now, and he's going to do a lumber camp in the back as he lures his first boar. So forward walls like that, 2 early Vils. So let's see, Sitaux, 8 seconds of idle time. Hasn't had to do loom yet. But idle time against the Chinese kind of takes away the advantage you'd have of having 0 idle time and forcing them to have an awkward Vil fight. So no loom, but a little bit of an awkward Dark Age. And if he's going to go fast feudal instead of docking, that'll give Barles an even better eco. And maybe he does that. Here, I think if Barles gets up first, he has the option of going tower, maybe going transport ship, getting men-at-arms through. It's all timing dependent, though. Oh yeah, also, how many pawns? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 1, 2, 3, 4... 1, 2, 3, 1, 2... Where's the other pond? Wait, where's the other pond? Oh, back here. Okay, there it is. Okay, Edgar Davids docked it. Bit of a small pond, but it's there nevertheless. I guess admins could have decided whether or not that's worth a restart, but apparently not. I have Edgar Davids just fish booming there. You can fit maybe 3 docks. I think the initial dock actually was in a bad spot as far as getting fish. Maybe not. I guess 1 here is okay. Maybe he can fit 4 docks in the pond. Just a smaller pond, I guess. That's fine. Yeah, the other pond's much larger. At the very least, though, a pocket has a pond for a decent fish boom. Sitaux will be docking his pond now. expect blue to wall behind. Yeah, he's walling up more. Oh, that's actually sick. He's going to wall here in case the transport ship comes. And there is a transport ship. He's walling too late. There's the transport. There are the vills. There he goes. Barles doesn't care about the forward walls. He's up to feudal, and he's up to feudal faster than Sitaux. And with the scout, he's going to attempt to block the vill, prevent any type of walling to save the vill, and gets the villager. Sitaux wants to wall this off. There's a bear over here, which could be a problem. And Barles now has to use the transport to go back and forth. And Barles will get a forward wall. Now he could dock and transport again. Imagine that if he docked and transported again. So Vils will fight the bear here. Bear goes down. There will be a dock for Barles. And, oh, nice hits on the scout. Cool Cat Scout goes right down. Not patrolling. And not paying attention to it like he needed to. Well, in the split second, he was probably doing some walls or luring. Oh, he was luring boars and shooting them with the TC and lost the scout. And tower, aggressive tower from Barles against the dock of Sitaux. So we'll have one Hulk and the tower. Morville's going to contest the tower. Sitaux going to have an epic double mining camp between the gold and the stone. Could have been one tile forward and even more epic. He'll do a barracks behind this. And maybe we'll see some archers come out. Yeah, brutal from Barles. Hello, Paradox. Coma Cat. He thinks he's playing in Coma Cup, maybe. But, okay, this is an interesting wall. But I guess it's both walled. Let's see. Do we have a triple Borlor coming in from Nervkex? And he did manage to get a very forward wall against Margugu. Margugu's the Italians will be up and up a bit faster than Nervkex. Let's check the resource panel then. He needs to get his boar in. So there's another tower from Barles. Sitaux is going for another, or for a defensive tower, and he's going to pull a whole bunch of vills to fight this. That's 7 vills now idled. There is still a vill in that tower. Spear here to poke vills. And the scout from Barles, already low, will have to avoid taking any hits from the spear. And the defensive Hulk will come out there for Sitaux. But all in all, Barles can retreat to this tower. Sitaux is going to try to wall him in. And wait, is there loom? Okay, there. That fill went down really fast. Sitaux didn't just like suddenly click loom, did he? Another vill forward. But now, Barles, he doesn't really care about that pond. He has his own pond. He's his fish. He's going to transport more vills forward. He will stone wall this. If he could somehow destroy these walls, he could stone... I guess this is considered stone walled, right? That one's annoying, but stone walled for the most part. Yeah, now how will Matt follow up on this? Matt walled himself. He was just afraid of being attacked, so he walled. Market Blacksmith, those might need to be deleted later to open the trade route. He has a ton of fish in the pond. Edgar David's also booming himself in his pond. And we'll have Castle Age on the way for Cool Cat. As Vils over here for Margugu will be breaking through the walls. And stone walls up for Nervkex. That one Vil needs to get to the other side of the wall. Oh, he's going to wall himself in. 3 wood left, 3 wood left. Free your friend. Okay, he's not going to die to the tower. Just outside the tower range. Escapes through the chopped tree. That was wonderful from Nervkex, actually. Escaped through the chopped tree. And that wall will be finished. And stone wall in the middle of the passage, thanks to that forward wall, despite the tower. So nicely done for Nervkex to keep the passage under control. And Margugu is just going to respond by walling right behind it. And now, more emphasis on the water from Sitaux. As here is the scout. Can the scout get off of that tile in time? Yes, and nice walling from Barles. Will save the Vil. If he runs. There he goes. So tower from Sitaux. But if he breaks through, he still has more walls to contend with. And Barles will be going for Hulk still on the water. Yep, and he's going to use a Hulk to destroy that palisade just so we can get a wall there. Oh, that's lovely. That's lovely. Honestly, I might have gone with a fire instead of a Hulk for that, because the fire has a bit more range and could hit more of the palisades. Actually, you know, the Hulk could just open up the wall. Fire would also, I think, be faster. So, yeah, full wall off from both these players over here. Nerfkex has to be careful not to chop around his wall. But Pocket's up. Pren will be up to the Castle Age now. Cool Cat, Edgar Davids, and Matt already all are up. Long distance stone mining there for Pren, who as the Magyars, is he going to do a forward castle drop and try to go Magyar Hussars? I don't think he really has a good spot to do that, at least over here. This passage can be fat slobbed several times from Nerfkex with lots and lots of walls. Hulks for Barles is the Ram and some Step Lancers from Cool Cat. So it looks like the Pockets want to be really aggressive for Team Sitaux. Ram attacking the tower. Things go down over here. Rocket cart for Cool Cat. And at the very least, Barles has a lot of room where he can wall. He can go extend these stone walls now if he wants to. Can do multiple walls here. And there's a castle from Nerfkex. Alright, a castle from Nerfkex is the Berbers. A ram coming forward. A ram could go for the outpost and then hit the corner of the castle. Go for the walls at least. Camel Archer is not really going to be able to stop the ram. Yeah, he sees the outpost. And we'll stone wall behind this. So now, where does the castle go for Pren? Or did he just sell all the stone? Wasn't he on... He's on stone now. I guess he did a TC with the initial stone. Mangonel gonna comb with the castle. Mangonel... 70% on the castle, actually. So Nerfkex will need to do his own Mangonel to get the castle up. You're right about that. There's the Mangonel. Pren housed for a bit. Pren needs some houses. Barles still using the transport ship as best he can. He can get as many layers of wall as he can. Does he need war galleys in the pond? You go double dock war galley to defend this, maybe. I think this is going to be extra hard to push, especially with all these walls now coming up. Oh, the rocket cart, though, through the wall can hit the Vils. That layer will not go up. And he's going to try to rocket cart the transport ship. And the transport will dodge, though. Is this walled? Sitaux deletes those walls. Can he run around this? I don't think so. I think that's okay. Barles will be up to the Castle Age. Yeah, double docks, and it's going to be war galleys. I guess he doesn't want a castle to end up right here, and having just a couple of extra tiles of walls prevent the building space, in case that were the plan. 7 builds... no one on stone, though, for Cool Cat. He's being very aggressive. So Team Sitaux denying this castle is huge, as a knight now gets in. For Pren. And with the ram can go through the workshop. And the stone walls are up. Maybe Pren could have deleted those walls and tried to have gotten forward with the knight. Oh, that Vil has 1 HP. Those walling Vils are both very weak. With the ram there, don't make it all your own knight. Don't make it all your own ram, Pren. Pren, no! Oh, the ram, you could have gotten through that wall easily. Okay, now you gotta go with the Mangonel. Pren, not like this. You gotta attack ground the other side of the workshop if you're doing that. You just right-click the splash damage, will hit your own units. Oh, man, let me just double-check my YouTube stream is still going good. Yep. Do YouTube members count for the sub goal? It's only Twitch subs. Mostly because I don't have a way to combine those counters right now. In the future, I should find ways to combine them, I hope. I'm running stuff through Stream Elements now, so I need to work on manually reading stuff from the API in the future. Okay, tower here from Sitaux. As that outpost will be going down to Matt's Mangonel. And a workshop for Sitaux. So looking at the Vil counts, Team Barles is out-booming Sitaux by a lot. But that doesn't matter if they get pushed and they start dying. And that might be what's happening here, as the steppies now from Cool Cat couldn't push on the right, but he can maybe push on the left. But they need to push now, because Edgar David's 111 Vils, Matt 123 Vils, Edgar David's up to Imp. No one above 90 Vils, even on Sitaux's team, will have Margugu go for a castle, but so far the walling has been terrific for Barles, and has gotten the job done for Nervkex despite losing that castle. This might be the first thing stuff doesn't work out. If only Pren had had a ram and had been through faster. Oh, this gate close to going down. Nervkex needs to speed wall. The wall is down, the step lancers are in. Can he speed wall in time? No, he can't. The Vils are dying, the steppies are in. And disaster now has... Well, I guess Edgar David still could wall. He has a bit of time to wall. Nervkex should probably be the one walling that for him. And we have a pause. Yeah, Orange not going to wall crazy enough. And then we at least will have Matt walling himself. So Matt will be fine. Edgar Davids now has to worry, though. If he walls here, the fish will be exposed. Yeah, I think he could fit a fourth dock there. I mean, he got 30 fish traps there. That's fine. And here, Edgar Davids was thinking, let's go and triple team the right. Well, all the aggression now coming in for Sitaux's team on the left. See what the pause is about. Just a 14 right away.
Yes.
And the Xing from Pren as the Word Galleys will defend here. The dunk of that Hulk. As that workshop for Nervkex will go down. And what the heck is this walling? What is this walling? Nervkex could be walled out. He could be walled out. As the game is struggling after the pause. And now, just a bit of walling here isolates Nervkex, who might then be defeated. Now, we've seen teams win games when one of their players is defeated already. And, oh wait, we have a transport ship. Wait, how did... Oh wait, no, never mind. I thought that was blue for a second. I was like, how did Sitaux get there? That's Edgar Davids. Been casting way too long. Alright. I was the purple on top of the red kind of made a weird color on the minimap, and I was like, what? Okay, every player doing a castle over there. Nervkex is dead. Unless Edgar Davids and Matt can help him. But they're both going to the right. They're going to let Nervkex die. And the Vil counts are now kind of even. The pockets have caught up on the other team. And especially Margugu. I'll have a defensive castle from Nervkex. Fast color blindness. Yeah, fast Ornu. Oh, this walls too. This wall works too. I was going to say wall here, but that works. And now he's going to be walled in. Alright, poor Nervkex is walled in. There'll be a castle here from Edgar Davids. That should be able to break the wall. So it's not too big of a panic situation yet. But Margugu's up to Imp. Nervkex still stuck in the castle age. Fewest Vils in the game right now. After having that castle denied initially, he's struggling. And Pren will be docking the pond here. Nervkex with a converted Step Lancer trying to stop that. But it's Hulk time now. We will have Dromans, though, for Edgar Davids. If the Dromans ungarrison in a spot where the Hulks can't get to them, they could maybe destroy that dock. But having the dock there is huge. And that tower is going to be attempted to go up. The Monk trying to convert the Hulk. Maybe it needs to convert the Vil, but a Camel Archer there will get the Vil. So the tower not going to go up. The Vil will escape, though, behind some stone walls, but trap the spears only momentarily. As Onager cut now for Matt. Onager cut through the initial walls of Sitaux. They will do a castle drop on this pond. Sitaux is up to Imp. He's got his own transport ship now. What he's going to do with that, I don't know. Cavalier's trying to get in. Can Sitaux wall this in time? Needs another tile. Gets it. So he is safe with the now Purple Pocket Paladins from the Huns player. struggling to get in, but there's nothing to wall behind this gap as the Onager cut continues now. Cut from Matt, Bulgarian, so he'll be the Hal Onager player. That'll be against Jurchin Rocket Cards. Jurchins are a darn good late game civ, but they don't have the timing of the boom that Edgar Davids has. Edgar Davids with a huge economy from that fish boom. And the rocket cards, pew pew pew, will shoot over the paladins. Rocket carts going down. And defensive castle now for Cool Cat, as he's going to try to wall here. He needs to wall farther back. One paladin will get in. Will it stop the wall? No it won't. One paladin in, but the gate goes up. Now Pren walling himself. So one paladin, not the end of the world. And now we have Edgar Davids breaking the wall, giving an escape route for Nerfkex. Yeah, if that's a bear, I thought that was like a raiding unit. It's just a bear. And now there are flashing dots all over the map as another castle is forward for Barles. And Sitaux's team not quite able to hold this. The pockets have boomed incredibly well and the aggression was walled out. Nerfkex might have had a bit of a Titanic with the castle, but he held the aggression off long enough that his pockets were able to boom. Same thing for Barles. I think Barles was individually ahead of Sitaux anyway, but also got ahead of Cool Cat. And now we have some Genoese crossbowmen from Margugu. Genuinely a great unit against paladins. Even Mem can't save the team from here. Even Mem's Thericidai Monk Micro on the pawns. Castle going up for Matt. Barles up to Imp. Barles will start getting some trebs. He can dock this pond and do Lushuans. One of the most OP units in the game from what I've heard. Eric's going down to the Siege Onagers. The rest of the trebs go for the castle. Castle taking some damage. Some Knights trying to go for Onagers, but they're running into Halbs. And even on Nerfkek's side, he's walled. He's doing just fine. He's doing Kaspa. That will improve the castles on the team, so they all train units faster. And yeah, Margugu's gonna push, but it's gonna be not in time to save the rest of the team. Fire Lancer, Genoese Crossbowman. Genuinely good against the Paladins. Probably not so much against the Siege Onagers. Nice hit. Will Conscription come in? Lots of fire on that castle. It's being repaired, though. Close to being denied, but I think it finishes. The Treb won't come out, though. As now it is Sitaux who is isolated. And Sitaux who's down to 17 vills. 15 of whom are in that TC. One is on that wood line. And I don't think he managed... Did he manage to run with one vill again? He ran with two, like, 1 HP vills the other day. And that was a key to one of his team's wins. He's got 17 vills. 16 of them are here. Here's one dying. There's one repairing. He wants to repair the TC. He's gonna hop in and out to try to distract the Paladins. So this castle for Nerfkek's down. So Margugu with a bit of a push. Margugu top score on his team. Genoese Crossbowmen should be able to deal with the Camel Archers. And now will Sitaux be defeated? There's a lot of Paladins here that could run towards the TC. He's got 16 vills, and I'm still wondering where the last one is. So the vills there, they're trying to run. Paladins to chase. They're out of the TC. He'll try to wall himself in the corner. But he's just about defeated. We'll try to keep the TC up. Won't get it. 5 vills left. 3. 1 is there. 2. Where are the 2 of them? One of them is over... Oh, there we go. 1, 2. And where's the final vill? Oh, over here. Okay. He's got 1 vill hiding in the corner to avoid defeat. 1 vill in the corner. There we go. On the top. Yeah, you got it. Right there on the top. Now I see her. So, forward castle from Margugu. Yeah, trying to blend in with the trees. This is where you gotta be green, really, to blend in. If you're blue, you have to blend in with a pond. If you're green, you blend in with the trees. If you're yellow, you blend in with a gold mine, and if you're gray, you blend in with the stone. So now these purple paladins are raiding Margugu's base. We might be able to come back with a few Genbos, because right now Nerfkex does not have a way to stop this. And has Nerfkex? Yeah, Nerfkex already did manage to run some Vil, so he won't be defeated. And Margugu's going to lose his pond, as they're trying to get the Lushrons here to defend, get some keeps up, and maybe hope the Jurchens are so OP that they can carry this, but not going to be the case, as Barles' team will win this game, go up 2-0. We'll still have a game 3, it's a play all 3. And that was a crazy start in the transport ships, but great boom from the pockets, and the aggression here from Coolcat and Pren didn't work out. Maybe they needed more aggressive walls for that to work, but the transport ship play from Barles on the pond was genius. You can do the Dark Age transport now, and yeah, Barles absolutely carried that. So, where is the Civ lineup there? That was Chinese, Berbers, Huns, and Bulgarians against Jurchens, Italians, Magyars, and Malay. So that'll leave the final game being Franks, Burmese, Maya, and Shu for Sitaux, where I assume Franks and Burmese will be the pockets, and Sicilians, Cumans, Wei, and Hindustanis for Barles, where I feel like Barles has 4 pocket civs, so I don't know what he'll use. Surprised he did double walls there. He was probably thinking more along the lines of Barles with Tower Rush, and less about the transport. He could have done double walls back by the forest, and still had the passage walled. So maybe that would have been the better place to double wall. Alright, so one more lobby. As they're getting ready to go. Ooh, and we will have probably one more set after this. So I think I will do the Rex. Of Valas versus Andy. Yeah, maybe he just didn't want another super long game. So, what is Barles going to do for his civs? I'll have Imperio back on now for Barles. Pren will stay on. No Turs, probably too late for Turs now. Team Sitaux. I mean, Sitaux should have a good team if it's Sitaux, Turs, Margugu, Coolcat, and Margugu's in shape. Pren, I think, a bit lower than the rest. Coolcat, I know, very experienced on Black Forest. Pren's elo around 2k2. Coolcat only 2k, but I think he doesn't really play 1v1s. How long have we been streaming for? Almost 6 hours. I'm just glad that game didn't take 2 hours. We'll see, maybe we'll have another long game. Don't jinx us. I'm exhausted now. We still got one more. This will be a good full day of like 8 hours streaming, I think. There is potential for every series to go a very long time. They are simply play all threes. And that could be 3 4-hour games. Someone Titanic's the Civil War so quickly it's over? I don't know if that's gonna happen. Alright, so still lobby there. Is Logan on a roster? I don't think he is, just a random joining. Or is he on a roster? No, he left. Alright. When I see names I don't recognize. I get suspicious. No Valessa joining this time either. Yes, let me edit the YouTube title too. I will indeed do Valas versus Barles versus Valas, Barles versus Sitaux, and Valas versus FreakinAndy. Some more. Oh, that's there already. Pasta's ready, your teams are taking an intro-set nap. They need the nap, honestly, after all that extended time they took for the first game. They need the extra couple of hours. But let's just maybe look at the civs here. And I think a very clear lineup there for Sitaux of Shu and Maya on the flanks, Frank pocket, Burmese the other pocket. I mean, Burmese could do a flank monk rush or castle push, but I don't think you'd move Shu or Maya to her pocket. And then for Barles, I don't know what they do. Kumans, I think, have to be a pocket. But then, where do you put the other civs? Sicilians have siege onagers, so do you put them as a pocket, and then Hindu and Wei on the flanks? Hindustanis feel more like a pocket to me. I guess Sicilians could do some donjon shenanigans on the flank, depending on how open it is. I still think you want Sicilians in the pocket, so maybe it's a Hindustani flank. At least they have a decent Dark Age bonus with the cheaper bills. Yeah, Hindu Wei flanks. That's what I'm thinking. You can send 3 vills to wall, yeah, because they're cheaper. If you want to go gunpowder instead of camels, it does kind of maybe make sense to have them as a flank. And okay, looks like all 8 players in the lobby. Nerf Kex, rejoining maybe. Barles would not approve of sending 3 vills to wall. He would not. He didn't send any vills to wall last game. He sent a transport ship to get past the wall. They have good options for low economy play too. Right, Hindustanis, yeah. Yeah, makes sense. They also have a good... I think they have Redemption, and they can do the Siege Elephant push on the flank too. So, where are we at? Still waiting for Nerfkex to rejoin, I think. Don't know if he had to go restart his PC or anything. Also, it's really impressive for Matt. His 1v1 elo is 1753. And yet he's one of the best pockets there is. Always has amazing booms. Had almost 3,000 kills in that first game. This is, I guess, the team is really taking a hydration break. Making sure they're all ready for the next lobby. Let's see. Do I have a draft for the next set? Let's see if that's there. Nunez posted it. Probably on the dashboard. Yep. Alright. So I'll get that ready for the next set while we're waiting. Oh, and okay. Oh, no Nerfkex. Edgar Davids joined. Alright. Nerfkex is off. Edgar Davids is there. Yeah, Matt doesn't play 1v1s. There are definitely some really good Rage Forest players who don't play 1v1s at all. Oh, and here we are. We are starting. We're starting. That's a 5-course meal break. You gotta stay very hydrated for Rage Forest. Requires far more hydration than soccer ever could. I mean, they gotta be really hydrated because the map doesn't have any ponds on it. So they won't get their hydration in-game. Here we'll have Barles' team. Again, Barles versus Sitaux. And it will indeed be Hindustani and Wei flanks with Kuman and Sicilian pockets. Wei as the flank can do early traction, trebs, and cut, so they got some options. For Sitau's team, no surprises there. Shu and Maya flanks, Burmese, and Frank pockets. Burmese, if I recall, they do have Bombard Cannon with Siege Engineers. No Siege Onagers, but they do have Onagers along with really good Halbs. So you can play Halb Siege, you can play Arambai if you want to go for a forward castle drop. You can play... elephants. They have a few options. As a flank, they have a good monk rush. And the scout not going to get in. So the forward wall is here for Barles. Interesting passage down the middle. Then they'll need to wall somehow with Imperio doing a wall here. And there's a good old diagonal gate. Oh, he trapped the villager. Sitaux trapping a villager with the gate. I don't think he can kill the villager. The gate will go down. Oh, and Sitaux will do another gate. That time between the tree and the wall. Maybe with a lot of salt, so you gotta be extra hydrated to compensate. Yeah, I put a lot of extra salt when I was cooking up the map script. So in the south, we'll have a Vil fight. Edgar Davids, 4 Vils forward to fight. 3 there for Margugu. It'll be an Eagle with the Scout for Cool Cat here right away. Where's Imperio's Scout? He is... Oh, he already lost HP. He's grabbing up stuff, resources for his flank. Yeah, the gate trick is legal for this.
Shot it.
That even wasn't a diagonal gate between walls. That final one was between a tree and a wall. Which is a bit of a different situation. I need to do a video about stuff like that, where you can do the gate trick and whatnot. That was something that never really was a thing in AOC, because you couldn't rotate the gates until the user patch. And then the gates were still kind of wonky that their corners didn't exist until they were finished, so you couldn't actually quick wall with them. Okay, Scout goes down. See if Cool Cat... Ooh, Cool Cat doesn't escape. Thought I was going to get away, but doesn't escape. However, Margugu seems to have taken the initiative now with all the Vils forward. What even is going on here? Diagonal gates both directions. I think Barles... Sitaux still has gates there. He's not going to give up on the diagonal gates. I think if he deletes this, it's open. Sitaux with the forward lumber camp. The Scout's going to help collect wood. Loom for Sitaux, so he hasn't had loom yet. Barles does. Barles will just have a bunch of Vils there fighting. Sitau's sending the entire village forward. Sitau's saying, I don't care, I'm going to fight this and try to get through the gate. Yeah, placing gates in AOC was a nightmare. And okay, he's deleting the wall and going through. And we'll lose hits on the Scout. So Barles almost had gotten the forward wall. And Sitaux will just about, yes indeed, lose the Scout. More Vils forward for Barles. We'll try to run the weak ones back. And those Vils just attacking a wall for the fun of it, I guess. And more fresh Vils forward for Barles. So we have an absolutely huge Vil fight here. In the south, we had the Vils from Margugu trying to get to the pocket. Imperial almost walling them out, but then he's going to come forward, and Pren will have his Scout here. So, okay, Imperial is saying, nope, you'll deal with that, Edgar Davids. I don't want any part of it. And one tile of wall, keeping this open. Sitaux backs off at the wrong moment. Barles could wall it, like right now, and he gets the wall up, and then Sitaux is a trapped weak Vil. He'll try to quick wall this to save it, or he'll just ignore it and let it die. Yes, this is some actual Rage Forest game right here. So it looks like Barles is walled. Sitaux is not walled. So if Barles wanted to, he could just rush all the Vils forward and try to mess with Sitaux. Take a bigger fight. I'll look at the idle time stats. A bit more idle time for Sitaux, and he lost 1 Vil to Barles. Barles got a kill. So Barles now out of food under the TC. He could... Oh, there we go. Sitaux did manage to wall his villain. And yeah, Barles will quickly do the wall so that Sitaux can't do any other walls. Sitaux could have tried to have walled those 2 tiles right away and given himself a bit more space in case he were walled in. But he'll do what he can to keep that Vil alive now. Barles will do more palisades. I wonder if Barles could try to delete this palisade and attack the Vil diagonally. So up the middle, Pren doing 1 wall at the back safely, and then we'll go forward for more of a wall. Also remember the palisades have more HP for Barles' team because they have a Kuman pocket, and Imperio, the pocket player, will go for a 2 TC boom right away. And Matt over here, as the Sicilians, has a wonderful start, doesn't need to worry about walling anything, he can just boom. And now forward barracks for Cool Cat. Cool Cat sees how this isn't walled, and he's going to go and apply some pressure. Margugu trying to wall forward. Where are those Vil? Margugu now has 11 villagers just chasing Edgar Davids around. And what they're maybe recognizing is since the Kuman player is going to boom, he's not going to be going Scouts or even going Knights quickly to help the flank. So they're going to try to apply some pressure now with Cool Cat maybe going for some scouts to try to run around. There's also an X in the middle right there from Cool Cat. Maybe thinking, you know what, if Imperial doesn't have any vills there to wall, we might be able to break in quickly if it's a nice surprise. So, Lumbercamp in the back. Weak vills still fighting. Vills go down. And okay, big vill fight. 14 vills versus 11. Margugu does not have the numbers advantage. 13 to 10, they each lose a vill. That vill kind of getting trapped and blocked. So Edgar Davids wins that fight. Margugu could always send more vills. He's gotten this walled off. There's the stable, and Cool Cat even's going to send another vill forward with Margugu. So Margugu versus Edgar Davids, basically just sacrificing Margugu to ensure Edgar Davids doesn't get much of a boom going. Edgar Davids needs to do more houses. And now some walls come up. Oh, but did Edgar Davids delete a vill instead of a wall? Edgar Davids, no. Oh, no. Not like this, Edgar. You were safe. You were trying to be extra safe. You deleted the vill. Here comes Margugu. Pren's scout is still over here. And with all these vills, Margugu is going to be, I will suddenly do a gate and then break down. He can't build the gate there. Oh, he can, actually. I thought there was a tree there. He doesn't need the foundation. He just needs to attack the wall. He'll try to break in as fast as he can. And Imperial thought about walling, but then thought better of it. And is now maybe going to go for a small wall towards his TC. Try to funnel everything towards the TC. As here come the Frank Scouts. Good early HP bonus for them. They'll come forward, and they'll have an early armor upgrade also for Cool Cat. Probably not going to invest too heavily into Scouts, but we'll do armor to try to get them to survive the TC fire if they run through. And I think running through the TC, if it's not fully walled, needs to be the plan. Along with Pren. Alright, well, Pren took one for the team there. The Scouts can get in, and they will find a vill. Is there loom? There is loom for Imperio. There's one vill down. The Scouts dodge a volley of arrows. No quick gate to trap them. And they can get out by the mill now. As Imperial will wall behind this, but Margugu gonna send... He's gonna keep his entire village forward and still attack houses. He's gonna hope that he can distract Imperial with some walls, maybe pick off a farm here and there. Douche, honestly, I would say a douche could be interesting if it weren't a Kuman player who'll have 2 TCs. I mean, Matt's already in the Castle Age, so no point douching there. If this were someone in the Feudal Age going Scouts, then yeah, I think a flank douching a pocket could work. You want to keep the pocket behind a Nico. But 45 vills already. No matter what you do, they'll be ahead of Cool Cat. Okay, Cool Cat. Gonna stay feudal for a bit. We'll have Castle Age from Sitaux. Up the middle, maybe, this allows for a vill from Pren actually to enter. So wait, Pren up to the Castle Age as the Burmese. There's a world where he does a forward castle with a Rambai. I don't think he does a 1 vill castle when the vill's injured, but Cool Cat up doing a Mangonel, breaking through, trying to apply pressure to the Kuman player. They're not too worried about Edgar Davids because Edgar Davids spent 2 minutes and 32 seconds of idle TC time in that vill fight against Margugu. And he's still Dark Age, so he's not going to contribute much. Margugu's feudal. So this is actually a great push from Cool Cat. Can he disrupt this Kuman boom anymore? Yeah, getting douched as a BF pocket would make half the ladder instantly rage quit. Yeah, you play the game like it's Chaos Pit. So Matt's sending 2 vills over here. What's Matt gonna do? A workshop? And there's a workshop. He has walled himself off, so good work there. Barles sending a scout over with very low HP. And Margugu's still here. Margugu doing towers. Margugu, I think, just needs to make sure he doesn't overinvest. He needs to make sure he's doing farms at home. Finds a way to go up. Doing more stone mining might backfire on him now. I think his advantage would be the fact that he's super far ahead of Edgar Davids. But Matt, who walled himself off, might now get walled. As here comes Margugu for some walls and then a tower. Is Matt gonna quickly try to do some buildings to stop this? No, 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 he's not. And as long as Margugu gets this whole wall up, that's gonna be devastating because now these two players are walled in by themselves. We have Sitaux going for an aggressive castle drop against Barles, who's 3 TC booming. And that's 2 TCs for Sitaux. Where's Emu? He can do the white feather guards as the shoe. Defensive mangonel from Matt. Some spearmen here from Imperio, who still isn't up. There's an X from Sitaux. And don't mangonel your own light cav. The knight's getting in. They do have 1 armor. No monks here, at least. I don't know where Matt's Vil went. Up there they are. If you could find Matt's Vils, that'd actually be the best thing you could kill, because then that'd be no monastery, no more siege. It's up to Matt to micro the mangonels, and so far, finding a bit of time to protect the TC. Here's Cool Cat's workshop is over here. Maybe Cool Cat needs to send 1 mangonel just to harass Edgar Davids. He's gonna get more mangonels forward. And monks now. Monks from Pren. And Pren has a 4 TC boom behind this, so it's not a big investment from him, just a few monks. And yes, Matt will have by far the biggest boom, but will he then save 3 other players? I mean, if there's 1 pocket who can play 1v4, I think it would be Matt. And Margugu is a menace. Redemption for the monks. There's Castle Age for Edgar Davids, though. Margugu might need to stonewall this area, make sure Edgar Davids doesn't break out and be aggressive against him. What are these outposts? Margugu just trying to outpost rush like he's MBL. Alright, TC under attack. Monks healing. Those spears still aggressive. 3rd mangonel out. Monks here have to avoid the TC fire. Nice mangonel attack grounds. Monks want to convert anything they can grab. You go for the barracks, maybe. As this fletching. Matt's still booming. 86 fills. Alright. Some mangonel hits coming in. This TC, a lot of wood spent repairing it. And the spears are there. That mangonel will go down. The monk's trying to dive to get a conversion, but they can't quite get it. And then here are some Vils chased by crocodiles. I don't know why they went this way. This still isn't walled, but that's fine, I guess. Oh, they're gonna castle drop Edgar Davids. That could be a rough castle drop if the Shinbei Raiders come out. The crocodiles are gonna chase them through the gates. Margugu's trying to wall this. He'll de-aggro them with his Vil. Wait, there could be a dead Vil here. Pren. Oh no, Pren might lose this Vil. Okay, gets one of the crocodiles, so that should save Margugu's walling Vil. But that Vil will go down, and the Shinbei Raiders will deny the castle. Pren wanted a castle. This is the Titanic if the knights aren't there. Wade Wong Cav, too. This will at least let Margugu get the walls up. But that castle's not going to go up. And Edgar Davids will maybe be able to do his own castle drop. I think Pren needs to stop this. That's not going up at all. Another knight forward. And yeah, Pren's just going to run. So, mangonel push from Sitaux. Barles trying to do a castle. Mangonel's not quite in range to deny it. As one of the TCs now is down for Imperio. And the mangonels are forward. This workshop from Matt needs to be deleted. No, it's converted by Pren. And Imperio, I don't think Imperio managed to run Vils anywhere. And he's already walled in. Imperio could be defeated. This is looking risky for him. This castle now from Matt. Oh, Margugu is in somehow. How did Margugu get in? I don't even know. Did he tower hop in? Anyway, he is in, and he's doing towers in Matt's base. Just trying to be annoying. And I think it's working. He's achieving that goal. Alright, some Xing here. And Pren is going to attempt the castle once more. Kind of forward. Walls here for Edgar, but the castle will break them. And I don't think there's any protecting this TC. Imperial is just going to try to survive as long as he can. Those knights getting healed with all the pikemen there is great for the knights. Mangonel's hitting the weak Vils in the middle of the TC. Repairing from the center of the TC. Never something you want to happen against the mangonels. And let's see. This eco, still a third tower from Margugu. Margugu, he is amazing at these towers. Not up to the castle age yet. But when the other players on his team get imp, they could maybe sling him up. And then he could do guard tower. It'd really be annoying here. I have 3 guard towers shooting the donjon. So this castle's up. And now we have wheelbarrow as the Shinbei Raiders were able to come through. That wasn't stone walled. And is there a chance the Shinbei Raiders protect the mangonels? Looks like Matt's vills do go down. Stable here from Cool Cat. He wants some more of those Frankish Knights, and he has 4 TCs himself. Significantly more vills for Barles' team because of that boom from Matt. And Matt now sending some rams forward. Margugu doing everything he can to keep the towers standing. Trying to do a 4th tower. Oh, he is up. He is up. I didn't even see that. He is up. And he has guard tower now. Oh, guard tower is sick. If only he had enough room to get a mangonel here. He needs to garrison that vill. Oh, loses the vill. The guard tower now will kill quite a few sergeants. So 3 mangonels attacking the TC still. Shinbei Raiders don't want to engage that many mangonels. Double stables here for Cool Cat. Fortified wall for Sitaux over here as he's being treb pushed by Barles. Barles up to imp faster. And now a couple of knights and light cav. As Imperio is up, the scores drop and flip and dance back and forth. And it looks like with all of those pikemen, Imperio finally can take a fight. Edgar Davids is up. And I think, honestly, this is maybe a mistake from Cool Cat this game. If he sends 1 or 2 knights to harass Edgar, while Edgar is still feudal, I don't think Edgar is able to get up to the castle age like this. Or while Edgar is still dark age. It's a weird thing, but like the worst time to be harassed is when you're down and trying to reboom. And it's a tricky call to make because you don't want to overfocus someone who's dead. But at the same time, you don't want to let them come back. Now, what's going to happen here? These are fortified walls and a couple layers, so Edgar will be fine. The castle will not reach the outer layer. Amazing pocket Kumun Boon, yep. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Matt. Low-key looking better than the pros. Matt is, I think, maybe even the best pocket. He is insane as a pocket. And gate from Margugu trying to keep that mangonel safe and he'll do some monks. So this team's still in the lead. Pren has a pretty good boom himself. There's Shatagni and Cannoneers for Barles. As Imperial's breaking out, he's on 71 vills. The vill counts between the 2 teams are still pretty close. We have Cool Cat up to Imp now. Xing in the middle, maybe wondering how walled that is. A couple of monks could still come forward for Pren. My worry is it's going to be 2 boomed pockets versus 1 boomed pocket. And this is a pocket who's had to deal with a bit of trouble. Had to do some mangonels earlier on. Has to deal with Margugu doing every tower he can place. Right at the side of his base. Now, would it be the play for Matt to go then double team Sitaux, ensure that Sitaux dies? Because what will Pren do? Pren doing a ton of barracks, and he's going to go Rams and Halbs, or 2-handed swordsmen actually, champions. So, siege infantry here of some sort. There's Onager from Matt. Feels like his boom not quite as fast as he wants it to be. A couple of deletes there. Everything Imperio deleting. Didn't know it was being converted. And Edgar David's not pressured at all after that castle. Continuing to wall, worrying about cuts. And Cool Cat will do a castle in the middle. There are turkeys in the north. Alright, hello turkeys. Hello turkeys, how did Barles lame like that? Well, Barles had some laming. And Cannoneers, it's against traction trebs. So Sitaux going the traction trebs is the shoe flank. We'll have really good arbs. And just going to use arbs to try to hold against the hand Cannoneers. Shatagni makes that a bit deadlier, but I think still something where you favor the arbs, especially if he gets the machine gun arb upgrade. Bolt magazine. Okay, he doesn't have the Chuko new arbs yet, but that's an option for him. Right, and then here come the champions. Here come the champions. I think Pren wanted to kill Imperial quickly, so he's going straight for the champion line. He has Arson, still needs some blacksmith upgrades, but he gets the free attack bonus from being Burmese. And now Imperial going to run and try to run to Edgar Davids. But Edgar Davids has... Okay, he's deleted a hole in the wall so the Vils can run. Now Imperial's gonna die. Oh, this game is crazy. But here come the Sergeants. Sergeants have good melee armor. And there are siege towers, because how do you have an army without siege towers? But I think the extra melee armor is counteracted by the extra attack of the Burmese. I still think that Pren, yeah, he's doing iron casting, just needs to focus on the blacksmith upgrades. There's a trade cart trying to escape. And we have a bit of a pause now. And Matt needs a second. Matt needs a second. He's got to go change his hotkeys probably, so he's not making siege towers. Yeah, so Matt has 153 Vils. Overall, though, it's Team Sitaux who has more Vils now. Edgar Davids has been trying to reboom, but he's not completely safe. And he's also had to make some army. So here comes the castle. Meanwhile, Sitaux and Barles are still kind of in a standstill. Barles may be getting a bit of momentum on the push, but it doesn't look like he's going to push all that quickly. Sitaux has the momentum to add army here, and that's going to be a good ram push. While we have the Cyan Pocket Paladins trained for Cool Cat. Skirm's also for Sitaux to help deal with the hand cannoneers. 360 spin on the Mangonel. Here comes the ram push. Sitaux maybe needs to delete a few tiles of wall. The ram's through. And it'll be quick walling for Barles to try to keep himself safe. But tons of champions inside of those rams. Meanwhile, Matt doing some sergeants here as the Cavalier from the Franks pocket move forward. We'll have Blast Furnace there for Pren. And it's going to be a full sergeant play from Matt. This TC from Imperial going to go down. Imperial down to 30 Vils. So Imperial will need to try to reboom. He's out of the game for the time being. And it's kind of a 3v2 now? I mean, Margugu's up to Imp, so he should be able to do Trebs and then maybe think about pressuring Edgar Davids on the flank. Love to see Margugu try to get more forward walls to protect his Trebs. Interesting situation there as Edgar Davids has tried to wall everywhere to avoid cuts. And if you get Plumes out, I guess they should be good against Sicilians if they're doing Sergeants with their attack bonus. But here come the Paladins, so... Triple player push, Rams, Champions, Paladins, Skirms, Arbs, Traction Trebs against one player here as the Hindustanis. And now if Matt is pushing up the middle, he has a long way to go with all these walls. And this is well timed from Cool Cat. Crazy set. Imperio down to 24 Vils. I mean, that workshop is still here. At least there's a wall. And yeah, Imperial still has Vils here at TC on 138 HP. I think Matt just managed to save it. The Paladins could maybe even still destroy it. I'll get some Rams. They can get that and those two Vils. But this is the important fight here. Sitaux now pushing Barles. Barles will call the GG. And what a crazy game that was. What a crazy set this was. Sitaux at least gets a point. And that's Barles with 108 kills. Matt, he had an insane boom, but couldn't do anything with it. Was harassed by Margugu's towers while booming. Had to clear so many layers of walls. By the time he was able to help Imperio, it was too late. That workshop he sent in the Castle Age wasn't enough. GG. Dang. And we will give them a win. Oh, that was a really good set. From a 2-hour game to some transport ships to whatever that game was, a Vil fight. The entire village goes to the pocket with Cool Cat coming along too. Yeah, man, that's such an insane read of the game too. To say, hey, this is the pocket doing a Kuman boom. Let's Vil fight the flank so they don't matter and go aggressive on the pocket. And try to go for some FC siege push. Frank Knights. That was amazing. So I myself am going to take break for a couple of minutes. Then I think we're going to get back and we're going to cast one more set. So the question is, do we want to cast the League and then do Rage Forest? Or do we just continue with Rage Forest? So we could cast the League and then do the Rex of Rage Forest after the League set is over, which I think is the better idea in terms of viewership. That would mean we're casting for about 10 hours today. But we're only 6 hours in. We got time, right? So yeah, I think I'll be back in a moment. Then we'll cast the League. There's a set going on right now. It's a best of 5. By the looks of it, they're getting close to wrapping up game 2. So I think we'll hop onto that for game number 3. And then go back to Rage Forest afterwards. Does that sound like a plan for everyone? So I'll be right back. Stay tuned. And we'll have more Age of Empires and more Rage Forest later. Alright, so let's get back. I need to change everything around once more to be the League. Okay, let's update the title then. Be a moment for the next game. Alright, so we're going to have a bit of a spoiler session here because they are partway through a set. If I can find the logo, there we go. This will be the qualifying match best of 5 qualifying set. And it's 5 games and grab the drafts. It'll be the Onimaru Tacos against Nocturna A. And the score there is it will be tied 1-1 with getting overlay set up drafts. Here are the drafts, and these games are being played live, so it must be super late for Nocturna. So that was game 1, going to the Barbatacos. Game 2, going to Nocturna. And as far as civs go, that has been Wage Urchins and Gajurs losing, and then Bohemians, Lithuanians, Turks winning. Against the other side, that was Mowiska, Hindustanis, Burmese that lost. And Georgians, Ethiopians, Vikings that won. And we just got a raid. Thank you, I am the law, for the raid. Welcome in. Next map will be Migration, so we're going to cast this set, and then 3 games of Rage Forest afterwards, so we have a lot still to go tonight. We've been streaming for 6.5 hours. I'm going to need some energy from the chat to help me through this. Alright, and let me also... yeah, I'll still have YouTube title, I guess, is fine. Andy Valas will be the final Rage Forest set that we get to. Let me just get their draft set up already. And I'll get their Rex downloaded while we're waiting for this one. Download them one at a time. Okay, once more, get my folder clean, and we are launching just in time. We have a 2-minute spec delay, then it will be Migration. So Onimaru will be Degao, Kingstone, and Miguel against... oh, Turs. This is why Turs left Rage Forest. He had to play the League. Scheduling nightmare for players. Had to play League of Legends. Well, we'll see how it goes. Let me EV to the League, see if I can get caught up on results from today. So some spoilers, as I believe this is the last qualifier. We all know that Taiwan got the admin win over Old School. That was Slam, Timo, Chart, and Niaz, because they couldn't schedule. Dark Side versus Amigos, I didn't see that. I don't know who won that. LY, I didn't see the end of that. Oh, they don't have their results updated. Maybe check on the dashboard. Stats are missing from the dashboard. Alright, I don't know the results. Is it on Wikipedia, maybe? Wikipedia was crazy earlier. Alright, so Darkside did win over the Amigos, and LY did win over Zhongsheng. Alright, Darkside over Amigos must have been a tight one. I'd say that was 3-2. Now, I'm genuinely not sure who to favor between the Barbatakos and Nocturna. I think this should be a close set, and it is indeed tied 1-1. If it's just Arabia, I would probably favor the Barbatakos pretty heavily, but if you get more creative maps, then Nocturna is going to be kind of fancy. Captain, hello, YouTube chat. Hello. Hello, Captain. So, welcome everyone. Long day for me. Gonna be even longer, because we got 1.5 more sets to cast. Potentially 6 more games. At least 5 more. So after that, I will eat. So migration, let me take a moment in the migration Dark Age to set the overlay. This is the Onomaru, and this is Nocturna. And I think they have an image, NOC, boom, and then we just remove the clan tags so everything fits on the overlay. And obviously the clan is at the top of the screen. And Miguel and Degao, of course, begin their names with lowercase letters. So, welcome in everyone. Let's go to the resource panel and get ready for a game of migration. Let's also make sure we get the stats right. And this is the qualifying set. Did I spell that right? Best of 5. I'll have to remember to change this back when we get to Rage Forest. So, Inca flank wood saving is good for the water map here. For Degao, this is the chicken version of migration. Migration has a chance of spawning with chickens instead of deer. Samara wanted us to do this for the Amiga Wars Rage Forest, so I did it. I don't think I like it. I just don't like the chickens. Pocket will be Miguel as the Malians. Good camel sieve for controlling the middle against other cav units. And then Dravidian flank makes all the docks cheaper, one of the best flanks. Or not cheaper, but you get the pop space. You save building a house, so it's effectively, you're saving wood. Anyway, back dock from him, more middle dock from Degao. Slightly aggressive from Degao, but not as aggressive as it could be. Mid dock from Target, and then from Turs. So the pockets want a fish boom, and nowadays on migration, you go for huge fish booms because you basically can't be punished for it by garrisoning in the docks. So all the villas going to be popping out for Anatov. And yeah, it's just fish boom time. In the past, we would have seen super fast uptimings from the flanks. Nowadays, it's a bit more chill since you focus on the fishing. You're not going to go a super fast up and sneak 2 galleys to snipe the pocket's fish, because by the time you get there, they'll garrison. And your 2 galleys can't kill fish effectively anymore anyway. You know what I was going to do between games? I was going to pour my water into my container. And then after this, of course, we'll get back to Rage Forest and get that casted once we're done. So I think that way we don't conflict with the end of the league qualifiers. Up, and let me also write the score here, 1-1. So Malians against Burgundians. This is where I like Malians as a pocket, because camels should counter the Cavalier Coustilier play that the Burgundians usually want to go for. I think this is where we had the Italians and Doubt was a Malian pocket and he went Condottieri to raid. My experience on migration is even though fishing now is safer, and even though there are whales for gold on the water now, it still is more valuable to control the land. And I've seen pockets go for that fast imp fire ship play, and I don't think it's the way to go. Yes, it will win you the water, but I think a bit more of a hybrid approach of trying to get everyone booming. I'll go on some Castle Age fires just to hold long enough to start your boom, and make sure that your TCs and your actual villager count is higher. Not worrying about the fishing ships is the way to play it. The Chinese, I think, are probably still the #1 pocket, maybe Byzantine's #2, because of dragon ships and fast fire ships and how good the Byzantine fires are, and how insane the dragon ships are. But also because they're good civs for taking the middle. Chinese no longer have camels, which does hurt on the map. But they have such a smooth start with their economy. Inca also give you 1 more llama for everyone, and you start with a llama right under the TC, so you get off to a super smooth start on migration. A map that has a very awkward resource distribution. You don't have any boars. You have, usually it's 6 sheep and 4 deer. I'm not exactly sure what the DE map does with changing the chickens and whatnot. But it's less resources than you're used to. You have to really practice the Dark Age to get accustomed to it. So, galleys from Turs, usually you just go galleys on the map. You're far enough apart that you're not going to be pushing docks with fires. You can go fires, because you're anticipating galleys to counter them. But usually it's a couple of fires, and then you'll see hulks afterwards. We'll see if Dagao does that, or if I'm just completely wrong. On the other side, we do indeed have fires from Kingstone. Maybe Onomaro practices and realizes they want fires. And it will be galleys from Target. As both pockets still in the Dark Age, both still booming. Burgundians can do Dark Age eco upgrades, so early double bit axe is extremely good on this map. My empty coffee on the other side of the desk. And you can do an early gill nets once you get to the feudal age, I believe. Or fishing lines now. Actually, can you do fishing lines in the Dark Age? If you can, Anatov hasn't done it. Thought you could do those in Age earlier too, but I'm not entirely sure about that. So the scout from Kingstone will find the galleys from Target, and he will sacrifice scout HP to get a few hits on the galleys. And now, yeah, Kingstone following up the fire opening with galleys. The Hulk won't want to fight the galley fire combo. And fires actually can kill Hulks. Yeah, they take bonus damage from the Hulk, but they actually have higher DPS versus Hulks than other Hulks do. I think that's still the case. I forget what they've done with when they patch water. So many patches, I never know what the current balance is.
Yes, patrastem.
Yes, fishing lines, fletching, and feudal age. As see some galley micro. Don't think we'll ever get back to that classic AOC beautiful dance of the galleys. But at least migration gets us close to there. If you're on the flank, you can just play galleys and micro them. Oh, it's one of the most fun things in AoE 2. Dodging and dancing around the galley shots. The galleys from Target are going down. Let me drink this water I got for myself. And the galleys from Kingstone will push this back. And hard to push someone defending by their docks because of the reinforcement advantage, even harder now because of the fishing ship garrison. So both pockets up to the castle age. Here we have Dagao up to the castle age. So different approaches, Turs versus Dagao, where Turs are the Armenians. Dagao is going to decide he had enough forward presence that he can fall back and retreat for a bit and go up to the castle age, wait for medium warships. Again, this is going to be defending by the docks. And since it is full galleys, you don't really have the fire ships necessary to push the docks during this transition on migration. You do put your fish at risk, you put your eco at risk. You see Target just straight up retreating from Kingstone here, not trying to go up as quickly as Dagao and Kingstone might even beat Target to go up. So it feels like Kingstone's winning pretty well against Target on that side of the water. Galley is going to be popping out of Dagao, or out of Dagao's docks, and he needs to make sure that when he ungarrisons, they're safe. Nice job picking off the Hulk. And now you're just kind of trying to dance so that the fires don't pick off the dock. Dance and wait for medium warships. Enough hulks there that he can't just go pure fire. Pure fires might be useful against the galleys. Who won the last game? If you mean last game on this set, I joined when it was tied 1-1. With Barbatacos winning, then Nocturna winning game 2 on their home map. Here's the transport from the pocket. He needs to make sure that's not sniped by turrets. Alright. Be careful, Miguel. If you mean Rage Forest, Barles won that 2-1, with Sitaux' team picking up a win in the final one. Every game that set was crazy. So galleys here are simply going down for Degao, and Degao versus Turrs has turned into a Titanic for Degao. He's trying to do medium warships, but the one thing you don't want, your pocket's fish boom being disrupted, is what's going to happen now, as Turrs has enough ships to come and kill some fishing ships. The fires will be on the way for Miguel. If Turrs sees those fish, he could pick them off, but he didn't quite see them in time. And Miguel, thankfully, will save his fishing ships as he'll run the other fish to the other side of his island, where he has a few more fish he can take. Has to be careful he's taking too many fish, but look at this. 1, 2, 3 TC boom for Miguel. And this is what I said. Anatov going fast imp at the start. It's tempting because then you can go for fires to control the water. We do have fast fire ship. No shipwright, but you're not going to do the expensive tech in early imp. Fast fire ship for the Burgundians, but no presence on the middle. Just a couple of forward docks, as scouts from Miguel will try to kill the Vills. And this would work, as we have Kingstone getting to the middle. If Degao can get his Vills to the middle. So remember, more garrison capacity on transports now. You can fit 20 units without any upgrades. You used to need careening and then dry dock. And since Turrs sailed over to the pocket and is now dealing with the fire ships of Miguel and losing hard to them, Degao is able to transport over to the mainland. And so far, Nocturna not caring about the middle. Degao is. And I think this is a much smoother play for the Barbatacos than it is for Nocturna. As war galleys for Degao, now getting a counterattack on Turrs. Turrs was thinking of transporting. That transport goes down. That's pretty key right now. Well, the fast fire now. So fast fire is war galleys. I don't think they do any damage to them. Yes, that's 8 pierce armor. And what do war galleys do? 9 pierce damage, yeah. So they do 1 damage to the fast fires in the Castle Age. You're not taking down fast fires with war galleys. Yep, and Onamaru losing both sides of the water. And Nocturna will take a huge score advantage because of that. But Miguel has a 5 TC boom. Degao managed to get to the middle. And what's Anatov going to do in Imp? We have the first TC here for target. Finding a sliver of land on the coast. Doesn't even have gold access. And Degao will try to do a few more TCs and keep booming. So the fish will finally be destroyed for Onamaru. But looking at the actual villager count. 33 villagers for Anatov. 70 villagers for Miguel. And yeah, fish are nice, but your fish very quickly get far from the docks. They get extremely inefficient. And your villager economy is going to matter a lot more. Yeah, maybe you got to invest wood into farms, but that's wood you're investing into farms instead of into warships. So during this transition, you're actually just investing into your eco instead of your military that won't really help you control the middle. And the middle is the key. Look at how far these fishing ships are away from the dock for Anatov. He has both eco upgrades. He doesn't have two-man saw. Two-man saw could be interesting in the Castle Age for a water map, but I guess he's zipped now, so it's just cheap for him. But more TCs. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 TCs in the middle versus 1 TC, 1 castle. The belay they can go karambits. I don't think the karambits disrupt this much, and Degao's the Inca even could think about going slingers if they start getting karambit raided. Kingstone gets a castle up and have a roomy swordsman to counter the karambits. Maybe Miguel wants fletching on the TCs. Actually, Tigui here. That'd actually be insane. Fletching Bodkin and Tigui, if he gets a defensive castle, would be great against the karambit raids if the TCs just shoot them. So castle for Turrs now. As a warhole here will be destroyed by the fires. And Miguel, we'll scout this. We'll scout the Karambits. Where are the Karambits going? Oh, the Karambits going to get on a transport ship? Oh, target. He's not going to fight in the middle. He's just going to come over here. He's going to say, I control the water. I'll go raid your home base. But Kingstone's, he's one step ahead. Says, raid my base. I'm not training Vils here. I deleted my TC. Deleted his starting TC. He doesn't need a transport anymore. His Vils can die and he's okay with it. That's a sacrifice he's willing to make. Miguel with the Warhulk still. Didn't upgrade to the Carrack, didn't do heavy warships. And that's because he's still in the Castle Age. Able to defend a bit more. And here come the Karambits. Kingstone's just, oh, Karambits. What do I do? I don't have a TC to hide in. Maybe you shouldn't have deleted that. Maybe you should have just done a hotkey group. So here comes some composite bowmen from Turs. Miguel's up to the Imperial Age. This TC for Kingstone will be denied. Miguel has to be extra careful of those stone vills. He doesn't yet have the stone for a castle. And they have to realize this raid is incoming. And the fact that no one has a castle yet may be a bit awkward. But it'll be an easy transition to Cavaliers for Miguel. He can start amassing knights right now. And this team doesn't have a camel option to deal with that. You have good halbs. But I don't think they can get the numbers to counter Miguel's eco now. It's all about disrupting the eco. We'll have Imp for target, Imp also for Turs. And this is going to be maybe forward castles. Yep, and there is the Karambit raid. This is why I was thinking we needed Fletching and Bodkin. And a forward castle from target. Now this all comes down to, can the boom be used in time? Malay are very interesting for the Karambit raids. And I think... Ooh, maybe this could work, actually. Maybe the Imp will be just a bit too late for Miguel. Where is his Imp TC, anyway? His Imp TC's on his starting island. That's not threatened, right? No, that's not threatened. But Miguel maybe needed a few more knights while he was booming to deal with Castle Age Karambits, to deal with those composite bowmen. He wants another castle by that gold. But maybe this will be enough still. Or another castle, a first castle. And once he gets up, he's going to need to do more blacksmith upgrades, more knights. His eco might not be there, despite all the gold he has, having lost all the fish. Has 103 Vils. And we have 77 for Kingstone. And 80 for Degao. I mean, their Vil count is so much higher than Nocturna's. And it's all about, is the fish enough eco? And now, is the timing and map presence enough? To stop this, we have Cavalier, we have Armor, and once those come in, I mean, some Gebeta warriors even will be great. Monks healing the knights. I don't think that the Karambits will be able to fight. And honestly, when Kingstone and Degao are up, they could even sling. That might even be a nice play. Just sling Miguel to do Cavaliers. But they need to get up to Imp first. You can only sling when you're Imp. That might actually be interesting if they just go Imp and sling. Another castle, so Miguel won't be able to raid immediately. And we're going to have battle elephants. Okay. I was thinking Halb or Camel, but no, if target can get elephants out, that might stop the Cavaliers. As the Malay, those elephants will not be expensive. So the fishing eco, not going to be all that good. But now we have a lot of Vils, 88 total for target. He's going to lose some Vils on this gold, though. That's a lot of elephants. Yep, and they're slinging target. They're slinging target. Okay, they're doing what I thought the Malian player needed. Yeah, and that's great. The elephant should counter the Cavaliers. And then... Okay, at that point, they actually need Inca or Dravidians, one of them to get Halbs out. And they'll need enough Halbs to win fights. And the Cavaliers have to get good raids now. They can't fight the elephants, but they can raid. As long as there are castles defending the eco and TCs to garrison in, they'll make the raids less effective. Bills can garrison in the castles. And oh, this is a great strat. Recognizing that once they're Imp, they can sling. And they're slinging target now to do elephants. This is perfect. Oh, this is absolutely perfect. And Nocturne is going to go up 2-1. Migration's still a sling map, even in Imp. There's Pikeman for Kingstone. And the Imp to sling, so they had the timing on the fishing eco before the villager eco kicked in, was perfect. So figuring out using the sling after winning water is maybe the play. Oh, that was great. I mean, I guess usually you're not thinking about sling in this tournament because there is that anti-sling until imp rule. Once you're imp, I mean, sling away, sling away. And yeah, target's not going to be stopped. The Malians are a camel save. They don't have halbs. Camels don't stop elephants. We've seen that so many times. They just don't. Heavy camel on the way, but they're against elite battle elephants already. Elephants are so cheap from the melee. Halb now from Kingstone, Dagao trying to go Arb. All 3 units that should be useful against elephants, but none that really feel great. Treb's pushing the castle. And the sling will do it. We'll have Halb now from target. Does that help him with anything? What do the Halbs even kill? I think he just needs more elephants. This was brilliant. Yeah, elephants everywhere. He now has, what's the count? 29 elite battle elephants. Here's the water trade. Oh, here it is. Does it say how much wood they have? What are they even carrying? It doesn't say. Oh wait, one of them said. Which way are they even trading? 85 gold. There's the water trade. Yeah, so they're water trading instead of taking the middle. There are the GGs. Interesting. So I was thinking that Anatov would be the player in the Imperial Age who would be responsible for taking the middle. Actually, it was Target. And that was great, slinging for the cheap elephants. Because they had a player who was imp and could sling. And the elephants will be better against the Malians than anything that the Burgundians can do. And then if you're slinging, you're taking away the need to add all the farms because you're doing it while you still at least have a bit of a fishing eco. And dang, that was nice. That was really nice. So yeah, 214 kills there. Yeah, received 9k resources. And Anatov even slung Turs a bit. Yeah, when you're imp, you can sling, and that is the strength of slinging. Interesting, because the Gao and Barles in Cartographers slung every single game when we allowed pure sling, just with a bit of a nerf. They were not prepared for the sling there. That puts Nocturna away, a win away from qualifying. And were those civs there? That was migration lost for Barbatacos. They'd have to win 2 more games then in a row. So backs against the wall. They just lost Dravidians, Inca and Malians against Malay, Armenians, and Burgundians. And the Spanish are still there for Nocturna. Spanish are scary wherever you use them. Hello, Acro. Usually it's slinging the Malay player for the insane Condottieri. That with a Malian player, too. You could always do sling, the Dark Age sling, right? What the Barbatacos team lost to that. when Crab did the Dark Age sling, I remember that. I think T90 has a video about it. When you could sling because you had the trade workshop. Andalusia, that was the map. It was a Regicide Fortress kind of map with a trade workshop in the corner that gave you resources and also unlocked the ability to trade. Oh, Dash is casting some AoE too. Look at that. It's over 2 years ago. Wow. Alright, so Cape of Storms will be next. If you have a Game 5, it'll be on Menindee. And remember, we're going to cast one more set of Rage Forest after this. So we're 7 hours in. 4 or 5 more games to go. And then I get to finish the maps for Regicide Rumble tonight. Getting old. I feel it. My knees feel it. I'm definitely more awake now than I was earlier today. Streams that start in the morning in the AM always tire me out. Alright, spec delay. Then we're good to go. So, Cape of Storms, and I can see the civs. From coast to mainland, it'll be Celts Khmer Magyar, or Celts Khmer Huns for Nocturna, and then Wu Magyars Khitans for Onamaru. Interesting. Celts versus Wu. It's Jin Swordsman versus Mangonels, I guess. Get a good stretch. We need a 7th inning stretch. How about a 7th hour stretch? There you go. So, 8 seconds, and we will get in to a game that Onamaru has to win to stay alive. They came close to qualifying last week, and they're pretty close right now, but need to win one more set. So we'll make it blue versus red. This will be Nocturna. This will be Onamaru. Set that every game, and we are good. So Cape of Storms down on the flanks. We'll have Turs, Nocturna to the west as the Celts, and then Kingstone, Barbatacos as the Wu to the east. Did these teams swap colors from the previous game? They did, didn't they? Yeah, they did. Oh well. We'll leave it. I think they make more sense in my mind to be the other colors though, but oh well. We will have Turs here pushing in his zebras, and we'll see, do all 3 players dock? I think the answer usually should be yes, but we have seen where the super pocket away from the coast sometimes doesn't. They're kind of on the flank against each other. You have all these Bobab trees here. On the Bobab terrain, you have a 50% chance of a tree spawning on each tile. They have twice the wood as normal, so the same density of wood, but filled with holes. And teams try to wall this, and teams sometimes leave holes. And holes can be quite deadly if you think you're walled. Especially in a team game if you go for a team wall. So the zebra getting pushed in there from Miguel. And also still no, internet's been relatively stable today. We had 1 mini F earlier, and I think we're all keeping good outside of that. I've been content. The 4K stream on YouTube's been working. It's a weight off my shoulders if the internet works. Yeah. Oh, look at this lumber camp from Kingston. Look at this. Oh, he needs 1 Vil, like over here. I think he's going for it. Oh, okay, that's good too. He can fit 1 more. He can fit 1 more Vil. This is beautiful. Oh, this lumber camp is amazing. Isn't Acacia 50% and Bobab 25%? Nope, Acacia is 75% and Bobab is 50%. As you getting visually tricked. Look here. This looks like a good 75% to me. Custom scenario. I'm used to my campaign lumber camps that would be like out here. Force you to long distance chop. Hello, tetracycline. Vidal being trained for Degao. You'll have Loom. And Feudal Age for Miguel. So you could play this Archer Scout Scout. You could play Archer Scout FC. You could maybe play double Archers with a Scout. You could put a big focus on water. The Cape of Storms, the storms are these standing wave hills where you get elevation bonuses. Maybe it could be textured a bit differently, so the tops of the water are wavy, or the darker water or something, so it's a bit easier to see. Here it's just like, ooh, huge mountains and hills up and down. Pretty cute map though with this idea. I do enjoy the storm concept. I believe you can dock down here too, if you want to trade, but I think the rest is maybe rock and you can't do anything else. Weird that it's 50% on this map. Why is it weird? As it shouldn't? Why shouldn't it? That feels normal to me. 50%, so 200 wood, 75%, so 150 for the acacia trees. Do we have to look at the trees all game? So stable for Miguel as the Khitans. So it might just be scouts from the super pocket, archers from the flank, and fast castle from the pocket. Or actually men-at-arms from the flank as the Wu. Turs will be doing his men-at-arms too. So third militia just now out of the queue. And Scout will now be chasing down those militia. Trying to see where they are. Quick walls for Turs. Quick walls for Turs. And now it's going to be a man-at-arms battle where the Celts are maybe investing more. And Turs disaster. Disaster for Turs. Doesn't get enough HP. And the Wu militia break through before even the man-at-arms upgrade is in. But at the same time, Turs did kill a militia. So it'll be 2 versus 4, and the Celts are speedy, so they can actually chase this down and force the fight. It says density 250? What the heck does that even mean? Density 250. Is that like the amount of wood per tile? I'll have to go and count then. It's the number of units per 1,000 tile of terrain. Bills go down. Is that correct then? The scouts are down. As a spear pokes at them. Maybe it is 25. This is kind of thin. How does that? No, I thought the terrain was 50%. I know acacias are 75. I thought these were 50. Maybe they're not. I mean, it. Dude, do we need to count now? I think we're gonna have to sit down and count. I have done forests as objects before to pair them with cracked terrain. And I know that there are sometimes probabilities don't actually mean what you write, like in the add object group. So we'll see if this we'll count someday and double check if that's accurate. So spear here for Degao, trying to defend against the men-at-arms. The scouts will have to come and clean them. And the archers there need to shoot. So Tur is going to lose everything here. And we'll have a blacksmith and a house up here is Degao. I have an X on the gold as some archers come forward. Yeah, Insomnia tree counting stream. I got it. We'll make one of those, Can we make a map that's exactly 1,000 tiles? That'd be 100 by And 100 by 100 would be 10,000. Yeah, we don't have a perfect square of 1,000.
Kid?
I was gonna say, we can make a map of the appropriate size and count them. We can just count on a normal map and scale. You can do 4,000 tiles, right? That should be a perfect square. Or just 10,000, honestly. That's a round enough number. So, here we have scouts and archers come in. We'll have an archer defense from Kingstone. And pretty much just a standard Arabia game, as it looks like the pocket here from Degao did actually end up going scouts. So, scouts and archers versus scouts and archers, and when I say scouts, I mean double scouts, because both pockets are making scouts. And we'll have Miguel trying to force a fight against running. Running will be true to his name, running away. And I'll have a spear poking down the scouts for running. As Miguel will try to find his way through these acacia trees back to the other side. Team up with Degao again to kill the scouts. Just saw a bit of a screen tear in capture age. And Kingstone still defending with the archers. Important to have archers behind walls. And now this could be a huge fight as all 6 players are going to engage. The hill, I think, is taken by Terz's archers first. See a lot of scouts from Anatov and from running. And they are taking the win in that fight. There's so many colors here. But yeah, looking at the HP bars, it is much, much higher for Nocturna. That was a great fight for them. I don't see anyone really contesting fish on the water. And now, as Castle Age is in, for 2 players, for Degao as the Magyars and Kingstone as the Wu, they have maybe done what they wanted to do, though. Not dying in feudal. They lost their feudal army. I don't see stone, though. And I honestly would be crazy. Is there any stone on the map, actually? There's no stone on the map. It's in the corner. In the far corners. If they had gone for some type of Phosphoro play, and we're going to suddenly have Jin Swordsmen and Magyar Hussars, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Just going to be standard knights for Degao by the addition of the stables. And they're going to have a while to defend still. These Chimera Scouts trying to push through the blacksmith. Remember, the Hun's presence on the team gives the faster working stables as a team bonus. As we see them percolate through the tree line. So that blacksmith will go down. They can't re-wall with all the archers there. And on the water, we have Hulk versus Hulk action again. This is going to be the boring fight. 1 galley out there? That's supposed to counter Hulks, right? What thrilling micro we see. As archers getting behind Degao's woodline. Nocturna, what are they playing this at 2 a.m. their time? 2:30 a.m. Trying to punish these woodlines from Degao. With Hulks, the elevation doesn't matter. Oh gosh. Well, Degao's getting into the fishing eco. That's one thing. But Castle Age is here. That's going to be a lot of scouts for Anatov. And everyone on Nocturna is a minute to 90 seconds away. That's crossbows for Kingstone. Anatov trying to figure out how to take a fight without patrol stacking. In a banned way. And can't quite hit the crossbows. Nice parting shot there from Kingstone as he's Xing the scouts. As the scores flip back and forth, but Nocturna should take a good lead once they all get up. And that's a lot of scouts now for Miguel, trying to fight running. Anatov will come over and join up with running. They gotta be close here, and they can go after those Vils if they want to. Scouts here from Anatov still finding some value. And he really wants to keep them alive to turn them to light cav as Degao gets more knights out. And Miguel still doesn't have light cav, doesn't have upgraded scouts, but he will, I think, win this fight. Has the good HP bar. There are a few more scouts coming in for Nocturna, though. And maybe they take the win? Yeah, they're gonna get back. Anatov deciding to run while running doesn't run. How ironic. But now they're up, they're doing armor, husbandry, and light cav, all of them. And they're getting their town centers up. So TC's up to boom behind this. Still defending on water. They'll have to destroy the Warhulks, but they should be fine to do that. 2v1. Not much pressure to their fish, and this TC could be denied. Just as light cav comes in, Anatov has armor on the way, and he's going to slaughter those Vils. And that is a great fight for Anatov. He might lose the light cav, but I think he's happy to trade them for the Vils here. In the long run, he's probably going to have to move out of them anyway. Question is, does he go elephants or knights? One Vil left. The light cav doesn't have HP left to loop around. But that'll be 3 TCs now for running. So as they're continuing to run around the base, they're going to add economy behind this. So running is the Huns, also has Cav Archer as an option. But the Huns player keeps going crossbow. And they're going to see the ranges on the side for crossbows for Kingstone. That could lead to forward workshops. As yeah, the team wall isn't quite complete, doesn't go all the way to the edge. Could be finished a bit more. Also doesn't go all the way through the trees, as Miguel's going to go for a counter raid. And running has to be careful here. Maybe going to regret the fact his walls were not complete. That Khmer farm, or no, actually the Hun farm. Gonna let them in. No houses, so less walling. And that one knight won't be able to stop all those light cap by itself. As much as it will help. TC fire will help too. But the knights are in for Anatov. Nocturne is up by 30 Vils. They have so many more TCs. They don't have the same military numbers, but Barbatakos has to do damage and do it fast. Running forward with knights still. Crossbows trying to hit Anatov's eco. He's trying to get to the TCs. He can hop in houses if he wants to. He's Khmer. Not microing that as well as he could have. There's ballistics on those crossbows. Anatov cannot engage with the knights yet. There's a huge score lead, but he's trying to go triple stable Khmer Knights on 2 TCs, and his farms are now idled. So while the crossbows sit here, that's going to curtail the knight production. As Kingstone gets a TC himself. And those crossbows need to be cleaned, as do these scouts from Miguel. Miguel, no light cav. He's just happy to have... Oh, he's still feudal. He's just happy to have Forge and Khitan scouts. Oh, the Vils maybe need to fight this along with the crossbows to make sure all the scouts go down. Well, they killed quite a few Vils there. That's going to even the Vil difference. It was 30, now it's only 20. Still think this is a good spot for Nocturna. Also, why did I remove everyone's clan tag aside from runnings? Let's make it consistent, thank you. Was running in the previous game? No, Target was there, that's why he wasn't in the previous game. But clan names up here. Well, I want to make sure everything fits on the overlay without being cut off. Crazy how important how ballistics has become. I don't think it was rushed that quick on Voobly games. It didn't have as... Or you weren't as inaccurate without ballistics on Voobly. You were more inaccurate without it on DE. Especially units walking in a straight line away from you. You see that all the time with towers or archers raiding wood lines. So on the water, still no one really destroying the other player's fish. It's a big fight now for the Barbatakos, as that tower probably not going to be enough to protect Turs. Turs has the score lead on his team, but Degao, 4.8k score now, and he has a ton of those Magyar Knights, and he still has his fish alive. But his teammates are dying. Miguel, raided. Running, killing everything. Miguel desperate to repair the houses, but Knights on the inside could stop that. He's doing what he can to wall, leaving some Vils outside. More Knights are going to break in from running. And as much as Degao is trying to push, Anatov is here with a bunch of Knights. Those crossbows will walk among the acacia trees. And we'll have a fight with the Knights on the outside. Degao losing the numbers he had. Here's Miguel up to the Castle Age, but he's been raided. He's down to 36 Vils. Degao on 62. The entire Barbatakos team now down by about 40 Vils. And this could be it for them. This could be Nocturna qualifying. Forward workshop from Turs. TC hitting the Knights, hitting the Camel. As Miguel could have his gold rated again. He's going to try to go camels now. They will benefit from the double blacksmith upgrade, but again, no bloodlines for them. So fat forward workshop for Turs. He definitely doesn't want to get that denied. Kingston will do his own workshop by the 3 ranges. Celt Siege, though. Turs is hungry. He's going to eat that TC. Projectiles were larger. I don't know exactly what it was. I think they were shot at a different location. It might be something like they're shot towards the middle of the unit versus shot towards the ground. All I know is I've tested, like if you take a Vil and walk in a straight line with an archer chasing it, the archer kills the Vil on AOC, and the archer never hits the Vil on DE. I'll have to slow down the footage and look at it. Also, like before they made the TC projectiles bigger, the projectiles weren't bigger in the original one. They were just more accurate. You killed scouts far more consistently. So the Gao trying to raid, but stuck under the TC fire as Running gets some knights out. But the big fight also happening now in the middle of the Gao's base, as he's at 69 Vils, but that's not even the most in the game. Wherever his knights are, they're not at home to defend him. Or they're not, at least not as numerous as Anatof's. Anatov still has a spot around that lumber camp. Not able to get into the gold, though, but the crossbows are here for Turs. The crossbows are at the gold, and they'll kill Vils. Kingston comes over with his own crossbows. The Vils keep going down for the Gao, and now he's dropping far behind Anatov in terms of the Vil count. And that score lead he had is now closing. Anatov is continuing to raid with his knights. Taking a great fight here. A good old straight line dodge. Have we reported that? It's been reported many years ago. And it's one of those things that they'll probably never bother to fix. It's just like the TC projectile thing was affecting a symptom rather than a disease. Oh, I miss demos. I miss when we'd have a demo right here. But Anatov will probably lose those knights thanks to... I mean, the Hulks won't be enough here. The Hulks will kill some knights. Wait, did the Hulks kill the Gao's knights? No, he runs away. Runs away there. Anatov continuing to poke with the knights. That Vil lead is 227 to 167. And Nocturna is going to do this. Only a matter of time as the night flood continues. Well, is there a hole in the acacia forest? There's not. There are only palisades here. And maybe not a Vil in time to wall that. As through the middle, more knights come pouring for Running. 3 Nocturna players grouping up as Kingstone's Mangonel hits Gao's knights almost. Mangonel in that workshop. Horse collar and wheelbarrow. Ballistics for Miguel. Maybe they're maintaining a bit of map control. But this boom, as we have Imperial Age for Anatov, will be crazy. And he could even think about doing elephants if he wants to. We're probably open with Cavaliers. But then could swap to elephants. As gold in the back, he can go to. I'm sure he's scouted that. He knows where it is. Hasn't seen his stone. But he'll have enough gold when he's up that he's just going to click Cavalier and Armor. And then he's going to push. Just going to try to hold for another minute. Turs might need to run his Vils back. Doesn't want to lose all of them at the front. And yeah, there he goes. Pitch Dark. That's true. Nocturna playing, as their name would imply, in the middle of the night. Where it's a good, comfortable early evening for Miguel, Gao, and Kingstone. Yeah, and they can probably tell Anatov's up by the way that he's not fighting. But Gao with Magyar is... Maybe he could click up soon. He's thinking about it. But that's kind of the worst thing possible. You're just clicking up when your opponent then is doing their upgrades and deciding to fight. Because then you're retreating when you need to be fighting. And there is Imp, immediately Cavalier and Armor. And once those come in, he's going to fight. He could even think about just going forward right now. Because once he gets armor and cavalier, he slaughters the crossbows. Yeah, I think he's deciding he's going to split the knights up. He's going to split them up. He's going to say, some of you chase the cav archers, some of you go forward. We'll have imp first for Kingstone, because Kingstone really does not want to lose his crossbow, soon to be arbalest mass. Remember, the Celts have an awkward transition. They don't have bracer, and I believe they don't have arbs. Yeah, so they need to go halb siege. They can't keep adding crossbows. This is where Turs kind of stays castle for a long time. Tries to take a big fight before the enemy gets up. And just goes to pressure. This is Cavaliers and Knights. And Anatoff in the middle. Turs trying to figure out where to send his army. Running not quite able to break through. Yeah, build a dock in the south and trade. If only. Last furnace for Anatoff. And remember, faster working stables still for him. So he gets the Cavaliers out nice and quickly. 38 of them. Compared to, 11 Knights left. 45 crossbows. This is where the timing is important, where if Kingstone gets his imp upgrades, he'll actually be able to fight with the crossbows. He needs them to be arbalests, though. That's something that Turs won't be able to do himself. But now Anatoff is in. He is in. Running, or no, that's Anatoff. Green, cyan, similar on the minimap. When I'm casting for 17.5 hours almost. Or 7.5 hours. 7 hours, 17 minutes. Xing everywhere. Barbatacos doesn't want to lose this game, but I think they're going to. As the Cavaliers and the Knights keep pushing. They're going to go for the barracks. They're going to try to break in. There's imp for everyone. Stone walls for Kingstone. He's trying to wait for chemistry and bracer, doing what he can to hold. But that's 322 to 173 Vils to Gao up to imp in desperation mode. That Palisade Gate won't hold for long. There are still holes in the walls. We'll have the heavy cav archer from the Khitans. Gold mining for Anatoff. Anatoff continuing to try to carry this game. Imperial Age for running. I think maybe the only downside, potential weakness for Nocturna is the fact that Turs will not have a smooth imp transition with the Celts. But if you're against two players who are going cav units, I guess maybe that's not the case for the Khitans. If you can get your siege, if you can hold for siege engineers and onager, you're okay. So there go the relics. The monastery is surrounded, so they spawn inside of it. Quite the content marathon. Hey, we're going to have Rage Forest after this. And there is the whole one Hero Vil for Dogao. Can he wall? No. He is Cavalier, though. And he can go for Paladins. But running as the Huns will be able to go for Paladins, too. Yeah, and the crossbows won't really be useful against the Cavaliers. They would need upgrades. It's like now the Cavaliers have armor. They'll take 1 damage. The Gao still on only 79 Vils, and it's 130 Vils for each of the Cav players on Nocturna. They're gonna spam. Kingstone, no Thumb Ring? Yes, his Civ doesn't have Thumb Ring. And here's the Gao's Eco. White Rage Forest, the Rex. There is simultaneous sets today. I got more Rex to cast. Forward Castle from running. And I think it's 105 time. The scores are still surprisingly close. Turs doing what he can to raid and avoid the armies. Once running hits imp, though, I think their score's going to explode. I'm going to cast Valas versus Andy. Cavalier for Anatoff getting into the back. And no Paladin click for the Gao. He can't afford it. There's running up to imp. And he immediately is going to be doing the Cavalier and armor clicks himself. Let's look at this map. There are dots everywhere. Literally everywhere. Kingston, wait, Kingston doesn't have Arb. Do we have Arb? They do have Arb, but he hasn't been able to afford that. His eco's too idle to have a castle drop from Turs. That's something he can still do in the Castle Age. We have 22 Vils left for Miguel, and the poor guy is getting castle dropped. Miguel's still on 75, but this is completely over for them. This is completely over. Onamaru is only going to have 2 teams in the league. And that workshop will just be a death trap for Vils as Anatov brings over the Cavaliers. Kingstone 58 Vils. Miguel doing what he can with his Cav archers. I think Running's like, Miguel, where are your Vils? He doesn't have anything left to kill. As a monk goes down. Degao coming forward with his Cavaliers. Gonna make one more big push as Paladins on the way. The Cyan Paladins for Running. And they'll have all three of their armies together trying to fight the Cavaliers. So Anatov's gonna fall back. Tur's still Castle Age, and maybe that's their only hope, that Tur's is Castle Age. And if they go to the 2nd Division, yep. But, I mean, I don't think any of these players really are that hyped about 2nd Division, honestly. So, Degao now, still 79 Vils. I mean, he's training Vils as he's losing them. Miguel's running all around. And Paladin, maybe they resign as soon as they see Paladin. As Degao on 82 Vils, he can't protect himself anymore. And this does feel like one of those Arabia-like maps where one fight in Feudal somehow snowballs everything. And the Cav Archer play, not enough of a comeback there. Miguel's trying to find a spot for a TC. He's down to 13 Vils. He's just desperate for a TC spot. As they're trying to get in, lots of Hussars for Anatov as he's worried about running out of gold. But if there's one thing the Khmer can do pretty well, it's spam Hussars. The score is 2k different now. Yeah, it's weirdly not that far off. I mean, Turris has 100 Vils, right? So he's far more in the game than Miguel is. Where Vils dying for Degao? And I feel like the score is... I don't know how the score is this close when there's also water for a Nocturna. Like Degao is dead, and there he calls the GG. And Nocturna 3-0 will win over Barbatakos. GG. I would have thought Barbatakos maybe was going to win 3-2 there. I thought it was going to be a close set. But dang. That migration game with the sling was ridiculous. That was sick. Yeah, and that will then be it for the Barbatakos. They will have to play in Div 2. There we go. Alright, so we're going to swap back to Rage Forest. So let me do some overlay swapping here for a moment. And swap a logo here for Rage Forest. There we are. And this will be Team Valas against Team FreakinAndy. Be the group stage A, play all three. There is our draft. Let me change my hotkey so I have the right overlay in game. There we go. All right, and FreakinAndy. Rage Forest 6. So I'm going to be right back, and then we'll get into some Rage Forest. Stay tuned. Alright, who's ready for some Rage Forest? I know I am. We've been 7.5 hours into the stream, and we got 3 games of Rage Forest to cast. So let me just make sure we have only those recs in the folder so I don't confuse myself. And Andy Valas, game 1. Let me load it and make sure I got the colors correct before I launch. Into the overlay. Play all 3. The group stage. This is Team Barles against Team FreakinAndy. Alright. And are you ready, Twitch? Are you ready, YouTube? For more Rage Forest. Let's see, my YouTube chat. Is my YouTube chat just frozen, or is it just... Sometimes it just doesn't update. Maybe it's just no one's been chatting there. We'll chat on Twitch usually. Alright. Here we go. Third set of Rage Forest for today. Team Valas against Team FreakinAndy. FreakinAndy doesn't fit up there, does it? Hold on. Against Team Andy. There. That fits on the scoreboard. So, Rage Forest. Captain versus Captain on the flank. Andy versus Valas. 2 aggressive Vil fighters. On the other side, it'll be Mulla versus GG out. So, the 2 weak civs, Malians and Chinese, picked here for the flanks for Valas' team. But then they go Tatars, Celts as the pockets. Usually Celts as a siege civ, low nightlife, and then Tatars as the cav civ. Although one of these days I'd love to see Celt paladins. But on the other side, much better flank civs, I think, Byzantines and Malay, than Sicilian Pole pockets. I think I'll much prefer the civs for Andy's team. Also, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is an 8-pond map. This is a fishboom map. Ooh. 8 fishboom ponds. I hope we see 8 docks. That's my favorite way to play Rage Forest. So yeah, and we'll have a Vil fight here. I updated my stream title, alright? Yes, I did. Good. We'll have a big Vil fight by the wall as GG out will be fighting the other scout. And GG out, not going to immediately wall this. I have an X from Monos. Can X the pawn to the north, saying, hey, you should dock there, maybe? Now, a question for the flanks is, do they ignore their pawns just to fight and go aggressive and feudal, or do they fish boom? At this wall, Mala could try to double, triple palisade and boom on his pond. We're going to have Vodka here. Vodka going to wall up here in the middle. Vodka going to swap his roles from observing to playing. And I'll put some palisades across the map. Andy, you're not going to do anything to the wolf with the palisade. You won't scout it even anymore, but you'll mark where it is and remember it. This isn't live. Nope, these were played earlier today. And the wolf will not get through the wall, or nope, it'll attack the Vil diagonally through the wall. Vodka's just like, what are you doing, wolf? Get away from me. But I haven't seen them yet. They were at the same time as 2 of the other sets that we casted. So I figured now with the league ending, we'll go cast this. And X in the middle as the wolf now. We'll go fight the Vil from Valas. Valas will wall up the opposite side of this. And because Andy got such a forward wall, this passage won't really matter for Andy. But it would still, maybe for Valas, if something like goes through, then sneaks to the pocket. Probably not going to happen, though. And we do indeed have a dock. A dock from GG out. No dock, though, from Mala. So he looks like he might just want to go feudal and then push. So we will have GG out starting to wall. But one tower here could be kind of devastating because, I mean, on either side, because it'll hit the lumber camp. Both players lumber camping back to back on the flanks. As we'll have the triple Borrelora here from Mathieu, who has the poles, is going to build the houses next to the TC to ensure he has as much room for farming as possible. Maybe it makes the boar lore a bit trickier. I don't know. Yeah, so everyone should be taking a dock there. So everyone aside from Red has docked so far. Mala, the only one who hasn't docked. 7 out of 8 players have docked. Yeah, always a choice whether to dock as the flank or not. Pockets almost always want to dock. Even if you're a farm civ, you still want to dock. It'd be, what, Slavs in Khmer with a Chinese ally. Still want to dock. So there we go. Fishing ships for Vodka. Fishing ships for Mateu. And still no dock for Mala, so Mala's probably going to tower rush and push. And the upside of this is that you're up to feudal faster and can do the tower sooner. The downside is if you don't do enough damage, you're going to put yourself behind economically, as your opponent will get a fish boom. I have an X here. Oh, wait. Here I am. I'm looking for a dock in Mala's Pond. He walled this so quickly, I didn't even realize. He has a sneak vill. Wait a minute. He does have a dock. He does have a dock. It's just on Monos' pond. All right, let's go. So fast feudal dock. He only has 18 vills. He needs to go up. His food count isn't quite there. Well, okay, wait. There he is. He's up. He force dropped and he's up. All right, so he's good. He's going to be annoying. Maybe do a mining camp there. And this is where GG out maybe needs to go for the tower and try to pressure him so that he can't do as much damage with the dock. And we'll have a forward dock from Monos. Is he gonna... He can't dock block that, right? Like, he could do a dock... Wait. Oh, wait, could he actually dock block that if he does a dock there and there? I think he'd still be able to ungarrison over the corner. Unless he can do a jar by a tile. We saw... What was that? Was it Kamigawa? Went for the dock block the other day. That was nice. Oh, he's actually going to dock block his fish so they're safe. Then he can hop in and out of the docks whenever he wants to. Oh, Monos. Well, actually, no, he can't hop in and out. I disabled that. Okay, no hopping in and out of the docks, but he's going to dock them and they're safe. So, he has 6 fishing ships there. He's going to run out of room for fish traps, though, unless he does another dock here. Well, you can delete the dock later, I guess. Alright, he's going to wall his fishing ships in. The shorefish is going to run out soon, though. Monas, but thank you very much for the sub. Go Celts! Do have some Celts here.
It's the heart of Genghis Khan. We are doomed.
On Dutch playing the Celts. So there's Mala up. What language is this? I don't know what language that is. I don't know who hosted. I just downloaded Rex. So this Vil, very low in HP. All the scouts trying to trap him. But stone walls from Mala now that he's up so fast. Looks like the market from GG out, though, is he might try to fast castle this. The flank play on Black Forest is always so strange. Where if GG out does the barracks and fast castles, maybe sells some stone, you can then castle drop. And castle drop as the Chinese can lead to Chuko news, and I don't think there's a way to stop that. Unless, of course, Mateo's faster up and can do a workshop in a mangonel. The Romanian? Who in the game is Romanian? I don't think anyone is. It looked Italian, so maybe Vodka was the host? Or maybe his point of view is the one the dashboard picked up? I don't know, I think it's kind of random. That Vil... Or were there 2 Vils there? I thought the Vil was lower on HP. Maybe I just clicked something wrong and clicked a Palisade. Okay, high HP Vil then. That changes the picture. As the Vil can just ever so often try to expand the walls until he has room to do something. But yeah, another dock in the back. So Monos is just like, yeah, dock my pond. I'll just make fish traps. I'll try to use Hulks against the Vil. Wait, what is in this dock? The dock has a flag on it. Capture Age doesn't show me anything inside of it. What the heck? Something in dock if I check in game? This is Valas' point of view. Wait. There is a Hulk in the dock. That is weird. Okay, there's a Hulk in the dock, but I had to go in-game and switch to Mala's point of view to see that. So there's a capture age bug, I guess. Unless I'm just blind and not seeing it. It's not there anywhere. It says there are fish traps not queued. I don't know. We're almost 8 hours in. Almost 8 hours in. I don't need capture age to start breaking. But Castle Age is all around, particularly for GG out. Castle Aegis for the 2 pockets. Fishing lines coming in as we have lots of fish booms on this 8-pond map. So 14 wall segments there from Mala. I have an X in the middle. Hello, Logan the hamster. And we'll have a double stone wall from Mala. Well, if there's a castle drop, it will slow down the progression. And a few seconds away, and yep, it will be a castle drop, probably double castle drop on both sides. As Andy will wall 2, and then when the castle comes up, you'll have to do another wall behind. So Malian castle drop could be for Gebeto warriors. Andy on stone could do his own castle behind it too. And they do get up very quickly. He'll start with some stone walls, and between a palisade and a stone wall, it'll take a bit to break through. Pawn's still here, but a big investment. A couple of hulks and a fire to take it down. Or to take that dock down. We did get the Vil, and his flank now will be doing the castle drop here on Mala. We'll have more walls behind this, as the workshop comes up from Mateu. And there's another lumber camp in the back there from Mala. Keeping his eco safe, as he has now docked his own pond. So, oh man, we have 8 docks. Or 8 ponds all docked, one with a sneak to the pocket. This is maybe we should do mandatory 8 ponds for Black Forest. We'd have so many restarts because these are the most broken maps. But that would be fun. Team Valas is the higher seed. So I'll take the wisdom of the Rage Forest captains in his ranking. A bunch of walls coming up from Mala. And, ooh, the scout survives on 1 HP. Monos will run back and heal in the castle if he wants to. The seeds, I believe Valas is seed 1 or 2. Let me check the Discord real quick. I know this will be somewhere. Yeah, Valas is seed 1, Andy is seed 5. So these are 2 very highly seeded teams. And that ram should get through. Gebetos are pretty tricky, because they can take down Mangonels easily. And now that the ram is through, you can take down Karambits too. You can try to run past. And yep, they're so speedy, they run past the castle. They don't even have squires yet. Remember, knights are 1.35. Gebetos are 1.25 tiles per in-game second. And when you get squires, you're 1.38, so you're actually faster than an unmounted knight with squires. So nothing got hit. Thanks DE for castles without ballistics. Town center for Andy. It is based on captains seeding each other. So once they draft their teams, all the captains then seeded each other's teams. They submit their rankings and they're combined. So Galley on the pond, as these Gebetos are going to do so much damage to Andy. And there are going to be more Gebetos on the way. Don't you worry about that. The walls have been re-established, though. But I'm sure Valas isn't done. Oh, Mangonel shot on the Truco News. We just caught that. GG out. Those Truco News saying GG. As Mateo defending with the workshop while booming. So had to start with the workshop, but is booming behind it. As the castle will push through the wall now. Couple of Mangonels out for Mateo. It's a lot of fishing ships for Andy that are going to be harassed by the Gebetos. Again, a reason why we don't garrison in the docks. Otherwise, you couldn't really punish the fish boom that much with sneaks. It really would change the game around. Wolf chasing the Gebetos. I'll pick the scout from Vodka. And he's just ignoring the wolf. He's just like, yeah, get bites occasionally. The Gebetos are faster than... Aren't Karambits supposed to be speedy? The Gebetos are faster. They're dodging the TC. Okay, one of them gets hit. Oh, the TC even shoots at the wolf. That doesn't get hit. And then forward that castle, still just attacking the wall. Wheelbarrows, it feels like green. Monos is able just to boom now that his pond is safe. Tatcher, he has some extra sheep, so he's sending them to GG out. He took the sheep he built from his TC, or from the TCs he's built, and said, you know what, I have such a big fish boom. I don't need the sheep. I want my vills on wood. Here, I'll sling you sheep. GG out. He's slinging sheep to his teammate. Is this allowed in the anti-sling? Can he do this before imp? I guess that's allowed. So castle gonna break through the walls, as we'll have a monastery up for Mala. And a monastery for Mateu. And we'll have a gate here for FreakinAndy now. As there'll be gold shaft mining and Imperial Age on the way. And we'll have guild nets from Mala. With another TC going up for Valas. So Valas booming behind this. He's had a nice fish boom. He needs a way to spend the food now as he's up to imp. So now that he's imp, he's like, okay, I got enough fish. I'm not training any vills. I need to spend the food. I'll do another TC. And he'll start getting trebs as soon as he's up. And he is the melee, can match an up timing, but he needs res to go up. And he's been booming on 3 TCs along with the fish boom. So he'll get the food pretty quickly with 20 fish traps. I mean, that's 20 fish traps, though, compared to... What do we have here? 24? And his were harassed, so... Valas might even be pretty far ahead on the fish boom. He's played that melee flank great. Hello, Dantos. How you doing? Okay, so now pocket also Mateu. Mateu, freaking amazing boom. But also the Celts. We have Celts with 131 vills. This is a Celt boom. Celts with a wood bonus, so they have an undisturbed fish boom. 40 fish traps. Not a single farm has been needed for Von Dutch. Xing over here by Vodka, maybe afraid of the siege from the Celts. And what do you do here? Do you go for a quick ram push? As the mangonel is here for Vodka, but if you have enough rams, you might just be able to push. Here's more fish traps. And Monsieur Solu, thank you very much for using your Prime sub. See if that alert pops up. There we go, thank you very much.
Help us! Crusader bandits are everywhere!
Never go rams unless you want to fight or want to clear. Yeah, maybe against Karambits too, especially, you don't want to go rams. It might just be maybe a quick onager cut. They have the castles there, but if you feel like you're going to overwhelm with units, you can just do it anyway. The Gebetto's gone. There are 3 Gebettos all in the castle, so I would say yes. So double castle here from GG out, who is imp, doing conscription before any trebs. As more walls come up from Mala. And GG out's looking to push. He's running into mangonels again. GG out has to be more careful with mangonels. Jukonus are not the easiest unit to micro. Take a couple of hits and leave the rest on low HP. So castle up for Von Dutch. And could be Woad Raiders and Onagers and Halbs. Maybe the castle will be for Trebs. We already have Trebs from Valas. Valas also has to be a bit careful that Treb now is outside the walls. Karambits potentially could run it down. Or his sergeants even. But here are the Onagers, and I guess that's an immediate Onager upgrade from Von Dutch. He'll be doing infantry armor. I don't see the Halb upgrade, though. It's still kind of tricky to do that against Gebettos, but there probably won't be enough Gebettos. Is this a no-farm game? This is an 8-pond game, so it might be a no-farm game. Has anyone made a farm? No? Not a single farm has been made this game. You're right, this is a no-farm game. Oh, that's the best type of Rage Forest, no farms. Onager's in, so the cut can be whenever he wants to cut. House is going down. The Trebs are still there. Bombard cannon dodges the Treb shot. Yeah, vills are equal, no farms. Vodka thinking, I'm not going to cut, but I'm going to stop your outpost so you don't see if I cut. Another outpost that'll probably still see it too. So on the right, it is a Trebor. And conscription first may be smart if both Trebs go down, and both Trebs at the same time for GG out do go down. At the same time, he kills one of Mala's castles. There's still a castle here from Mateu. Those Trebs will probably have to get back. There are 4 of them, but against the Bombard Cannon, they are not going to want to fight there. The cannon gets 1 of them. And the Trebs are going to, yeah, so he's putting them into the packing stage so they take less damage, and then once the shots are gone, he'll hit stop and run away. That's a little trick. I have a video about that from years ago, but a trick so that you keep your Tribs, or put them so they take less damage because they have different pierce armor when they're packed versus unpacked. And under construction counts as more pierce armor. Yeah, old MacDonald had a fish boom. So that's a lot of Keshiks from the Tatar's pocket. Byzantines could eventually go Halb/Camel to deal with that, but that's an eventually. And it looks like Halb will be the play. He needs to get numbers out, though. Doesn't really have any right now. A couple of trade carts added for the team. And he's doing his best to hold. What is Green planning to do with this castle? Now, castle to defend the gold miners. I think the castles are more just he wants them in a safe location so his Keshik production will be okay. Here he is now Siege Onager for Von Dutch's the Celts. He gets Siege Onager with this many. Could even think about pressuring the castle with them. Yeah, Hand Cannoneer is pretty good at even sniping off Onagers when they get close enough. They have a high enough pierce attack. They'll go through the armor. And now the castle slowly but surely going down for Andy. Nice hit on the Mangonel. Cavaliers now from Mateu is the pole pocket, though. Cavaliers should be weaker than Keshiks. Cheaper, yes, with Schlachta privileges. But now it's going to be Cavalier Halb against Elite Chukonu, or maybe not Elite, maybe just Chukonu. Keshik, maybe not that many Chukonus because the castles went down. I think there's another couple castles in the back, but losing 2 production sites is rough. Quick walls there, nicely done to trap the Cavaliers, not let them get through. And there really aren't that many Halbs yet from Mala, who all that shenanigans with the forward dock maybe didn't slow down Monos as much as it slowed down himself. In his pocket right now, the Poles kind of need an early imp timing, but not going to be the case against Monos, who is fully boomed now. Also, fully boomed and getting markets behind the dock? That's an awkward spot for markets. Here might be a bit more clear. I guess it's fine. Maybe you want him here eventually if the wood is chopped. And also, where are the sergeants? Who is the Sicilians? Vodka. First Crusade just came in. And Vodka's over on the left. So First Crusade to help stop the Halb push from the Celts. But now we're going to have Hand Cannoneers from Valas as the Malians. And dies, a couple cannon die there, but he did get a hit on an Onager at least. Onager is here just trying to take out the walls to make this wide open. Easier to micro and harder to misclick. And now, how do Woad Raiders do against Sergeants? Sergeants have a lot of melee armor. I would think Woad Raiders have enough attack that they'd win. Onager is not quite hitting the Sergeants. He'll sacrifice a few of his own Halbs to hit the Sergeants. He can get a good attack ground. He can kill all the Sergeants. And get a few cannon, too. He's going to lose the Onagers to the cannon shot. Everything just died there. Von Dutch still with a score lead. Maybe the Halbs, though, are pushing a bit. Byzantines are still a pretty crazy civ. That's how cheap their army is. And now the cannon can maybe deal with the Chukonus. Mala also could add cannon. Just don't want to let the Chukonus close the distance where they can actually hit your bombard cannon. Same with the rocket cart. Vala's asking for food. The cannon now maybe want to hit the Trebs. Trebs here need some repairs from Mala. He's going to try to hit the next castle. The more castles he takes down, the fewer Chukonus GG out will be able to field. If he can take this castle with the Trebs and the cannon all there, if they all focus on it, it probably goes down. No repairs from GG out. The Schlachta privileged Cavaliers all dying here. And now the Vils go to repair. Maybe a bit late, but the Trebs also getting hit. Keshiks, I think, sacrifice themselves to take out the cannon here. Keep the castle standing. And yeah, all the cannon go down. That should be enough repair. Just barely. Just barely. Only one Treb. And the vills, 13 vills out, repair that by a good margin. So that'll buy some time until more siege comes forward. But maybe that meant the Keshik numbers died to the Halbs, so won't be able to take the same fight against Cavaliers they were earlier. Anyway, that castle's still being repaired. On the other side, some rams being prepped from Von Dutch. Ooh, nice Onager shot. Sicilian Siege Onager against Celt ones now. The bombard cannon for Valas just doesn't have siege engineers. And he does get siege engineers as the Malay, right? Yes, and he has it. So Vodka now taking top score. Hello, Von Dutch. Well, still top score even though your team isn't. Still really close though. This feels like a good push now. Oh, there he is. Now he's top score. That castle goes down, that opens up a strong push. These 3 castles holding the flank. The repair build is so important right now. Important that there's always stone in the stockpile for GG out, that he's buying it, or his teammates are slinging it. Von Dutch, go sling GG out some stone. He needs it. This is also where the communication on the team is key. Let your teammates know you're repairing a castle. So that's going to create more room to push. More room to use the halbs. And that castle now is defending the trade with the fish boom too. Maybe GG out needs some warships there just to prep for a trade defense. As this castle might not be able to hold up against that number of cannon. Halbs are there, so Chukonus can't really push the cannon because they can shoot back. And then the Cavaliers can't really push with all those cheap Byzantine halbs. The scores flip yet again. Vodka comes back on top. The cannons still are pushing the Trebs. Trebs going down to the cannon. And down they all go. That's a tiny bit of HP left. Cavaliers, or the light cav, the cavalry is coming. The light brigade charging the siege. Cannon everywhere. And, ooh, I thought that was going to be a huge shot on the cannon there, but they just dodged. Just dodged. They'll have a forward castle from Mala as it feels like he's slowly but surely pushing. And Mono's the Tatar pocket. Does feel kind of limited in what he can do. Still trying to add in now some heavy cav archers. But trying to keep fighting halbs with the Keshiks, that's probably not going to keep going well. And the Onagers. Ooh, nice shot from Andy. Gunpowder, the main weakness of the Celts in the late game. This is maybe a silly solution right here. But legit. Maybe, just maybe. Von Dutch could go for a very sneaky Celt Paladin play and try to clear all of those cannon, because the siege isn't doing it himself right now. And neither is Valas's. Celt Paladin, Celt Paladin. Celt Paladin. You clean the siege. Hide it, suddenly you clean all the siege. They're not prepared for it, they don't have any halbs. They have 1 halb. Surprise Paladins. Legit works in 1v1 sometimes. Probably wouldn't... You'd probably win one fight and then die afterwards. Prefer Farimba Cavaliers? I don't know about that with all the ARPs. I think if you're trying to snipe off the cannon, the survivability of the Paladin might be slightly more. I don't know. I need to see it though, as we do have Cavaliers now from Vodka. And these will be Halbert Cavaliers. And it feels like now this side's getting pushed. Cut middle. I think Mala has the same idea that you did, and he's like, we're winning this game on both sides, let's make sure nothing gets into the trade. And he's gonna stonewall the entire middle, and he's Byzantines. So if he does fortified wall, those walls will have a ton of HP. And also, he's doing bombard towers in the middle. Look at that, 3,108 HP. He needs to do the unique tech for splash damage. I don't know if that actually makes a difference, but it adds cool fire trails to your cannonballs. Look at those Trebs walled in. Castle needs some repairs. But I think the push is just about to get to the trade. They're 1 screen away. They'll be fighting Halb versus Halb underneath bombard towers now, and the towers are able to clear the onagers from Von Dutch that are coming to try to help this side. There's a lot of heavy cav archer though, and those seem to be doing better against the halbs and the cavaliers. As before, we only had melee cav. Missing the final armor upgrade is worse for pierce armor than for melee armor for the poles. Onager is still hitting the towers. Love to see Trebs. And those cav archers going to get back, even if they push. They're stuck pushing a castle. They don't really have any good siege here. What is that tower shooting? It needs to shoot the onagers. There are the Trebs. Now on the other side, this push now, if Von Dutch has to focus the other side, maybe it's taking his attention away from some of the siege onager shots, which are going to be really important for him to micro with all these cannon here. He doesn't have Greek fire yet. Arb's taking down the light cav. Onager down. And the cannon now push the castle. Tigui on the way. Where's the cut for the optimal trade line? Oh, that's true. They should have cut to the edge here. Instead of doing their trade behind these docks. This is such an awkward trade line among all the stables and the houses. Honestly, they might not even be getting much gold from that. Let's see, Valas did do a market back here, and I think that is the better trade. Yeah, bumpity bump. Celts, even with for Celtica, tough to get the onager shots they need. With all those cannon. The side is just heavy cav archer. Maybe this is pushing back, as Monos is getting the heavy cav archer, and now pushing into the halbs. And that feels like the better unit than the Keshik in this Civ matchup. Poles don't really have an answer to that. Byzantines would then have to go skirms, and they can't really go their own arbs. You know it could be good here? Byzantine paladins. I mean, that is honestly a silly game where you could make a recommendation both for Byzantines and for Celts to be going paladins. My T90's brother? No. T90 is named after soccer cleats. And I don't play soccer. These Celts get bloodlines. They don't get... Do they get bloodlines? Oh, they do get bloodlines. Oh, wait, no, that's Chinese. Wait. Celts. Celts. No, they don't. Yeah, they don't get bloodlines. No bloodlines, no armor. Byzantine one's slightly better because they have armor, even though they lack the attack. Oh, Onager almost hit his own arbs. Okay, Onager's exchanging shots. Ooh, cannon hit the arbs. And low HP Vils for vodka. Let's check it on the other side. Lots of Trebs here from Monos and GG out as they take the score lead again. And the swap from Keshiks to Heavy Cav Archer has made all the difference here. And it's let them protect their Trebs while using the siege from afar to destroy the bombard towers. Next up, Gray and Cyan. Ah, okay. Yeah, it is sometimes hard to see everything because you get it is like gray, blue, green, cyan. The order doesn't make sense. It should just be in like player number, right? Like red, yellow, purple, orange. So this slide feels pretty stalematy, but it feels like slowly but surely, since this team is relying on bombard towers, the Trebs will push. Here it's just a stalemate. We're about to be an hour in, and the scores are still really close. Feel sorry for the colorblind people like Ordenlu. So Onagers then go down. As this push continues, Von Dutch doing his best to micro the Onagers on both sides. And here are the Winged Hussars. The Winged Hussars have arrived from Mateu, who running out of gold as the Poles. Never a good sign, because your Winged Hussars are not as strong as the Cavaliers. Cav archers taking down the hussars. And these towers now going to collapse as they have all the siege the trebs in the back. It's a slow push, but eventually the tower is going to go down. The other side feels like maybe the opposite is happening, so we're kind of rotating around, though. As Von Dutch is trying to play both sides, it's leaving the Malian player to hold versus 2. And the Malayer pretty scary with all those cannon. And they're trying to get the onagers, doing a decent job of it. And it feels like, where's the army now? Where is the army here from Valas, trying to go for Rimba Light Cav, trying to go Champ Scarls. Alright, trying to add in long swordsmen. Cav's pushing the Cav archers up here. Super funny to watch your own units get killed. Yeah, that's a very scary number of bombard cannon. And now Val's gonna lose his TC. As champions on the way from Von Dutch. Oh, we're gonna have double champion this side. Champ Scarls, Celt champion. As these Cav archers push over here. Still trying to get in. I'm gonna have Cav archers now from the poles. Pole Cav archers should lose to the Tatar ones. They lack the final armor upgrade, and they lack Thumb Ring, I believe. Oh, right now they do have Thumb Ring. They lack Parthian, that's what it is. They lack Parthian. So Tatars, especially with Silk Armor. Fully upgraded with extra Pierce Armor. They will win this fight. And Skirms here taking down the Cav Archers. So we're now getting to Byzantine Skirms to push back the Arab Cav Archer combo. So it feels like if you're ever on a wrong combo, Byzantines will answer it. And now we get Elephants from Andy. Siege Onager shots from Von Dutch. That is a ton of cannon. Now at least the Halbs can be out for the Celt player. Malian's a bit harder to answer the Elephants. Oh, the Onagers go down. Von Dutch and Mono's exchanging places and score leads. So which side is being pushed faster? There's definitely momentum in the north, but that momentum has run into the unit that is called the Skirmisher. See sergeants counter the champs by just having better stats? Maybe. That is 13 trebuchets. That is a lot of trebs. Want to see Gebettos? He had them earlier. He raided the fish with Gebettos earlier. He's done pretty much everything. We're gonna have Farimba camels now. See, this is what the Celt Paladins could be doing. Destroying the camels. He's slinging Monos and he gets score for it. Mono's top score now, though. So, Elephants. Halbs for vodka. Kind of everything that this side can make, they've made. Trying to figure out the answer to the questions, what to make. It's going to be Siege Ram now to push into the Arab and Skirm. Some Keshiks are filtering back into the field now that they see the Skirm. So kind of a double gold comp now for Monos. 74 trade cards for Monos. 73 for Von Dutch. Only 34 for Mullah. But 77 there for Andy. 62 for Vodka. So the more I see Rage Forest, the more I think like 70-ish trade is a good number. I used to see 40 as a good number in team games, but now I'm thinking 40 is like the minimum. So maybe it's just so many new units have been added that they cost gold. You need more gold. So Don Johns for Vodka. Still trying to push. We'll have another workshop and a barracks for Von Dutch. 100 Onager. Yeah, maybe that's the answer. You need 90 trade, 20 lumberjacks, and 90 Onagers. Yeah, there's the sling. Von Dutch sending gold to Valas, paid 0 in tax. You need 70, especially if you're killing your own units. But here come the Rams from GG out. I don't know if they'll be able to hold the Ram push. We have one of those. Oh, I thought those were Cav Archers and Cavaliers. I thought they were Cataphracts for a second in the castle. I got excited. If you have a flank like Britons who aren't losing units, they can have fewer vills and more trade carts than Sling. So what side's gonna break faster? I genuinely don't know, because we're rotating at different speeds. We have some, what are these, heavy cav archer gonna get in. Maybe raid the trade a bit. Chased, though, 20 versus 12. Monos' cav archers are better, probably not that better. And they will be cleaned, all of them cleaned. There you go. So Monos wanted to raid, not quite able to. Let's see, I gotta use all my ad snoozes for this game. It's a long one. It's a good one, but also a long one. Can I go for the workshop? Now maybe this push losing some momentum? Feels like they're getting pushed back now that we're getting the Farimba camels. Our incoming? I don't know. I feel like things are about to break for this team, actually. Score's up by 2k, and now that they've got a successful push in the north, and the push has been stalled in the south, Elephant's not doing enough for Andy. Does he have 13 elephants? He's trying to do the elephants now. That can maybe turn things around, but if that doesn't, then the top side is going to die. And they're going to need momentum in pushing here on the southwest. And maybe the southwest doesn't even need to win, they just need to hold. I want the top push. As still, you don't really feel great about making skirms, but at least the other flank's doing it too. Oh, this is a tough one. That market has such a blockade in front of it of the trade cards from Andy. Thanks, that's a traffic jam there. And he's sending stone to vodka. As this push continues, and that is now a scary, scary army for Monos, who is down to 105 vills. So this is going to be pure army in larger numbers than the other team, who the most on the team has 50. Oh, you just hold and sling top to win. Okay, okay. That makes sense. Yeah, I guess that makes sense, right? And that's what you're doing there. You see Vodka slinging, Mateo slinging, Andy slinging. Von Dutch sending gold to Valas. Well, he's slinging nevertheless. And now the trade just about being raided. The other side still dealing with elephants. Elephants and cannon. That's a strong army from the Malay. Manager's not really able to get too many shots off. So like 15k gold to Monos. We'll check the stats at the end. Yeah, because Mono's now holding. That's what you can do if you're floating resources and your population is a bit imbalanced. You sling. Okay, there's one more snooze on the ads. As the barracks goes down, the buildings in the front are going down. Wouldn't mind seeing those siege rams again. Look at this traffic jam. This is like Jersey at 8 to 9 a.m. I go on the highway. That's what the highway looks like.
Food, please.
Valas asking for food. Sending Von Dutch, being generous, sending food over. Once you're calling it the GG for this, the trade carts are falling. Still 62, still 82 trade carts for Andy that somehow haven't died yet. Desperation bombard towers for Mala, but these trebs powered by the sling. There's a ram taking down the monastery aeroslits in Scorpion, heavy Scorpion. That's so many cannon there from Andy, but he now has to deal with Champ Scarls. Champ Scarls that will eventually go down to 30 yarbs. But also have to deal with elephants. So one big push over here. Here come onagers. Will we get an onager shot? Yeah, okay one. There's an onager shot again. Kills his teammates' halbs. Does it include getting shot at? It can. So 9 trebs now for Monos. I think that this team is on their way to victory. FreakinAndy's still the highest score in game, but Vodka not anywhere close to Von Dutch. The 2 pockets here. Now, such a good score lead with their push. Valas didn't do banking. Does he just send... Well, only the player sending needs banking. Player receiving doesn't. There's great wall and keep for GG out. And okay, I was thinking that the civs for Andy's team would be much better. I think I was wrong about that. I underestimated the heavy cav archer of the Tatars and of the now current late game of the Chinese. Great to hold against the Byzantines. There's a lot of docks for Mala. Oh, he's paying tax earlier. Got it. Now we're gonna have Dromans in the pond, just trying to hold. If this side, as you wrote, you don't need to push, you just need to hold, and the other side's pushing. I mean, maybe there's room for the Sicilians to play SO both sides. That certainly could be the case. And there we have it. But still enough Keshiks there and Fire Lancers. They picked off a couple of SO. Of course, that's hard to micro when you're just there. And not Halbs, Fire Lancers come forward. They'll push the Cavaliers. And it feels like everything here is collapsing. Down to 130 pop is Mala. As the other side just holding. Yeah, that military count for Mono is really dominating. Also, military count for Von Dutch. And this Onager, not really able to get a shot off. Thought I was going to get a shot. But an action in two places now. As the Dromans helping a bit against the land units. As are those Mangonels from the poles. Donjon up there, that'll help shoot the Onager. And now the ram push continues. The rams continue. Vodka making petards? Was he? If he is, I didn't see it. This side kind of collapsing. I mean, if he's going petards, this is pretty much fully walled everywhere. A couple of spots they could maybe get in, but I think that's going to be very hard. As Hill now for Mateu. And he's slowly but surely falling back. This is maybe his hill to die on. Ooh, oh, okay, elephants. I was afraid of friendly fire there. Von Dutch now has 13 siege onagers. With that, he can just push the donjons. He also has the cannon too. Ooh, from Valas. Yep, there he goes. Onagers do everything. The hill needs a dead tree and a watchtower. I think he needs more than that. He is getting some support from Mateu against the Rams. That'll help. And now the cannon here. Andy's saying yes to the pause. One big ram push now. One big ram push from Von Dutch. Oh, my eyes are so dry after today. One big ram push. Into the elephants. Filled with halbs. Slow rams. Well, oh, those onagers. The onagers will take out buildings in those numbers. 2 volleys. Dry eyes. It was extra bad during the fires. Or the wildfire. At least that's kind of over now. Or at least hopefully for this year. Onagers take the elephants down. And now cannon going for the castle. He's trying to 1v4. Now it's not that stage yet. But look at the scores, it almost is. Yeah, Twitch, I ran out of snoozes for the ads. So welcome back if you just had an ad. And these Trebs keep pushing. Full wall from Mala. They don't want to give up. They're thinking maybe, just maybe, there's some combination of units that'll work over here on the left. They're not finding it. First game, so I think they're motivated just to play. I don't know if there's maybe scheduling drama and they're trying to wait out someone else who can't play. It's always the best way to play Rage Forest. Anticipate the scheduling. So Rams forward for Von Dutch. They will push that barracks. Oh, nice hit on the Winged Hussars. Nice attack round. Camels, there's camels. I mean, Farimba camels doing the best they can. Oh, wow, that was a good shot against the elephants. I fear this ram over there. Ramming that barracks. As meanwhile, this push continues. Rocket carts everywhere, going for the bombard towers. Well, they're running to all four corners of the map, keeping the trade. Trying to wall his vills into a corner there. Maybe just holding until the trades hit. But I think they're holding well past the point where they're now like 3 bases versus 5 bases. And it's a slow war of attrition as they're trying to get the elephants out. And maybe still hoping there's some way they can push here, but I think the slinging, honestly, for Manos to make all the gold units he needed was clutch. And I wonder if there's a way that the Byzantines could have been slung more. Because, I mean, Byzantines have some gold units too. Other than just Halb's Skirm, they have other units. Yep, these are Rex. They were played earlier today. And the cannon coming forward against the towers. GG out, just trying for towers. Said he has better saves. I thought he did too, but Chinese and Mullions have proven to be really good late game. And I was maybe thinking of Chinese before they had fire lancers and rocket carts. As the rocket cart can make another cut down into these markets too. As the ram push continues and the rams can go for the markets. Over here, Vodka is still trying to hold the donjons. Look at Faith for GG out. Why not click it this late in the game? Why not get a little bit of Faith in case your units get converted? He doesn't have Heresy, right? Yeah, no Heresy. Faith is discounted for the Chinese, so they're not also going to get discounted Heresy. Discounted Heresy and Imp would be crazy. What's the discount for the Chinese? Yeah, it's nerfed though, only 15%. I guess it's not that crazy. Everything here going down. Arb's getting hit by the cannon. Manager's going for the barracks. Barracks going down. A nice hit on the elephants. Oh boy, and he could have theoretically added in monks too so he can convert the siege, which is tough. Yeah, I guess that makes sense, right? Convert the siege, but with all this stuff going on. I guess converting the siege, the one thing that's nice is it's all melee units, so there are no cav archers to pick off the monks, for example. So ram push getting to the docks. Andy's team really holding on. Halb's now forward with GG out in the ram, so this is the fish boom from Mateu. Ooh, nice hit on the Arbs from the cannon. Malay get the Heresy. Yep, Malay get Heresy. Otherwise, kind of, yeah. Chimera had Heresy when they were in the beta, but no longer. It's pronounced Metu. Okay, Metu. Yeah, GG out's the name of a player. They're not calling the GG. They're not tapping out yet. Yeah, they are really holding. So now they're down to, like, 1 and 2 halves of their bases. The trade is massacred by the Cav Archers. The markets are going down to the Rams. The fish boom is being lost. Their Byzantine player is down under 100 vils. And yet they still want to hold on. And there are the GGs. Whew. That was a long one too, 90 minutes in. But finally, Andy's team won't have any more to do. They'll call it. And whew, 1,400 kills for Andy. And also the fewest deaths. Honestly, that's a crazy stat to be the Malay and have a KD like that against the Celts. Most res for Von Dutch. How much did he sling? 51k res sent. Oh, Mala did receive. Oh no, he was, yeah, receiving sling, okay. I was saying, yeah, maybe the Byzantine player needed to receive sling, but he did. So much pops up, it's hard to tell. But, ooh, GG. Alright, and Team Valas will win game 1. Oof. Alright, so let's check that off. Where's the draft? There is the draft. So that was for Andy. The Malay, the Byzantines, the Poles, and the Sicilians. Losing against Celts, Malians, Chinese, and Tatars. Oh, wow. Team Valas. The 3 last pick civs with the Celts. They just thought Celts were that strong. Alright. I'm going to take a quick break between the games. And I'll be right back. Right. So game number 2. Here we are. Do Celts have the best siege? Usually. They're at the top of Rage Forest most of the time for a reason. So same matchups here. We'll have Valas versus Andy in the south. We'll have a 4-pond map. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nice map for Vodka as the Jurchins. On the other side, it might be Mateu who wants to come forward and take the pond. And both pockets might come forward to take the ponds here for Valas' team, but that is a bit unfortunate because of how far forward they are. Oh, Teutonic Healing Fortress, thank you very much for the raid. No Teutons this game. Welcome into some Black Forest. As Team Valas is the #1 overall seed so far. And a bunch of walls coming up first from Mala as the Inca. Not going to have the most forward wall, but we'll just focus on getting it up. And nice attempt there at the quick walls to turn things around. And the gate over the diagonal wall there for GG out to fight. On the other side, we'll just have diagonal walls. No diagonal gates from Andy or from Valas. They'll just peacefully finish each other's... peacefully wall next to each other. No Vil fights. And then wall here from Vodka. Gonna wall on the other side. Maybe have a sneak Vil. Yeah, and Von Dutch immediately picks that up. And gets some hits on his scout. But he'll see that the Vil is potentially sneaking. He'll hope the Vil goes to the lion. But that's going to be a Vil potentially getting to that pond. So where is the scout for Valas? It's pushing deer as it killed Andy's scout. Elephants and rhinos have 400 food compared to the 300 of the boars. And oh my gosh, look at those 3 golds. 3 golds for Valas. His stones are more towards the back. But his map would be awful if he didn't get that forward wall up. And honestly, not having the wall so forward means there's room to wall behind it. And I guess Von Dutch will see the Vil didn't come forward to sneak. There will be a champ. Oh, the poor champy. Poor champy from Mala here forward. It has to fight 2 scouts. The Vil's there. The Vil has loom. Does the Vil make a big enough difference here? As the champy's down. That's forward from Mala. And GG out. This is a very forward settlement from Mala as the ink. Okay, he's gonna wall with a settlement. Is this gonna be his lumber camp? What is this madness? Vodka's here with the scout too. He'll mine some stone and get the walls up. Remember, he can't hop in and out. That's only the 2P. What is this? This Vil will get back. Oh, the scouts get back? I'll attack that scout. Well, it is walled. They're not going to get back. Gonna run to some Vils. Try to get trapped. But they'll get Blue's scout. So GG out has lost his scout. And now his Vils are in his pocket's base. Just gonna try to break through the walls, I guess. We need to do a gate. He has the wood for it. This is very strange. But okay. That's how it works. Dock here for Monos in the pocket. Loom for FreakinAndy. And he's going to do Loom as he goes for... Oh my gosh, Andy, please take all 6 of them. No, don't just stop at 3. Don't just stop at 3. Take all 6. Take all 6 all. Oh well. Bill's taking everything under the TC. Bill goes to chop that straggler. X in the middle where all the scouts are. Just calling that out. So, alright, what are we going to see from the Civs? Turks and Jurchins and Bohemians. So the Turks being used for the team bonus. Gunpowder units train faster. That I guess that doesn't apply to Slingers, but Jurchins and Bohemians will like their gunpowder units. Does that apply to rocket carts? Does that apply to rocket carts? I'd assume Hussite wagons and hand cannoneers. Yes. Rocket carts, grenadiers? Are those trained faster? Anyway, that's a good sharing of the bonuses. Magyars, though, I think a good save against gunpowder usually. The recurve bow heavy cav archers. Georgians, an insanely good pocket. We've seen them before. Siege Onagers Halb with a great eco. And Von Dutch missed. Oh, he did see his sheep. Okay, did see the sheep. Well, it's explored, right? He'll see the sheep no matter what. What are we, 8.5 hours in? Just two more games to go. Not too delirious yet, right, chat? Rhino's being pulled in now from Mulla. Let me just tab over, make sure we're still here on YouTube. Oh yeah, there was also... Let me read the chat properly. There was the extra range for the Tatar Trebs in the previous game. Totally forgot about that bonus, but yeah, Temurrid Siegecraft can be great. Might be another 2 hours for this game. Over here for Von Dutch. And, oh, there's a gate. Metu attacking the gate. Did he destroy that? Take the wood away? I don't know, but Valas should get back. Bill, 10 HP, so she'll be fine. There's Andy up to feudal. Everyone in the game's up. So we have more Rhinos lured for Vodka. Vodka getting a good fish boom. And fish boom, yeah. Both pockets fish booming on both teams. The pockets taking the pawns. Is Scout still here attacking a house? Metu is going to destroy that house, maybe. And feudal on the way for Vodka. And everyone up to the feudal age. So more elephants and rhinos being lured. I did vary the groups a bit, so you can have both elephants and rhinos mixed together on these maps. I think that makes it a bit more fun to lure when you have different animals all chasing you. Maybe a bit scary to have elephants and rhinos chasing you. There's a blacksmith and a market up for Valas, so he will FC on the flank. No question there, up to the castle age right away. And we'll have Andy's Bohemians upright opposing him. So Portuguese versus Bohemians, a good gunpowder matchup there. It'll be Hufnitsa versus the Arquebus Cannon. Blacksmith from Mulla as the villas break in through these walls. I get to the market next. And there, Castle Age for everyone. Castle Age for everyone other than Mulla, who is committed to this tower rush. Committed to being forward and trying to harass the pocket. Do as much damage to monos as possible. So, walls going up for Mala. As it's rather peaceful outside of that. Just lots of walling from players. We'll see. There we go. There's Valas. There's something aggressive. What's the stone count? Not enough for a castle drop. Just an outpost. Maybe he'll stone wall. Unnecessary for Andy. As Andy's going for 1, 2, 3 additional TCs. A total of 4. Alright, save these rhinos maybe for the next TC. Let himself get a nice boom. Kind of awkward to farm here. Maybe the TC could have been over slightly, but all the same, it'll get his eco rolling. The only player up adding TC so far. Barles deciding to be aggressive. Monastery to workshops. And let's go aggressive Monk Rush from the Portuguese. Let's go Monk Rush. Doesn't want to face a boomed Bohemians. So Georgians versus Jurchens is the pocket. I'm not sure what to think about that. The Jurchens have good gunpowder late game, which could be useful against the Georgian siege onagers. Maybe the Georgians have a better eco, though. Again, both players with good fish booms on their pawns. So 3 TCs for Vodka. And Mono's going for a castle as the Magyars. Alright, that was Metu trying to go forward for a workshop and a monastery. This is maybe back things up and just stone wall. And yeah, he wants to go FC Magyar Hussars. Let him. Wall him out. That's what Maul is thinking. He's thinking double, triple wall. Make sure the Hussars don't get through. And it will be Magyar Hussars. Can they get through? There's no hole. Tower will go down right away. As the walls are going up. Start a conversion. Heard several conversions. Here's the Monk Rush. Here's the Monk Rush. The two Vills get inside. They'll be healed. And the Mangonel get the weak Vill. Not going to try for it. Outpost immediately. That wall not finished. And that outpost will give some good vision for Valas. Does he have Town Watch? He does have Town Watch. So he sees a ton here. And the Mangonel going to go for the repair Vills. Andy forced away. Nice shot and two more monks. So he sees the monastery. He knows this is a monk from Andy. He can go for atonement. Andy will try to convert the Vill back. I think you might as well just let that be converted back at this point. That way the monk uses its conversion faith. And he deletes it. He probably could have ran away. I don't think Valas really wanted to use up a conversion there. Yep, and there is atonement. Atonement right away. And so... Oh, wait, double monk rush on both sides. I was so distracted by the Magyar Hussars, I didn't notice the monks here. And those monks and that Mangonel going to try to disrupt this castle. Was an Inca castle there from Mulla. And the castle's being rammed. The Mangonel hits a Vill. This is crazy aggressive. And the Mangonel gets another Vill. Some spears are forward. The castle does go up. Mangonel misses its final shot. One monk hit by the castle fire. Then the ram can hold everything else as the Mangonel goes down. But Mulla, they're taking some losses that now. It's 38 to 29 Vill population there for GG out versus Mulla. As the Burmese a good monk civ. And honestly, he can continue the monk rush if he wants to. Inca with Camus aren't going to stop it. They don't have eagles anymore. I actually don't know how you stop a monk rush with the eagles, with the Inca now. I guess you could go slingers. That's a lot of forward monks there. Andy trying to wall this out, but there's a nice gate from Valas. As Valas converted the market. Converted the market. He's doing another barracks forward. And we have Imp on the way from Metu. They were given bonus versus monks, right? Andy's going to try to run to a spot where he can wall easily. 2 tiles of stone wall. And maybe he keeps 2 Vills outside to wall. I don't think he wants to expose the TC to the monks. Why didn't he just shoot the line with the TC? So atonement for both players. Both players trying to get a good conversion. Mangonel able to take monks down to 3 HP. So converted monks can be Mangonel down right away. Makeshift heresy. Ram taking out that monastery. Forward castle now for Valas. The Mangonels trying to attack ground to save each other. Trying to get underneath the castle. And then nice attack ground, trying to hit the monks. The monks go to convert the castle builders. The Mangonels just want to be able to get hits on them. And he's trying to dodge the Mangonel shots with the monks. Can't quite get the final one. A couple of monks there to convert Vills if they get converted. I don't like bringing the monks forward because now the targets swap. The monks just get converted. Yeah, sick boom this player 5. 124 Vills against the 105 of Vodka. And this is the Fast Imp Turks from the pocket. Wait, this is Fast Imp Turks from the pocket. Magyar Hustlers will wreck this. Wait, Models is going to shut down Metu completely. They tried to Fast Imp Turks from the pocket. Wow. I don't think that's going to work. Well, they're trying to wall, but this is a nice ram push from GG out. Gotta love a good old classic monk rush. Rams with the monks. And this is still completely walled off. But now the forward castle. Andy, 72 Vills to 53 from Valas, so it's not like Valas has no eco behind this. And as the Portuguese, he still has the Go Imp and Do Fitoria economy card to play. now 140 Vils. We'll have 50 fishing ships just about for Von Dutch. And what military is he going to do as the Georgians? Has he any forward Vils for military buildings? What side is he going on? And Andy, is he walling himself or is he walled in? He is walled in. Alright, Valas walling Andy in. 3 to 5 hits from a slinger to kill the monk. That feels like a lot. Where are the Magyar Hussars now? 5 of them in the castle. Yeah, maybe their second armor comes in. Maybe Bloodlines comes in. Yeah, there's the stable, along with some normal Hussars. Yeah, here they come. No conversion resistance there, but they had to have an attack bonus against siege. And, well, they get 1 cannon down, honestly. I thought that would have gone a bit better. Well, I thought that would have gone a bit better than it did, but high attack from hand cannoneers. They kill the Hussars pretty well. More hand cannoneers forward for Metu. There'll be knights now along with bloodlines. Simonos just needs to hold and repair that castle until he has enough knights to fight. And he should be fine. As the monks here, they don't even care about the TC fire. At this point, they'll just dive and get the conversion on the Mangonel. As the Rams take out the castle, the monks will try to dodge and heal each other. And nothing can garrison there, so the monks can operate underneath the TC. 1 more hit from the ram ought to do it. And down it goes. So Mala now needing to wall in the back. Has to worry about the Pockets Pond being hit soon. Converted Kamyuk pushing. So lots of repairs here. Is that a big enough army of knights and hussars? They do have bloodlines now. I don't think it is. And now we're actually going to have Vodka as the Jurchens pushing through. Okay, so all of a sudden this is getting a bit interesting now. As Vodka's able to push. Okay, cannon still under repairs, or castle still under repairs. 4 cannons, so I think it goes down. More Vils will be needed. Yeah, it's gonna go down. As the Iron Pagodas now start to push in for Vodka, who is Imp with a good boom. Now Von Dutch now, where is Von Dutch's boom? Here's Von Dutch's military doing elite Manaspas. Now, usually I see Georgians played as the Halb Siege. Here it's Manaspas. He's going to use the Manaspas to help rescue this side. And the Magyar Hussars doing what they want to do. Attack bonus against the siege. Take out as many of those cannon as they can. Tough when the Turks have extra HP on their cannon. And this is now maybe not the best fight for the Knights. Cannon going down. Knights focusing the cannon. But down goes the TC. And Mono's certainly getting pushed. Doesn't pick off the last cannon. Yeah, Monaspa, yes. Get some Manaspas here. Last Furnace Conscription. How do they do against Iron Pagodas? I guess Iron Pagodas Shravamsh absorb the first fight via magic. But then after the magic runs out, there's more melee armor. And also there's more attack for the elite Manaspas. Yeah, there they go. Manaspas need to be grouped in a pretty big group to get their full attack bonus. The hand cannoneers are climbing in numbers though, 23. That castle from Vodka is a bit forward, but daring. Looks here from GG out, still pushing, although they run into Metu's light cav. Or Metu's light cav. Yep, and here are the Manaspas in their fight. Are they winning the fight? I think they are. They're going to win the fight and just be like, yeah, we'll go deeper. We'll get in an even bigger fight. Get away from the monks. And the Iron Pagoda is pushing back now. Wait, here are the hand cannoneers, maybe surrounded on both sides by Manaspas. That Onager finally going down. And Metu's hand cannoneers finally might have been caught out of position, as that's a lot of Manaspas from Von Dutch, who is by far the top scorer in the game, 157 Vils. 107 Vils, 50 fish traps. And the Monospa's push forward. They're gonna phase through the hand cannoneers. I don't know what pathfinding that was, but they got through somewhat. Now on the other side, it's going to be watchtowers attempted from Andy to try to win the monk war, as it's a huge monk war converging back and forth. Ah, this right here is peak Age of Empires. Thumbring from Manos, as he still has 134 vills, significantly more than anyone on Andy's team. Actually, yeah, one. Actually, no, never mind. Andy and Vodka still have 140. Never mind, he's down by 5 or so. 158 though for Von Dutch, insanely high. Tower lasted long. This one will last longer, so will this one, right? It's gotta believe. So forward castle from Vodka still trying to push this advantage. They're getting Cav Archer numbers out now as Monos himself clicks up to Imp. And it's both pockets having a big fight here while the flanks have 1v1s. And if the pockets win the fight, that could be better than the flanks. The Iron Pagodas keep pushing. And the Cav Archer's back to the TC. They're going to find some TC fire to help them in the fight. As more Monospas come forward. Don't like fighting the hand cannoneers out in the open. Even speed walking vills. That's true. There they go. 1.11 speed. When you get all the upgrades, when you get wheelbarrow, handcart, and fervor. Yeah, they do benefit from fervor, so they walk faster. And what's up here? Okay, I met you some hustlers cleaning that. And this is still a scary push. I thought, okay, he's so far down in vills, this won't have time to do anything, but I was wrong about that. I was very wrong, and now all of a sudden, Valas has the fewest vills in the game. At least he's up to Imp. And Valas still as red, took a beating. Cav Archers can't stop this, though. And I mean, the eco is there. The eco's there for Vodka to flood. Methu his eco. And this could actually be working for Team Andy. Andy's even pushing back Valas' push. I thought just a few Magyar Hussars clear the Turks, but I was wrong about that. I was very wrong about that. Vodka now using his boom. And you had Georgians against Georgians. I was thinking that might be an awkward matchup for Georgians. But the combo with the hand cannoneers has been insane. Monos have Alt-G, didn't see P4 building the fast forward building. Ah, okay. Yeah, because if Monos had gone maybe for stables and knights earlier, I think there's a part where he could have fought and not snowballed. But now Andy has enough monks on the left, he's never gonna die here. Cannon going for the castle. Castle looks like it should go down in a couple more cannon shots. Barles now still 63 vills. I don't see him stopping this when Andy's fully boomed. Trying to go cannon, but doesn't have enough of them. Especially if Andy can ever afford Hoofneats. He just has siege engineers. Desperation repairs that the vills don't all fit. Andy, okay, he needs to stop walking his monks under castles. That would help. A lot of cannon there. As in the middle, and Cannoneers still here fighting. Mono's trying to go Cav Archers. But now Vodka here. So many Iron Pagodas. I don't think there's a way to match that with... What are those, Elite Monospas? Oh, triple kill on the cannon shot. That was insane from Valas. That is incredible. Oh, gets a good shot on the monks. Okay, Valas good bombard cannon micro. Fair enough. I still think Andy's in a better spot, but nice micro. Valas feasting here indeed. I get how it went so south for Team Valas. I think it was just they took a couple of really bad fights against Methu. And then the timing that they had against Andy, while Andy was booming, was Von Dutch had to go help out Monos instead of pressuring Andy. I mean, I feel like Andy dies if Von Dutch pushes here. And then at some point, you have kind of a 2v1 against Vodka before Andy can reboom. That was contingent upon Monos actually winning when the Monk Rush was pressuring Mola. When that didn't happen, man, Monos is just dying here. 102 Vils for him, and Valas never really added economy. He's only on 66 Vils. And he's adding Fetorias, right? He has 4 Fetorias now to supplement that, so that's maybe like 40 Vils worth of eco for 80 pop space. And he's doing the Hufnitsa. Vils going down to the cannon. And cannon take down the tower. I'll focus the monks, so there are no instas. And cannon will not be able to take down the trebs. Andy will keep pushing with the trebs. Vodka in a desperate mood to replace this, or to repair this castle. And this castle, it can't be repaired much longer, can it? This army in the middle still can't really be separated, and there's not going to be any trade here. Burmese elephants attempted from GG out, as he can try to help the middle now that Red is out of the game and rebooming. But Red won't be down for much longer. He's at 120 Vils. And right now this push just splits the team in half so they can't trade. Good night, watch how it ends later. Good night, Black Trezzle. Remember, the VODs will be on YouTube. I'll try to get the timestamps in them tonight when I'm done. Alright, well, that's a lot of stand ground patrol for the hand cannoneers, but elephants could group up on them and smash them when they're stacked. Elephants should do some splash damage now. Total of Vil counts, over 100 more for Team Andy. Hufnitsa still pushing. I mean, Valas is doing an incredible job holding. And that Fetoria eco is certainly kicking in. Even with the Fetorias, though, Andy has a huge eco compared to him. Yeah, the relics being rescued. Oh, both Hufnitsa go down. The cannon shots. Feels like Valas is amazing with the siege micro. The bonus for the Georgians, building cost repair minus 25%. And for themselves, units in buildings receive minus 15% damage located on higher elevations. So you have a Georgian church or a castle atop a hill, it'll be very cheap to repair, very easy to repair. So yeah, Mullah does feel back in the game now. And that just leads to more of a push, right? 136 as Valas is still on full Fetoria eco. Hussars run in, cannon get the shots off. Inca fortified wall looks absurd. It goes up and down and up and down. It's crazy. I don't know if that's what they actually looked like. But yeah, Mullah is, oh my gosh, she's walling everything. Gonna wall to the edge of the map. Sure nothing gets through. And then he's gonna push and could even cut to the trade if he wanted to. Could probably even treb the trade from the side. Yeah. Oh, he opened champs instead of Ellie's. Yeah, the elephant's here. Now you're pushing this back. I mean, the elephants, you're pushing it back, but maybe a bit too late because Mullah can push. Although Burmese, I think, should be pretty good against the Inca. Elephant's kind of the thing that you need a lot of Kameyuks to deal with, a lot of Halbs. Yeah, we see him trying to go champ there. The Arb's almost in. More walls go up from GG out. Might not be able to get them up in time, though. Oh, that's a lot of cannon from Valas that could be picked off by the Iron Pagodas. Let's see how good of a job they do. Honestly, a horrible job. He converted iron pagodas there. What the? Valas now has... He's the Portuguese. And he's got 7 iron pagodas. Could they pick off the cannon? Could they pick off the cannon? Off the Hoofnitsa. Oh, quick gate from Andy. Wonderful gate. I'll keep the Hoofnitsa surviving. This castle's still annoying there for vodka, but no trade for this side. We can see the other side. 14, 42, 18, 62 trade. And basically no trade here, other than Von Dutch. How's Von Dutch trading? Oh, because Von Dutch is trading with Valas and is using the side of the map. You could have had a similar thing over here with the trade network, but... Okay, Arbs here. Now they're on the fish, and if the fish go down, all of a sudden that stops Monos' food eco. Losing the pond, always the harrowing point of Black Forest. As there go the Trebs, these walls not up. It's a lot of skirms there from Lanos. So if the Inca can get some champions out, they can deal with the skirms. Almost said eagles, but I remember they don't have them anymore. Skirms should deal with the Halib Arb for the moment. I mean, Arb could just walk over here, right? Oh my gosh, imagine standing right here and shooting the trade. Because right now it's skirms, and skirms gonna kill in everything. Champy scouts, lots of upgrades needed for the champies. We can plate mail armor. There's Sipahi and Wagenburg tactics. As this part of the map still not controlled by Valas' team. He keeps pushing. Inca Stone just fits perfectly together. So to us it looks wacky, but for them you don't need anything between the rocks to hold them together. Ah, really? Yeah, I've never actually seen their architecture really before. I mean, it looks really cool. I think the color of it's pretty cool. I guess all this is there is share an architecture set that's probably based mostly for the Inca. I don't know how similar all the architectures are. So skirms on the flank, holding against a ram push. Examples in Machu Picchu. That would make sense as inspiration. Oh, nice shot on the fishing ship. So Andy with Hoofnitsa can't quite figure out how to push this side. Honestly, it's crazy that Team Valas is holding on so long. They lost what I felt should have been an easy clear up for them in that mid-castle age against the Turk army. Things kind of snowballed there. And then things turned around on the other side after a bit of momentum. And now, here we go, the Champy Warriors. Champy Warriors getting into the back. The elephants are chasing now. If GG can hold this and get elephants. Oh, that is sick. You can surround the Trebs and push the Arbs back. And the elephants will massacre the Champies too. Oh, well, I can't build the castle. The Rams can't leave the foundation. Is there a chance here still? I don't think those elephants have enough support. Oh, there go the Rams. And there are the GGs, so Andy's team ties it 1-1, and we will have a Game 3, a final game of the day. That will matter. 9 hours in, and we're still going. Sametu, 600 kills of the Turks. I did not think that was going to work. I saw that, and I was like, what is he doing? I was wrong. That worked beautifully. Von Dutch, maybe too big of a boom. Not enough... not enough timing and communication to get there. So, wow. That's going to leave one last game of Rage Forest for tonight. We just set everything up here. Gotta get an ad so we don't have them during the last game. I don't need to worry about that on Twitch. And one last peaceful, calming game of Rage Forest. So that was Bohemians, Turks, Inca, and Jurchens against Georgians, Magyars, Burmese, and Portuguese. So that'll leave Teutons, Koreans, Wu, and Bengalis. Oh, the Healing Fortress. Ready for the final game of Teutons. Against Japanese, Dravidians, Hindustanis, and Kumans. You go Japanese, Hindu flanks, and Dravidian Kuman pockets? That's interesting for Valas. I sure, thank you. I do the very hard effort setup of wearing a shirt when I stream. It's very difficult. Gotta take it out of the closet, do the buttons. Been huge go up with that superstar Vegeta. So, alright, getting ready for the last game. Yeah, that's true, no Vegeta. Ooh, all right. Let's see, final game of the day. And here we go. We'll have Team Andy to the southwest, Team Valas to the northeast, and it'll be Bengalis, Koreans, Teutons, Wu for Andy against Dravidians, Kumans, Japanese, and Hindustanis for Von Dutch. So Dravidian flank. So Dravidian-Japanese combo, but no pawns for them. They need that 8-pawn map of the first game back. And captains will be on opposite flanks this time, no longer versus each other. And we'll get some looms from all the flanks as they send Vils to wall. And waiting for loom now. Both players don't want to engage before loom. And there'll also be one passage there that Vodka and GG out will have to figure out how they're walling. Vodka through the passage already. He's going to do some laming. He's going to grab the sheep. He's going to grab the sheep. He sees them on the minimap, and he's going to do some laming. They saw the pocket scout came to fight, and so they will go for the lame. All right. Lidicor, hello, Lidicor. Yes, Rage Forest, Vodka. Not watching, but playing. We get to watch the Observer today. And he's going to get oh my gosh, a double lame and a super forward wall off. Look at that. And when we needed them dry RF. Can I sing us a lullaby that describes the game? I don't think I have that ability 9 hours into the stream. So Vils here fighting, getting a scout. Lots of forward Vils for GG out. And he needs a good fight here after what Vodka just managed to get forward on him. Again, this is Valas was seed 1, Andy was seed 5, their teams. And Vodka, after that lane, able to bring his scout over to the fight and still help out. One extra Vil for GG out, so Andy will try to come forward again. He'll keep this open. And just hoover around until he's ready to engage. And he has slightly more HP, so he can be more brave in pushing forward as long as Vodka's here. And great to get a hit on the scout. And he still wants that forward wall, the diagonal wall, where gates can go on the opposite side. Or nope, not going to go for it. Going to pull back and do another wall more towards the back. As GG out gets through, but he's got to be careful he doesn't get walled before his reinforcing Vils come through. Vodka at risk of losing his scout. It's a lot of Vils now forward for GG out, and Vodka does lose the scout. That is 7 Vils. And Andy will pull back at the sight of 7 Vils, as he's going to have 8. He's going to have 8 Vils. And here they come. Week 1, he noticed and put on the tree, put him to build a house. But with that laming, especially as the Bengalis, Andy should be happy that he will get a lead. Ball's not quite going up. He's going to try to do his own wall a bit more forward. I think that's open.
आदेश हाय
And 7 versus 7, very similar HPs. On the other side, things are calmly walled. And, I mean, this is crazy. Vodka could get that wall. And Andy needs 2 more tiles. That one only has 8 HP, though. If I'm GG out, I may be attacking that one and getting through. Just to open it. So, more Vills for Andy on the way. As neither player wants to give this up. Well, this turns it more into a 1v1 between the pockets, where it's Koreans versus Kumans. Oh, that's interesting. Very differently styled civs. Kumans with a good boom. An early imp. Koreans just OP. And almost getting the wall up there is GG out. And the Vills now give chase for Andy. He's going to try to do his own wall, even more forward now. There he goes. Vills very low on HP, and Andy will get the wall. No, he won't. No, he won't. He's a tile off. Almost. Was so close. More Vills forward for GG out. Andy has a bit more Vill HP there. Both sides will lose a Vill. And can Andy get that? He needs one more tile? Yes, he can. There he goes, and he'll get the wall up. So, Andy, probably relieved to have the wall up. Do another layer if he wishes, and we'll now do a lumber camp. Bet2 will help attack some pieces of wall there. Let's see if either player goes aggressively on the right flank. Valas doing a barracks, so it looks like we'll have some type of trush, maybe men-at-arms. Maybe a bit too late for men-at-arms, but probably a trush, maybe a range for archers. Asmala goes to the wood line. And this wall now will be up for GG out. As Vodka will double up the wall here. Purple versus blue, so make sure to be careful to know which is which. Alt-G if you need to in-game, if you get this matchup. It's a pretty common one, because a lot of players like purple, and a lot of players then just pick the default color, which becomes blue. So 2 TC boom as the Kumans, no pond, but they have the boars to take. And the TC will be on the deer, so pretty nice Dark Age into early feudal TCs for them, even though they don't have the pond they want. No, I know everyone wants a pond. There's Valas up to the feudal age, and Xing immediately is Andy, telling Mala to double palisade because the tower's up. Sending 4 Vills. Should be able to get that up. He's almost up himself, so the palisade will get more HP. Or actually, no, he just clicks up himself. Looks at capture age wrong. I looked at the food of the progress bar instead of the state of the progress bar. So that'll be more walls behind this. Just gonna go outside the range of the tower if he can. That gray line does not show up well on the snow in capture age. So more walls up here for Mala. And where's the Vills? He's gonna sacrifice Vills? He's gonna sacrifice Vills for some more HP back here. These walls need to be open so the Vills can get back. There he goes. Oh, the Vills, where is he pathing? Where is he pathing? Oh, that's not what he wanted. Struggling with the controls for the Vills a bit. I'll just back up and do more walls. Walls will be stronger once he's feudal. And we did have a forward lumber camp from Vodka, as he also does a market there. So he could look for military buildings. I don't think he'll... Will he drop a castle here with 2 Vills? It's up to the castle age. He's got 5 on stone. This has to be war wagons here, doesn't it? Oh my gosh, it has to be. You can't really wall behind that too well. It's open. There Raise the watchtower from Mala. Stone walls just going up. I'll have more walls across here. I think there's a hole on the side, so he has to be careful about that. Especially since that's where the tower is going up. This is the side that maybe needed to be walled first with the tower. But I'll just pull back and not worry about that. We'll have Castle Age there for the pockets on Valas' team. I'll go for the house and continue walling, as I think he's just about out of stone. And Blacksmith for Andy. I'm very curious, though, what Vodka's going to do. Oh, he sent more vills forward. This will be a 6-vill castle. Now, GG out, we'll see it. We'll see it. But it'll be right on those walls. And Vodka going to get war wagons ready. And this is now Mono's timing. He's got Castle Age on the way, Wheelbarrow on his other TC. Can he actually help deal with the war wagons? And we're going to have GG out go for some aggressive walling here. Might want to be a tile back in case Fletching and Bod can both come in. That castle still can hit the walls. It will be walled in. I guess it just goes to the side. I'll probably need another set of walls behind it. I think at least 2 walls are the minimum here. Andy is the Bengalis. He's up 2. He doesn't have much stone. He might just boom. Don't know what the Bengalis would do against Kuman's late game. And GG out. Gonna stone wall. Stone wall for the Kuman player who can't. As it will be a Mangonel push and a Mangonel defense here on the right side. Both pockets coming forward. While also booming. 3 TCs now for Metu as the Teutons. 2 right now for Von Dutch as the Japanese. He'll try to add a 3rd. Still, sadly, no fish for him. Is that a gold in the center of the map? Yes. I mean, the resources are neutral. Some of them, I mean, they're not always going to be exactly equal. It matters a bit less when you have trade. There's a gold in the back they can chop to, too. Let's go Ellie Archer Monk. Yeah, but the timing on that, right? Because the Kumans are going to have a great boom. They'll be up. And then you're going Ellie Archer Monk, and it takes a while to actually make Ellie Archers. When is Titans League coming back? Next January, I believe? Or in the fall, there's going to be bronze. Yep, so 1 petard for the feudal wall. If it can get through somehow. Up clutch blacksmith wall. A super clutch blacksmith wall. Ah, GG out. Keeping the war wagons out. Buying time for his team. Yeah, Bronze will reuse the same maps from previous season. Okay, war wagons killing Vills. Turrets hit the wall. And, oh no, GG out. He did such a good job. He'd done such a good job until now. As the war wagons get in. I'll need to protect his pocket. And now it's just about helping Mono's boom. Making sure the war wagons don't get through. And this is honestly risky if the war wagons go for the TC before he gets up. Because then only 1 petard is needed to get through the wall. And Vodka gonna wall GG out away from the rest of the team. On the other side, though, wait, there's a good Mangonel push. There's a good Mangonel push. Mono's sent some knights over. He's the Kumans. He's going to triple team over on Mala. And Mala's TC is not going to reach the Castle Age. He's going to be 0 TC gaming stuck in feudal. Does he have... He has 16 Vills. And he doesn't even have Wheelbarrow to run away more quickly. He'll have to hide in the corner. He's just trying to get out. Metu walled this, but there's a hole so that the Vills can escape, but that's going to let Valas through. Valas' archers there. That wall isn't up. And now, monks from Andy are needed to protect Vodka. So, okay, 2 players dead. 13 Vills from Mala. 27 for GG out. GG out is Castle Age. He's going to get there as the Elephant Rams are there fighting with the Vills. He gets up to the Castle Age. The Vills somehow destroy all of those. Why are the elephants so weak? I've never seen siege elephants go down like that. Maybe I'm just used to the Gajur ones. But, okay. But the problem, though, is there are a bunch of Vills here. They're fighting the siege elephant. The war wagons, even at this point, can kind of destroy the TC. Who's more dead here? Who is more dead? Are there any Vills from GG out who managed to run? Yes, he has a 1 Vill TC on the side. He did manage to run. And he has Castle Age, so he can do more TCs. Again, can't be slung until Imp comes in. So 3v3 time. 3v3 time.
Hi.
As monos can't get through the walls because they're walled. The hole is walled. Alright, well this is a crazy game to end the day on. Well, we have a 3v3. Team Valas up by 20 Vills. Von Dutch just booming away. Both pockets, Von Dutch and monos. Mangonel push along with a boom. So, I mean, that felt like the right play for Metu, right? Defend with Mangonels, but not there in time. Gotta be careful where they go Knights because they're against Teutons. And easy conversion, that's horrible for the Mangonels. Now the Knights have to try to defend them. I think he needed to dive the monks there and force them to garrison. Mangonel pushes down, and Metu's booming now. Metu's booming. That forward workshop, though, still sadly there. We'll have a boot. What are these houses from Von Dutch? And Alright, so Von Dutch getting ready to wall off the cut. Vills from GG out tried to run to the corner. They will be hunted down mercilessly by the war wagons. 3-3 villagers. Let's go. 3-3. 3-3. Samano's here with double Kuman workshops. He's doing more stables. So now it's the story down to 1 Vill. 2 Vills. We got down to 1 single Vill for GG out. The one who ran. Vills at that lumber camp. They're both going down. We have the TC here. Those are the 3. That's up to the Castle Age. Up to the Castle Age. At this point, I think you might even just want to stay and do more Vills than click up, honestly. Like, you're not going to be able to produce from your TCs right away. Won't have the stone for another one. And remember, his teammates can't sling him until they're Imp. Redemption Monks for the workshop. Just a ram on the inside. And Monos might be dying here. Is he devoted? Yeah, he is devoted, at least. Humans would have heresy, but he doesn't have the ability to click it. I don't like this fight at all. And the Mangonels are down, but at the cost of a lot of Knights. And Knights going down to the war wagons. They're trying to clean the important things of monks and Mangonels. Well, let's see, this base is destroyed. Feels like Metu is kind of holding, even though he's walled now. So his teammates wall, so he can escape if he needs to. Yeah, so Mullet and GG out fighting for who's going to die first. There's 1 TC just bypassed by the war wagons. And that'll be a castle from Andy. Oh, what a sick castle that'll be. It's a lot of Knights from Monos, but I don't think that'll be enough. We have the Japanese player up to Imp. How do the Japanese fight war wagons, though? There, Vill's running from the TC. Show no mercy by the war wagons. And Mono's the top scorer on his team. A bit worrying he's top scorer when this is his base. He's also above everyone on the other team, though, so I don't know what the scores are telling us there. Oh, Andy, could this be a doubt castle, though, from Andy? Setting his Vills, unless he's trying to debate Knights into conversions, he's just going to lose Vills. He has the most Vills on his team. Oh, and the Vills are getting back. So what the heck is this game? I feel like Metu's cleaning this forward. And eventually he'll break through. He does have a ram on the way. And now I feel like Monos is dead. He's down to 77 Vills. I mean, yeah, Vodka has 66, but he also has a ton of war wagons. And he has monks. This is working. this is actually working. I was thinking, oh, Mono's is Kumans, he could just get the knight numbers and fight, but not going to work against this many war wagons. They have their numbers. A few monks from Andy assisting, and now Andy has 3 TCs booming behind this. Oh man, the Rage Force games have been amazing today. I think the League had a pretty decent map pool, but honestly, just seeing all the different stuff we've seen in Rage Forest has been so crazy. Oh, so monks wanting some conversions here and there. We'll have Imperial Age from Metu. Yeah, they need a multi-layer wall from Monos. They didn't have enough protection there. Can Andy get a cut through yet? Oh, we're gonna have Metu up. I mean, like a shortcut? And Valas will be building this castle over here, protecting this passageway. As the Mangonel is taking out the barracks in the house, Metu up to Imp. It's kind of a 2v3 at the moment. Fortified wall there. Mono still 75 Vils. I worry that so many of them are exposed. One war wagon goes back here. Andy is stealing the farms. Andy is stealing the farms. What a play. What a play to steal the farms. Mono's needing to reboom. Everyone needing to reboom. Yeah, lacking stone wall was huge, right? And they can't sling GG out to do stone walls. Because of the no sling rule. So Halb gonna come in. I'm afraid the Halbs will be massacred by the war wagons. Yeah, they would have needed Von Dutch to stonewall for him. So 17 versus 9 Vils. Mola's rebooming a bit faster than GG Out is. Also, this is the gate to GG Out's new base, right behind Von Dutch. So they'll have another path to him. As they'll continue slowly but surely applying pressure to Mono, as Mono's trying to do another TC just to grab res. Couple of ranges from Valas. We'll see how long the team can hold now. They are reduced to 3 bases on the map, with one of them being one they've stolen. And their 4th base collapsing. I don't think they'll have much farming space. And Andy just trying to play, like, you remember AoE, the AoE 1 campaign, where you had to start with a priest and convert the Vils? That's what Andy's going to do over here. He's just going to convert as many Vils as he can. Buff his own eco. So, push out from Von Dutch. Von Dutch still attempting to push with the Halbs. Halbs will be pushed by the war wagons. Monk's just going to hop in the castle. And now the Halbs, underneath 3 castles and war wagons. I don't think they'll survive much longer. And at least that castle will be trebbed. Von Dutch has the highest score in the game. A bit of life in him to push this back. I don't think the Japanese really succeed in fighting war wagons, though. I don't think Cav Archers, even with the bonus attack, do enough damage. You just need to hit 50 Vils again. Yeah, now that the team has players in Imp, they can sling their other players to reboom. And thank you, Kramer, for the follow. Tower Trib. I mean, look at the farming space, though. Lanos doesn't have anywhere. Neither does Valas, and neither does Von Dutch. Well, the Trebs are being pretty darn effective at pushing this. We'll have Imp in just a moment for Vodka. The Halbs there are being really strong for Von Dutch. This team not dealing with the Halbs well at all. Maybe just not enough war wagons, but the Trebs can help with the war wagons too. Yasama Towers now. We're gonna have another episode of Yasama versus what's it called? I know it. Upseong Towers. And you might need more than monks at some point. Maybe some elephant archers. It's on 140 Vils, so we should be able to go elephant archer soon. Up 2nd TC for Mola. So I should be good with that TC. Wags with that ballistics feels clunky. And this castle could go down for Andy. Metu does need to push. Valas attempting to fortify wall with hand cannoneers. Keep this out as much as he can, but there is a hole. Now, Metu go in monks too, Teuton monks. This team does have conversion resistance. They take the monks away from the other team, basically. And crenellations now for the towers, so that'll help him hold against Valas. Oh, Mono's almost back in the game, 97 Vils. Should be able to click Imp at some point soon. He has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 TCs, so he's doing what you need when you reboom. As many TCs as possible. His teammates, if they're ever floating food, need to sling him. Does have a good bit of food now. And then second TC now for GG out. Not out of it yet. 33 Vils versus 23. Maul is still maintaining a 10 Vil lead there. Is this enough of a pushback? Can they reclaim Monos' base? Is this push going to succeed? A lot of hand cannoneers. A lot of bombard cannon for both players. Oh, they get the poor feudal archer. So what's better? Cannon hand cannoneer or cannon monk? They look like monks from Metu. Usually hand cannoneers counter monks, but probably not with block printing. I've seen that a lot in Castle Age. Also amassing a light cav, doing all the armors and the attack for them. And these could be Shiitake hand cannoneers though. Yep, 7+2. Can Valas push this? Is his team okay? Yeah, that's a good cannon shot. Here are the monks. And they're just going to rely on the castle. They'll get some halbs out. I think monks need to start converting. Or maybe not. Maybe the light cav all go down, but also the cannon go down? Was that Metu manganelling his own cannon? Oh, wait. Those are Metu's walls, not Valas' walls. Those are Valas' walls. No, the architecture's different. Those are Metu's walls. Alright, so they're pushing here. Monos is going pure light cav, but that's into Fire Lancers and Elephant Archers. I don't think that's the play. I think he needs to get Imp and go Hussars. Like, Step Husbandry Hussars at least are good. So, Mola still 46 Vils, working his way back into the game faster, I think, than GG out is. And also Andy slinging Mola, and maybe realizing, hey, we're going to need this fourth player back. Change tactics to I hold, you push. I think their tactics are, let's get Mola into the game faster and then play 4v3. They all have a lot of Vils. Andy getting Elephant Archers will be nice. Von Dutch continuing with the Yasama Towers. Somehow they're not dead. Somehow, someway they're not dead. That's 100 pop for Monos. He needs more space for houses. I just heard some deleted Vils. He's doing houses in the back. Someone needs to onager cut the guys some housing space. And those are Teutons with crenellations castles, but they're being pushed by Valas, the Hindustanis. Teutons don't really like fighting gunpowder either. Those are some good hand cannoneers. They should counter onagers pretty well. And now you're in a bombard cannon war, a dodgeball war, while the Trebs are whittling away at your castle. Yeah, and Mala also is going for trade too. That'll help him get more pop space as he rebooms. He's got to hope though that the trade is safe. If he's doing his markets over here, that's gonna be an awkward trade route. There's gonna be one tree that's chopped, and there's gonna be one tile gap. That's gonna be so awkward for trade. Elephant Archer still holding. I mean, Elephant Archer Fire Lancer should be a good combination against Light Cav. And it's just skirms now for Von Dutch, so he's maybe gonna struggle for gold. Yeah, Teuton doesn't have the best archery range for skirms, right? They lack the final bracer, the final attack upgrade. Had to double check which player was yellow, the Teutons this game. Check their tech tree. And now the light cav are here from Valas. Is there a chance here? It's 3 bases, 3.5 maybe. No more TC up there. A lot of light cav from Monos. I think Monos does at some point need to get Imp. He has the gold for it, so I think maybe he's at the point he needs to cut light cav. Oh, wait, he's up to Imp. Okay, he's up to Imp, never mind. And he's going to need Hussar and upgrades. Especially armor. But then... he's in business, especially if his teammates can sling him. Valas floating a lot of wood. But again, that's a farming space issue, where GG out would need the wood for, and then he'd need farms. And right now, it's Mono's just struggling to find farms. As with the Kumans, you can go 100 farmers, and with Step Husbandry, you're still not producing enough. But he does need a castle first. Unfortunate matchup if maybe they want it flipped. Well, Valas is pushing. Valas is pushing. I mean, Mulla is so much farther ahead now than GG out. He's got architecture. But maybe if the trade is pushed, that won't matter. Vodka able to come here with the skirms, so Vodka with the Korean skirms might save the day for Metu. He is able to fight the Cannoneers, if not the Hussars, but Metu has the Halbs. And with 2 trash units, they maybe have a way of stopping the push, as Vodka will YOLO the skirms at the Cannoneers. Treb's now going to go down to the Halbs. Treb's all dying. Yeah, I mean, if Vodka can push, Mola has to run again, but I don't think he's pushing. I mean, if Valas can push, he'd have to run again. I don't think he's pushing, though. I don't think Valas is pushing. I think Valas is getting pushed now. I'm actually more worried about Andy. Now that Vodka went to the other side, Andy's getting pushed. Von Dutch pushing out with the skirms. He has such a crazy high score. I think the only way that... I actually feel like this team's in the better spot now. The scores are probably going to flip. But the problem is now just Mulla. If he can do something, he's got chemistry. He's Imp. He's back in the game. 3 vills for each, but Mulla rebooms faster than GG out. Metu trying to wall, trying to hold. If Vodka's here, he's not in the north. And that's going to give Monos the chance maybe to reclaim his base. He's already doing stables there. Yeah, they hit a wall in their push. And Monos, I mean, credit to Monos for running vills early enough, recognizing that he was dying and needed to run. Added red reboom so much faster. I think he was less dead. I think he got to the castle age, right? GG out was still feudal. So he could get the TCs out. Also got the trade going earlier. The trade helps when you reboom. And you can add trade while rebooming. Yes, still trade just being started now for GG out. Right now, what can red contribute? He can contribute skirms as the woo. He is, I mean, he's got 46 trade cards. He should be able to contribute gold units. But what is the gold unit as the woo? The fire archer? Maybe it's the Huiguang Cav, the heavy Huiguang Cav? Well, you already see the Halbs out for Von Dutch. That's another problem. Molly is the woo, and he can't really contribute much. Yeah, skirm traction trebs, but you're against Hussars. That feels like 2 things Hussars should deal with. So it looks like here Valas still trying to push, but the push will only go so far as he brings Vodka down. If Vodka's here, the push stalls, and now maybe if Mulla's here with skirms, he can deal with the hand cannoneers better. And Metu can do the paladins and halbs, so he'll just add a skirm as an archer unit. And maybe just go arbalests. Probably the best option than arbalests. Well, I mean, unless he's going to get fire archers, but those are too many castles. Yeah, Japanese towers are simply so powerful. Sama Tower's keeps are insane. And now we have over 100 vills for GG out. And it's GG out's turn to need to... make it back into the game. Get up to Imp. He's selling food and wood, getting gold, and he'll be up to Imp soon. Alright, 114 population. Dravidian can't do light cap, but they certainly can do halbs to fight the Hussars here. As that we're getting a good number of elephant archers for Andy. As the team still has the score lead, and I'm still worried about the fact Mull is back in the game faster than GG out. And Valas going to be worried about that too. He's going to wall this off. He's going to do a stone wall. And the trade, where's the trade? Why is the trade going this way? Where's that trade going? You think he's gonna die again? Also, I mean, Valas is getting pushed. Needs camels against the paladins. I still think that the shot would be GG out, gets Imp, and then does Halb. And there was... Oh, that was their trade. They're in the caravanserais are out here somehow. There were the markets for monos. They can now maybe trade here. I guess the problem is they don't have trade set up properly now. And Andy's team does. They have a very easy trade route. They've had the map for so long. And he'll be able... I mean, it's Elephant Archer versus Skirm, right? And yeah, Skirm should counter them, but not a strong enough unit. Yeah, Treb's getting a cut. Yeah, the Elephant Archers just never die. They never do. And GG out also. He's getting pushed soon. He could lose his TCs. And now some normal battle elephants there. Oh, the Trebs are cutting. The Hussars maybe can run to their deaths at the hands of rocket carts. Oh, the rocket carts can kill each other. That's the best thing that could happen there. Trebs, I mean, they only do 200 damage, right? That's not enough to kill the elephant archers. Here comes Onager. Humans can do Siege Onager. That's on the way. Siege Onager will be probably the best way actually to kill some elephant archers, but even then, they're so tanky. Tread cut was juicy. The rocket, I think the rocket carts from Vodka are benefiting more from the tread cut. Oh, look at that. That was juicy. Now down here, yeah, GG out. That TC isn't finished. 103 vills. Where's his Imp TC? That's safe. Well, he's up to Imp. And I feel like the answer is Dravidian Halbs that have to come this side against the Paladins. That is a lot of towers, and so far it looks like an almost safe trade route to that corner. Here you definitely need the trade, though. And Skirm's going down to rocket carts. That is all. How did Von Dutch afford this many keeps? I decreased the stone on the map from the last version. We still have all these keeps. Ah, well, he's just gonna keep on making them until the team dies. What's Mala doing? Mala's doing 64 trade. He's doing traction trebs. Mala could just trade boom and sling then if he's the woo. Maybe that's the best thing to do. Make sure your team stays on gold units. Quick stone for Mono's base. And the beard that is evil. Thank you for the follow. It's the beard and not the mustache that's evil. Remember bearded Spock from the Mirror Universe? Oh, what is this trade doing? Monos, where is the trade going? Oh, whatever markets are down. What where is Barles trade going? What is this trade doing? I don't know what the trade's doing. Whatever market was there needed to be deleted. I show where red is pushing. Yep, red. A few traction trebs, a few fire archers. We'll cut the trees with the trebs. And in will run the group of paladins. I have architecture, leather, archer, armor, everyone Cliff's tactics in. And GG out. 30 military, but it's Halbs, yeah. And Halbs against paladins. Can he wall this out? The cut continues, the mill goes down. And deleted walls now, everything being deleted, even the Vil. And no one's really on gold units, right? I mean, towers are here. Yeah, they're maybe better than a gold unit. Treb's still trying to hit the elephants. That's still, ironically, the best answer. That's still a non-answer. And now... I'm exhausted. We're an hour into this game. And I think the Yasama Towers might finally have met their match. Bengali elite elephant archers, they can push. Several types of elephants here with rocket carts. The Treb's going down. And both sides are being pushed. They're restricted now to 2.5 bases again. Skyrim is getting pushed by elephants. The elephant's tanky enough, the Yasama keeps aren't killing them. Oh, GG Out's gonna lose his base again. And here is the rest of the trade. Whenever the elephants get there. Siege Onager from Metu. That'll certainly help push here. So Fire Archer Paladin should be a nice combo with Onager behind it. I just want to destroy that watchtower and push. So both sides getting pushed. Valas' team not one to give up though. There's still some hustlers here. They still have their trade. There's still gonna be a bit of time before they work through the towers. But the towers will go down. And all the Treb shots here will hit Von Dutch's tower. Range is up to this tower. Just about destroyed. And he's still trying to make more towers. He's still trying to make more towers. Yeah, Metu could make some Tuten Condottieri. They would benefit. What do they benefit from? And the elephants now have reached the trade. The elephants have reached the trade. There are deleted markets to try to get the trade instead to go back here. What a crazy game this has been. Oh, Onagers. Can we get a good Onager shot on the elephant archers? Like, siege Onagers don't even kill these things. I mean, look at what a joke the siege Onager is. Elephants are way too tanky. And Paladin's now pushing for Metu. All that TC is going to go down to the traction Trebs with all the extra firepower they have now. Wow. Wow, indeed, there are the GGs. And Team Andy. That was so crazy. Man, Rage Forest has given us incredible comebacks and back-and-back games. Scores flipping, situations changing all the time. Von Dutch 880 kills, GG Out 33, Mala 83. Those were big 83. 55 conversions for Andy. And well, there we go, chat. There we go. We've done it. We've done it for today. Just a few more civs to check off. And I guess technically that is an upset. I can't click the button in AoE 2. There we go. And check off the civs. Oof. Alright, just under 10 hours. 9 hours, 46 minutes. Nice day streaming. We'll probably be back tomorrow. Definitely be back on Tuesday because that is when Jordan is playing his set, Jordan versus Samaro, Tuesday at 19 GMT. Holding up his team like Atlas holding the globe. Oh, and for some coffee tomorrow morning, thank you, T-Cone, on YouTube. I don't have a good alert in OBS to see that, but thank you so much for the super chat. I have to actually look at my YouTube chat. That's been crazy. We have like 400 people watching this now between YouTube and Twitch, so thank you all so much. I need to update the counter, because that's, counter, that's, how do I point? There? There. Yeah, that's Twitch only. I need to update that. So thank you all so much for the support, too. Also, I have the sub counter there on that side. Yeah, that side. Every 100 subs, I'm going to add another $100 to the prize pool. We're at almost $6,000 right now. So thank you so much, and I will see you probably tomorrow. We'll see what I do tomorrow, maybe some map scripting. Goodbye, YouTube, and we'll